that we're gonna have to jump around to immediately. First of all, breaking news: Tekashi 6ix9ine taken into custody, federal custody at that. We'll get into that. There's a hearing that's actually about to go down right now. Okay. Second of all, there is some more updates and some other things that we're gonna look into on the Dirk case, but that's gonna be the Dirk case now turns to a new Diddy case. Pause. Whereas like there's things just popping up every day, damn near. But we're gonna be doing that as well. By the way, there are some new some new situations on the Diddy stuff. We'll get to that later in the stream. That's just not top of the stream material anymore. And right now, most importantly, I'm kind of eyeing on my other screen over there. When you see me look there, I don't know if you guys have seen my setup. I got full screens. Okay, so when I'm looking here, I'm like, it's my prep screen. This is my what I do on this screen? I don't know. And then that's the stream screen. And the one I look here, which I think I'm mostly looking at the camera here, that's usually what y'all are watching. So right here, this is what I'm looking at. Anyway, basically, I say all that to say, the most important thing going on right now is that currently, right now in court, YSL is actually in court, and this trial has taken a very sharp and drastic turn. Some people thought it was about to conclude because they basically took a few days off, and after the judge admonished the prosecutors for just not knowing what the hell they were doing, essentially what pretty much happened is that the judge went to go think over actually accepting the mistrial effort. Now, if she granted a mistrial, it would mean that the state would have about like 45 days to elect to try these guys again, unless it was a mistrial with prejudice, which means they couldn't. She ruled out that she would not say mistrial with prejudice, just because, they've spent millions on this case, right? So it's either got to be dead completely, but they can't go through this again. I don't think the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County could go through it again. Anyway, while thinking about it, apparently there was a meeting with Fani Willis in her office with all the defendants' lawyers, and it has now come to light that they're finally back in court, now presenting what's kind of the update of that. Fani Willis offers some of these guys a plea. For example, this guy, I think his name is Qua. Let me make sure I'm getting his name right. This guy's name is Quamarvius Nicholson, aka Qua. Okay, and hold on, give me a second. And he's taking a plea. Okay, so he's taking a plea. He was sitting in court this whole time, but they have came to the conclusion that it's in his best interest to take a plea. If you're asking why he's taking a plea, and just to show you how down bad the attorneys are, like the prosecutor, they have actually offered, he had a murder charge. They dropped it. They're like, oh, no more murder. Or the nigga you killed, rest in peace. Who cares? We're dropping the murder charge. Just plead to one count of RICO. Now, it's important why they couldn't drop the RICO charge, because the RICO charge is the one charge that links everybody together. And if you drop it for him, you could possibly drop it for everybody else. Remember, someone like Gunna, all he had was a RICO charge, damn near, right? So they dropped his murder charge and they kept the RICO charge, and I believe that he's gonna get a bunch of probation. Not too much sure on how much time he's gonna do, but they're giving out up to 20-year probation, which to me sounds crazy. 20 years of probation, whatever though, right? Now we don't know if Young Thug, aka Jeffrey Williams, has accepted a plea deal. Apparently there was negotiations, but you also have to remember, at the direction of Fani Willis, the whole target of this, they spent the millions to get Young Thug. They don't care about Quamarvius Nichols. You know what I mean? They care to get Young Thug. Would they drop, well, they're not going to drop the RICO charge, but would they do something to say, Young Thug, spend a year in jail and then come out, you're going to be on 15-year probation? Would Thug even want that, though? Because the case is looking kind of sloppy. Also, he's been locked up for a while. Do you really want to be on, you know how these rappers get down, right? Like, you know what I mean? We'll get to the 6ix9ine stuff. Like, 6ix9ine, did a 5K1 letter, which means he cooperated. He got out of jail, and basically they gave him some stipulations and apparently violated one. That's why he's back in court today. Does Young Thug really want to be on 15-year probation or 20-year probation? But they're giving that type of shit out, which is like, it's a setup to fail later, okay? This guy, he's of course going to accept it. Queen of the Topics, thank you. Yeah, y'all seen, now I got it rebraided yesterday, man. Y'all seen the length coming in type shit. Feel me? Now, since it's kind of growing, y'all might start seeing me pop out without the hat. Okay? Don't you worry. You know, I was looking at myself while I started the stream, and I said, every day I look physically more like Lil Ack. Remember, I put on a wig. It was like a dread wig for that shit. Now I actually like grew the hair. It's crazy. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna see when Brian Steele and Thug gets up there. Does Thug take a plea? I'm probably thinking no. Or if they take a plea, how favorable will it be for Thug? Remember, they spent millions and millions of dollars to get Young Thug. And if Young Thug gets out, even if they give him 2 years, honestly, because in 2 years, first of all, well, say 2 years after time served. So say they gave him 4 years or 5 years, right? 5 years. He would get out in 2 years because he's already been sitting for 2 years, right? So that'll be 4 years. So he'd pretty much get out in like 2 years or a year and a half. And even if they give him 10-year probation, now he got to stay clean for the 10 years. But I think that's a loss. You did all that to lock Thug up for 5 years? Nigga, y'all are stuck. This is crazy. So anyway, it looked like this move, though, is helping out this guy, Qua. I see some people saying that this dude taking a plea might not be good for everybody else, but we don't know if everybody's taking a plea. Anyway, let's chime in real quick and listen to what's being said. But again, currently breaking right now. We're going to get to the 6ix9ine case afterwards. By the way, 6ix9ine is also walking into federal court in New York, so we're going to get an update on that. But because this is happening now, breaking right now, we're going to jump to this case. Here we go. This is Quavarius. Is that Quavarius? Or Quamarius? Like, Jesus Christ, these names. Quamarius Nichols, a.k.a. Qua, taking a plea in YSL trial now.
A conspiracy. We acknowledge the 2 events that he participated in. We categorically deny any other allegations other than those 2 events that are sufficient for a factual basis. We categorically deny that we participated in any way in the unfortunate death of Mr. Drinks. We categorically deny any other charges to which we are, substantive charges to which we are not entering a plea, and that includes gang charges. This is a plea solely to a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. But yes, we acknowledge a factual basis to that extent, Your Honor.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we just have one additional thing to say.
Go ahead.
The factual basis regarding the nature of YSL is that the evidence has shown and will continue to show that Mr. Nichols conspired with others to participate in Young Slime Life through a pattern of racketeering activity.
So, by the way, I can tell you what's going on here. This lawyer is kind of trying to carve it out because they're quote-unquote going on the record. Everything's going to be in the transcript. Everything could be used by the DA if the others want to continue the trial. So if he admits to, oh yeah, me and Jeffrey did shoot the nigga, they could say, well, a guy who pled out said him and you shot the nigga. Now, here's what's very important. Because of the Gunna situation, everybody's lawyers keep saying, hey, he admits to only shit he did. He don't admit to nothing else because nobody want to be seen as a snitch. So these guys are taking pleas, but they're making it very clear through their attorneys. He only admits to what he did, okay?
Conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that is subsumed by...
Now, here's the problem. He basically has to admit that what RICO is, he's pleading guilty to a RICO charge. RICO doesn't mean you did it by yourself. RICO means you conspire with a group of individuals, and that's going to be the problem because you, in essence, got to say who are the individuals. By the way, the judge has to announce if she's going to accept the plea.
Mr. Harvey, have you reviewed with Mr. Nichols this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form, which the 2 of you have both signed?
I have, Judge, in each individual provision in that plea colloquy, has been acknowledged and gone over personally with Mr. Nichols.
All right. And Mr. Nichols, have you had sufficient time to consider this guilty plea that has been negotiated between the state and your attorneys, and to discuss anything you wanted to about that with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right. And you understand, I hope, I'm going to ask you, that it is your decision ultimately, obviously with the advice of your attorneys, but it's ultimately up to you individually to decide whether you want to enter this guilty plea or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you do want to enter this guilty plea?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Harvey, have you advised Mr. Nichols of the alternatives if he does not ultimately go through with this guilty plea, and the potential benefits and drawbacks of all of the other options?
Yes,
All right.
very thoroughly, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Harvey, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Judge, other than the statement with regard to the underlying factual basis, I would point out for the court that when Mr. Nichols filled out his form, it says 29 plus. He is a birthday boy in a couple of days, and he will be 30. And at 30 years of age, he has a wife. He has got a 13-year-old daughter. He's got a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. His wife and sister, I believe, are here in the courtroom to support him. He, Mr. Nichols, was born and raised in Atlanta, and we're at this point before I have even given my opening statement in this case.
Yes, sir.
I do want the court to know that Mr. Nichols' mother died in prison. His father was shot by the Atlanta police when he was 4 years old. And he was raised by friends and family in the Atlanta area. So he has come to this point in his life from a very humble beginning, and he has sought the support of friends in this courtroom and others in this courtroom. He is an intelligent young man who I believe has a future. Every day we do a word of the day. We put a new word into a sentence. And I think this is in his best interest. I know that there is, and I know this plea is negotiated, but it's a long downside from 7 to 20. So the courts will have jurisdiction over him for a period of time. So I ask the court, given who this young man is, and given our categorical denial of some of the factual basis, to accept the plea and sentence Mr. Nichols accordingly.
Mr. Nichols, is there anything that you want to say?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Here we go.
All right. I find there to be a factual basis for the guilty plea to the RICO count one of the indictment, that being a conspiracy to acquire control or interest in money and personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And that is the only count that guilty plea is being entered for. The remaining counts of this indictment as against Mr. Nichols are being null pros by the state as a part of this indictment. I find, having heard the evidence up to the point of trial right now, that there is evidence of at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. and that there is evidence that would fall within the required statute of limitations to establish this RICO conspiracy count. One of the things that we as judges are instructed by our Uniform Superior Court rules to do when we are considering whether to accept a guilty plea and whether to accept a negotiated sentence, and this is a negotiated sentence in this case, is to take into account whether giving leniency in sentencing is going to aid in ensuring promptness and certainty, or at least more promptness and more certainty with regard to corrective measures, whether the defendant, and in this case the defendant has acknowledged guilt and is accepting responsibility for his guilt of the RICO count, and whether accepting the plea will aid in avoiding further delays, not just with regard to this case, but with regard to the entirety of our system here in Fulton County. And this plea does go towards doing all of those things. I am going to accept the plea as negotiated and sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. As I said before, find there to be a factual basis for count one of the plea. I find the plea to have been freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered into by Mr. Nichols with an understanding of the consequences of doing that. And the sentence on count one is the sentence that has been negotiated of 20 years to serve 7, with the balance of those years to be served on probation. And that, I don't know if there are any special conditions attached to this that y'all have talked about at all.
There are no negotiated special conditions in those, so there are none as far as I'm concerned.
All right. No. Okay. So with regard to the time that you are on probation, you need to stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble. Make this a birthday present to yourself and to your children and to your wife and family, that you will leave from here today and leave whatever you used to do behind you, and take the next few years. You know, you're going to have some years that are still to be served on this. You'll have credit for the time you've already served, but you're still going to be facing some incarceration time. But after that, you are going to be out, and you, I believe Mr. Harvey is correct, can be a productive member of society, and this is an opportunity for you to do that and for you to put your past behind you, the bad parts of it, and continue and make your children proud of you and set a good example for them, an example that I guess unfortunately you were not lucky enough to have throughout the entirety of your childhood with your parents. I'm sorry about that, but you can be the kind of parent that you ought to be to your children. So I am going to impose that sentence, and I am going to wish you luck and good fortune as you go forth from here. So I think that unless there's anything else from either party, that will conclude these proceedings, and y'all can go ahead and take him into custody. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So there we go.
Ms. Taylor will make this an exhibit to the plea. Thank you. All right, we are adjourned for the day.
Okay.
Oh, I think I do the wrong
Okay, it appears he got 3 years, unless I read that wrong,
thing,
right?
responsibility, at least one overt act.
Hold on.
I asked the court.
Counts of this towards doing all of those things.
Hold on.
And sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I as I said before, find there to be a factual understanding. One is the sentence that has been negotiated of 20 years to serve 7, with the balance of those years to be served on probation. And that, I don't know if there are any special conditions attached to this that y'all have talked about at all.
There are no negotiated special conditions in those.
Okay, so it appears that they said 20 years, right? Which, by the way, that RICO statute carries 20 years, but it's 20 years in jail. Because it's a plea, they're giving him 20 years. Damn, he pretty much took a plea to pretty much do the whole thing. But the rest is going to be on probation, right? So it's going to be 13 years probation, 7 years in jail. He's been locked up. Let's see how long this YSL trial been going on. Trial. When did Young Thug get locked up? That's when you're going to get time from. So it's approaching, it's 2.5 years at this point, right? So 7 years, he spent 2.5 already. So pretty much 4.5 he has to serve, but there's going to be they're going to give you some time. I think in Georgia, I think you do about like 60% at least, or 70%. You could do programs and shit to take it out. So if he gets credited for, so pretty much, let me see if it's 2.5 already, probably 2.5 more. Yeah, 2.5 more, right? Or 2 more years, and the dude's gonna be good. He just got to stay off on probation, right? So somebody said 20-year probation. Hey, listen, they're, you know what I mean? Again, I know it sounds stupid, but this is the negotiated way that the DA is actually saving face, because you can't justify to the district attorney is an elected position. You're electing an office that's the top cop in the county. You're electing them to put people in jail and to uphold the law. And if they take, who knows, this shit could be $5-10 million. If they take $5-10 million of tax-paying money to try to go at Young Thug and a bunch of other guys, and they come back with 2 years here and 2 years there, like, it's going to look stupid. So I think their win is saying, hey, we got these football year numbers, even though they won't necessarily spend it in jail, we still have something over their head that if they fuck up, we could instantly bring it back in, right? So, yeah, so 13 years of probation. By the way, someone has 15 years of probation. It appears, and from what I understand, I think he's the only one who took a plea.
But there are none as far as I'm concerned.
All right. No. Okay. So with regard to the time that you are on probation, you need to stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble. Make this a birthday present to yourself and to your children, and to your...
Cool. So we'll see how it affects everyone else. Now, here's an interesting part about this. This is going to be a thing that's unraveling pretty quickly. If you care about the YSL case, and shout out to Thuggerdale and shout out to everybody who else covers it every day, even if I don't cover it, I'll say this. There's negotiations happening, right? So I could imagine Brian Steele is going to the Fonnie Willis's office and saying, yo, listen, Thug will take 10 years on probation, but let him out today. You know, come on. Let the guy out, because obviously Thug being locked up is probably costs a lot of money. It's a lot of shit, right? I'm pretty sure they're saying, yo, we can't do that. We need some jail time from him, right? We need jail time from Young Thug, and the jail time that we're looking at that we probably want is probably like 10 to 15, right? Now, the 10 to 15, that might be, it puts Young Thug in a pickle. Now, I know some of y'all might be like, all right, we'll do 10 years. So, you know, this guy was pretty much 7 years. Like, we'll do 10 years jail time, which would mean an additional, 7.5, right? 7.5 he would have to serve by the time you like adjust it, probably be about like 6 years, 5-6 years from now, right? So let's say 5 years from now, Young Thug would get out. I'm pretty sure Young Thug realizes, number one, he's the money guy, period, right? He's the guy who the pockets are so long, he could drag this. And by the way, he's put these prosecutors through hell. He got the best lawyer in the fucking game, giving the prosecutors the work. Like these two, I'm gonna be honest with you, these two black ladies, Miss Love and Miss Hilton, their career, I mean, they could never go for it to be a DA. They better hope Fonnie Willis likes them and keeps them within her DA office, because assistant DAs, ADAs is all they'll be. Because Young Thug's lawyers violated them so bad, showing them as incompetent, didn't know how to handle a case. So, yeah, I pretty much say all that to say, if they offer Young Thug like 5, 6, like he's going to have to say 10 years he got to serve, right? Which means he served 2.5 already, has to serve like 5 more. It's a possibility Young Thug says no. Why? He's going to have 15 extra years, or 10 years after that sentence on probation. So the case is weak. You got all the money to appeal it. This thing, no matter how long it's taken, this case is going to wrap up in about a year. An appeal, and that might be the tricky part, might take a year and a half. But I think this gets appealed anyway. Now he could put Fulton County in a really interesting situation. Either the whole verdict gets overturned, or they have to go prosecute this guy again. And again, Young Thug pockets is keeping up with what the state has. That's very important in how the legal system is set up. People say about the feds, they have a 97 conviction rate. They don't go to trial 100% of the time. So, when they do go to trial, they make sure they cross their T's, dot their I's. But about 80% of cases in this country, right, federal, state, municipal, it's you plead out. Like the other day I had to go to traffic court, right? And when you get to traffic court, sometimes you be like, nah, that cop lied on me. And you're like, yo, man, fuck it. You know what? He fucked up my day that day. I want to, I'm good. Whatever unless they drop it, I want to go, I want to go with a trial. Because technically you get a trial even for a speeding ticket or even for whatever. You know what I mean? And by the time you get to court, the prosecutor just kind of tells you like, bro, how can we just figure it? Like, no one wants to go to a real trial. So again, all things being said, because Young Thug has the resources to really, and he's been violating the state, that puts them in a pickle, right? So they got to get some type of win. The win is probably going to be 10 years of probation, maybe 5, at least to make him serve 5 years. I could see Thug saying no to that, right? Now, keep in mind, the RICO charge, the RICO statute actually carries, it's a 20-year charge. Now, there's other things that would get charged separately, like if Young Thug fired the bullet to kill Nut, which he didn't, that would be a murder, which would carry life. And there's certain enhancements to it that would give him life. For what Young Thug is facing, I know a lot of people think he's facing like life. He's facing 20, right? Like he's facing 20. They have not accused him directly of murder for hire, which Lil Durk is accused of. He's accused of funding the entire thing, but they didn't necessarily say he's the one who put a bounty or told guys, even though they had some evidence saying that Young Thug rented the car that ended up killing him. They don't have the proof to say Young Thug said, go kill him, right? And obviously with murder for hire, I think we should know now there's a snitch. There's got to be a snitch, right? And even though you could say YSL Woody, clearly he didn't present that at trial to say, yeah, Young Thug told me I'll give you $50,000 to go murder this guy, right? So he's facing the RICO. That's the biggest charge he has. And I think that Brian Steele is also playing an interesting game, realizing that the deck of cards, it's in their favor. And they're probably looking at it to say, hey, we want the least amount of jail time. Now, do I think if they offered Thug 2.5 more, will he take it? Maybe. Now, keep in mind, you know why that guy took it? That guy had a murder charge that they were dropping. They're dropping the murder charges. We're dropping the murder charge. Just plead to the RICO. Oh, of course I'm taking it, right? And if you're wondering if Young Thug's going to consider this guy a snitch, you could tell no. Like, the guy sat through 160 days or 152 days of trial with Young Thug, and he's just in a position where this is the way he could get out, but you saw his lawyer continually stress, hey, we are pleading guilty for his participation in what he did. Anything else, we categorically deny. We don't know about none of that other shit. He only know about him. And obviously that's probably, to let people know, and also probably let Thug know, even though I'm pretty sure Thug's lawyer knew about this before. Yo, I wouldn't be of use to tell on my brothers, okay? Which, if Gunna's lawyer did that back at the time, maybe would have looked better because the whole trial is going on and they haven't called Gunna, right? So that really was about messaging clearly, right? Anyway, and they haven't introduced any statements that Gunna made neither, just to let you know. So it's kind of like the Gunna situation is odd because, if you call him a snitch, the government did get a statement from him, but they didn't use it. And they're not bringing him to the stand, so it's like, right? So like this guy right here, all he's saying, you know, and he himself, and I think we could probably get to it where they're like arguing. I don't know if you want me to find the moment where they're like pretty much kind of saying, hey, so I don't know if it's going to be like YSL is a criminal organization, but essentially he has to admit that it is a criminal organization because that's how a RICO get done, right? A RICO is a, you know, racketeering, what was it? Racketeering, what the fuck does RICO stand for? Jesus Christ. RICO. Acronym. Oh, racketeering, influence, and corrupt organizations. That's the act, right? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, there's a few parts in here. We could get an update on the 6ix9ine trial right now. It's kind of like not trial, but his hearing is kind of wrapping up. It's wrapping up. I think it probably wrapped up already, or it's still going. Still going. I think. Still going. Ooh, yeah. Wow. Yeah. It's still going. I'm gonna give you the. We'll get back to that, but I'll give you the spoiler already. 6ix9ine is being detained. This is after the court hearing. He's been detained for 2 weeks. I do think in 2 weeks he'll probably get released, but he's being detained for 2 weeks. He's going to miss a show that he was actually promoting, and essentially it's kind of it's really his fault because he really neglected a lot of things that was going to contribute to him staying free. If you don't know 6ix9ine, even though he cooperated, he took a 5K1 letter. 6ix9ine was on parole, which is so funny. And people always say, "Yo, you can't do nothing to him." You don't. If this guy has a badge in his pocket, he doesn't go to jail, right? But I do know that the ignorance within the black community, they believe that if someone cooperates, they're a police officer. No, they're not incentivized. They're incentivized to make sure you don't die because it sends a bad image in about telling, but they're not incentivized to bring your ass back in jail because you're not listening to them, right? You got to remember, when you get down for the government, you basically play bitch. Don't get out there and think you could, like, once we let you out free, stick your thumb your nose in the air and fucking put your middle finger up at us. And then clearly they're saying that Tekashi violated his supervised release. Now, what I initially thought it was, and give me 1 second here. What I initially thought it was hold on. Was this. So 6ix9ine, which by the way, he ain't hit me up, which I'm glad he ain't hit me up, because when you about to do crimes, all my friends know, Ak is the last nigga to hit up. But apparently he was in New York City already. Usually when he comes up this way, he'll like yo, Ak, what up? But, you know, he's been in this Guala land. You know, that's what I call, like, the Hispanic land. Hopefully nobody finds it offensive. And there was an incident that happened in the club last night where he was, like, dragged out the club, so to speak. Let me see. I'm posting it. It'll take a second to go up. Apparently, people felt like there's a couple of videos passed around. They felt like he put his hands on a woman. I don't know the nature of the relationship with him and that woman. I don't know if they were playing. You guys can tell by the video. But he was taken out the club, so to speak. And give me 1 second. And some people felt like maybe she pressed charges, and that's why that happened. Actually, I could go to another page to get the first video here, which is... No. Here we go. So this is the video of 6ix9ine last night. It is this. So there's a woman. I don't know this woman's name, but apparently this is the video from last night. And I guess 6ix9ine, I think it's a woman. Is this a woman? I don't know if it's a woman. They're saying it's a woman. Yeah, but this is a weird video. I can't say this video really says, like, oh, look like the person slaps their hand, and then, okay. This is not how women usually dress, but look like, all right, yeah, that's a little odd. All right. And then here, I guess he's, like, dragged out of the club or something. Hold on, let me make this a little bit smaller that y'all can see it. Sorry. Okay. So some commotion, a lot of commotion happened but then ultimately led to like 6ix9ine kind of like getting into it. But I ain't gonna lie to you, 6ix9ine. You know when I met 6ix9ine, he never used to drink, right? I know I've been a drinker since day one. It's like me starting to smoke now. I'd probably act up getting, I don't know what y'all niggas be smoking right now. Monkey nuts. I don't know what y'all smoke. Here's some niggas say, I'm smoking sprinkles. I'm like, what the fuck is sprinkles? I mean, anyway, I don't smoke. I only drink. So he started drinking, honestly, like right before he got locked up, right? Actually, no, especially when he got, when he got released from jail, he started drinking a lot. Yeah. And it's probably because, I've never seen him do hard drugs. I've never even seen him smoke weed around me. I never really known him to do anything. And this is honestly like, I've never been around 6ix9ine. He's like, yo, whatever. Like when he got free, we'd go out. He told me he only drinks Tito's. Anything else makes him like throw up. And I'm like, all right, bet. But I do know that when he get drunk, he one of them niggas who get drunk and like get real belligerent. Now, we all know. Everybody got a Mexican friend. They could kill about 55 boxes of Corona. You feel what I'm saying? They might fight each other, do whatever. I know. Listen, from where I lived back in Hackensack, there was some Mexicans that lived above the apartment above mine. Man, on Friday nights, all you was hearing was a bunch. It was like they was dancing all day. They would fight a little bit, but I ain't gonna lie, hardest workers in the world. You gave them that one night because they were you would never see them otherwise. They were always working construction jobs and other type of jobs. Anyway, I guess I said that about Mexicans. 6ix9ine's Mexican. Anyway, he was in the club, don't know how to handle his liquor, clearly a little bit drunk, and apparently this is him getting dragged out or something. Okay, so I thought that was the reason why, maybe the woman in that first video I showed you probably like made said something to the cops or something like that. However, it looked like apparently no. It looked like they were just kind of waiting for him to get back. And you got to imagine supervised release means exactly that. You're being supervised, right? And like, for example, even probation or even parole, you're being supervised. And apparently after 6ix9ine came back from, he resides now in Florida. He came back to New York. They nabbed him. And essentially, they had him locked up, and he showed up in front of a court today. Now, the judge is the same judge he faced when he actually did the cooperation versus 9Trey, Judge Engelmeyer. And basically, they said, all rise, we're here in a violation. Make it a little bit bigger for y'all. It says, we're here on a violation of a supervised release. Defendant was supposed to appear at 9:30 a.m. and did not. Oh, never mind. So I guess 6ix9ine, all right, this kind of makes sense because 6ix9ine only comes to New York to go to court or not go to court. Like I think it's PO or I don't know how it works federally, but he still has to check in with people or do some shit with people or like the feds because he's being supervised released every month. And I'm guessing he came here, went to the club last night, partied too long, probably overslept or something. And they know where he's at. They went to and locked his ass up at 9, and they locked him up at 10:30. And now he's being arraigned on the violation. So apparently it was a probation violation. It was probably probation violation that they wanted to. Oh, it was a court hearing, so it wasn't just him just checking in. So I guess like they had probably raised an issue saying that, yo, we want you to defend yourself on what we think you violated your actually not probation, parole, and yeah, it looked like he didn't show up to court, and they got his ass. All right. So now Mr. Lazaro is the same lawyer he had. It says, Mr. Lazaro, could you turn your phone off? Is it off? Mr. Smallman, I guess that's the bailiff. Could you swear in the defendant? The judge says to 6ix9ine, is your mind clear? Now, keep in mind, we just saw that last video. I'm telling you, 6ix9ine, there's probably Tweety birds, just spinning around, right? Just spinning around. He says, yes, Your Honor. 6ix9ine says, have you discussed it with Mr. Lazaro? Right? So he said, have you discussed this hearing with Mr. Lazaro? Hold on one second. Have you discussed this with Mr. Lazaro? And 6ix9ine says, I live in Florida for the first time I see him. Okay. So you're charged with traveling to Las Vegas without permission, not turning up for drug testing, and using meth. What? What? Yo, chat, y'all know about drugs. What drug is meth? Like, when I hear meth, I think about Breaking Bad. Like, when I hear about meth, no, 6ix9ine ain't taking no meth. It's probably like one of them little pills y'all be popping. Maybe he pops pills, I don't know. What is, like, what pill has meth in it? Like, I know y'all be taking these new pills and shit. Huh? Somebody said, what's wrong with meth? I don't know. Meth just seems like some hard shit. Like, meth, anytime I hear meth and heroin, I'm like, nigga, who the fuck is... The only video is, oh, Molly has meth in it? Somebody says Adderall has meth in it. Okay, who knows? All right, cool. Yeah. So I'm guessing your meth just sounds hard and, like, old school to me. Like, the only videos I've seen, like, especially like heroin, when I hear somebody's on heroin is some shit I would see people put a belt and tie it around their arm and find a vein, and I'm like, yo, what the if you gotta go through that to take some drugs, this is too far, brother. But hey, maybe I'm pussy. Anyway, so it says you're charged with going to Las Vegas without permission, not turning up for drug testing and using meth. How do you plead? He says not guilty. The judge says, AUSA, what are the bases of the charges? Rebold says Officer Bryce in the Southern District of Florida. Okay, so it looked like Officer Bryce in the Southern District of Florida basically referred this back to the judge. So it looked like 6ix9ine didn't check in or missed some or fucked up on some piss tests. I don't know how they test people, drug testing. It says on September 7th, he went to Las Vegas without being given any permission. They want to amend or supersede the details of this weekend. They want to amend and supersede with details of this weekend. Oh, okay. On Saturday, the defendant went to Sarasota. When confronted, Mr. Hernandez denied being there. There was proof. Where the fuck is Sarasota? Sarasota. Oh, it's a city in... Wait. But he could travel in Florida, can't he? Ah. On Saturday, he went to Sarasota. Wait, is this video from Sarasota then? Maybe it is, right? I don't know. Or, I thought it was in New York City. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. 2 times in the last 2 weeks, he's tested positive for meth. We got a letter from the doctor, Rebecca Wang in Florida. Do you have it? Judge says, no, I don't have the letter. AUSA says, I'll show to Mr. Lazaro first, which is 6ix9ine's attorney. Judge says, please do. The judge says, now I've read them. The AUSA says, they're backdated to August and September. Received today. They're designed to provide an explanation why I tested positive for meth. Okay. Including Adderall or Digoshin. Okay. So apparently they're saying that 6ix9ine's doctor, right, has sent a letter basically saying she prescribed Adderall to 6ix9ine, and that's why he would test positive for meth. Okay, so calm down, y'all. I think 6ix9ine's on Adderall, okay? Makes sense. All right, Adderall. It's probably Adderall. I don't know what's Digoshin. What is that? Digoshin. It's medication used to manage and treat heart failure. This one's or arrhythmias or abortion. No. He wouldn't be on that. He's on Adderall, right? Like, come on. He's on Adderall. Makes sense. By the way, chat, I've taken Adderall back in college. Wasn't even prescribed. One of my homies gave it to me. And when I took the joint, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Yo, if you in college, or you go to school, I'm not trying to advise you to take this junk. But I swear I learned the whole semester in 2 days. I was ultra focused, gang. And I was taking super hard math classes, 400 level. I read the whole textbook, my nigga. I was doing all type of math, nigga. I was doing all type of shit. Like, yo, come on, derivatives, huh? Anyway. Okay. So look like maybe, he's clearly popping some pills. Even if it's not Adderall or Adderall's mixed into the pills. These days, pills are like, if you're getting it, not from a doctor, it's probably cut with all type of shit, right? All right, so the judge says, are you saying that they're not from Dr. Wang? So they're saying, are you saying that these medications or whatever he's taking is not from Dr. Wang? And the AUSA says, no, they're not from Dr. Wang. Then the AUSA says there's some skepticism about the dating of the letter. And the defendant was unable to provide prescription bottles. So he didn't have any prescription bottles, but that also kind of makes sense if he's finished with the prescription, right? So you couldn't provide any bottles and whatever, which, by the way, I'm going to be honest with you, Dr. Rebecca Wang, yo, your name getting called in federal court, you probably wrote some fake shit. Now they going to be on your ass. Like, yo, come on. Yo, doctors be getting paid like $200,000 and still be writing fake prescriptions. Shout out to the doctors out here, man. You know what I mean? Helping niggas out every day, bro. Okay. By the way, if you go to the young boy situation, yo, we shouldn't even say these entertainers, to be an entertainer, you're dealing with trolls, people want to kill you, everybody in your family and 300 other people asking you for money. You got to show up in a certain mind state. Like, again, I'm not giving no entertainer no excuse, but these niggas on drugs, bro. Like, if I can't even, there's probably like a handful, like maybe 5 or 10 that's not on some type of drug. And what I mean by drug, it could be a wide range of stuff, right? Like, and I'm considering that as, if you ask me, I would say, I guess I'm on drugs because I drink every day, right? That's, you know what I mean? Is it a coping? Who cares? But what I'm saying is that most of these guys, they do more than weed. They're going to be doing some type of pill. They're doing lean. They're doing perks. They're doing Xanax, Adderall, right? Like, you know, some of these guys, they record at 4 a.m. You know what I mean? They got to leave a spot, go to another spot, record for 4 a.m., keep everything off their mind, be creatively clear. They're not going to a doctor to get prescriptions. I mean, look at even young boy on house arrest. All the madness going on around him dealing with a million other things. He has everything going on in the world, and he's getting frustrated because he can't walk out of the house. And my nigga, like, essentially what ends up happening, pretty much starts self-prescribing, right? So it kind of happens, right? All right, so here we go. The defendant was unable to provide prescription bottles, so it was through the black market means. And AUSA says, or it was just a way to try to explain the positive meth test. So the AUSA is saying, no, we don't care how he got them those drugs. The letter just means it's a bullshit letter, but it's a way to explain the test. Judge says, I granted him a compassionate release in light of his COVID sensitivity, but he's still under supervision. Wasn't he in the Dominican Republic arrested but not able to leave? That judge know how to Google. Does that count towards the running of his supervised release? AUSA says, let me check. The judge says while in the Dominican Republic, he was unable to violate U.S. law. So how does his time there count towards his supervised release? I don't get that. So it looked like they brought up some points that he was arrested in Dominican Republic. And by the way, if I'm talking fast, chat, it's because of Starbucks. I'm on some caffeine. Drugs, right? Yeah, so they're trying to bring up, yo, he caught like a DV charge and he was locked up for some time in the Dominican Republic. And the judge is saying, well, that's not the U.S. Like, what's up? And then the AUSA says, I'm told that as long as he's at liberty, which means as long as he's free, not in jail, even if not in the U.S., it counts towards his supervised release. The judge says, I'm told he paid his financial duty. He completed his 160 hours of community service. He has 160 hours of community service left in the next 6 months. There are other significant issues, though. The judge also says there is a physical altercation in Dominican Republic, domestic violence and battery, speeding ticket in Florida for going 198. Y'all got to hit up 6ix9ine. What car you got going 198? Y'all got 3 cars that go over 205, and I'm scared to death I die. You feel me? Yeah, I wouldn't drive. There's no road in America I would drive over 140. Them cars is just for looks, man. Actually, somebody just referred me to a racetrack. I'm going to bring them to a racetrack. I'm not driving on a U.S. road 100 and over 150. Nigga, I don't give a fuck how good them brakes is. Yeah, let me tell you them shits. Nigga, when I bought the, well, actually, for like all them cars, they'd be like, oh, this is like ceramic brakes with this. Like, changing the brakes is like $10,000. Like, I'm not trusting my life with that. Hell nah. Fuck no. If I'm going to be doing 198, I don't need no nigga no little kid trying to wheel his bike across the highway, some crackhead walking into traffic, some deer running onto the highway you got to swerve, or somebody, when you go 198, if somebody going 60, what the fuck, nigga? I'm not weaving through this like Need for Speed. Hell out of here. So for me, I'm not driving that fast, but look like 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine can't even drive. I seen that nigga crash like a couple times. Yeah, all right, 198. Cool. 198 in an unregistered vehicle that was apparently resolved. That's crazy. Yo, in Jersey, if you go 100 more than the speed limit, they usually just arrest you. Like, fuck all that shit. Ain't no ticket for this. You go to jail, nigga. You get what I'm saying? But okay. You know, Florida let it hang. Maybe he got a Cybertruck. 198. Cool. That was apparently resolved, so he apparently fixed it somehow. He said he's going to Russia on October. He said he's going to Russia October 19th. October 19th passed already. Maybe they meant November 19th? Anyway. So we have to decide when, and by the way, they probably bring up the Russia thing because we don't have the best extradition, dealings with, why is call her daddy trending? Let me look at this later. We don't have the best extradition relationship with Russia, and they're trying to sneak it in there like, you never know, you might go there and never come back. Like, come on, like, he's not facing murder. Like, come on. All right. So mentioning he's going to Russia, even though this date got to be wrong. It says, so we have to decide when we have an evidentiary hearing what to do with Mr. Hernandez until then. AUSA says we can move quickly. That's fine. And the judge says, Mr. Lazaro, are we likely looking at a disposition? Lazaro says, I'd like that. There's factors that are weighing in his favor. The judge says you need to confer with him because he has a liberty interest. And shout out to this judge. And by the way, I still think they're compassionate to 6ix9ine because he told, right? Like, he's basically saying, yo, talk to your client. We get it that he wants to be free because he has things that they've said, oh, he's got to make money and he got to go here and go there. Okay, talk to your client. We're trying to get this done as quickly as possible. So what if we reconvene next Thursday at 9 a.m.? What I envision, Mr. Lazaro, is that if there isn't a disposition, we'll have an evidentiary hearing. The AUSA says, can we do November 8th? And the judge said, I can't. But how about the 12th? Now, the judge says that's tough too. Okay? The AUSA said that's tough too. Then the judge says the 12th then. 6ix9ine's lawyer says, no, how about the 7th? Obviously, he wants earlier than later. And then AUSA says, nah, let's do the 12th, which is about like 2 weeks from now. And the judge says, the 12th then. We'll do the 12th. A letter by noon on the 7th, right? Defense by the 8th. And AUSA says, let's orally amend the stipulation. The judge says, no, let's do it in writing. That's better. The judge says, let's address detention or release before November 12th then. The government says, or is it government? And then the Rebold, which is AUSA, says, we believe detention is appropriate. He's not a risk not to return. Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, he is a risk. Never mind. Yo, they always be saying that shit. Why was 6ix9ine going to run for a violation? I forgot what his original sentence was. 6ix9ine sentence supervised release. Let's see, what was he was released in 2020 and put on a supervised release. He was facing over 30, but I forgot what the exact terms of the release is. We could probably find it afterwards. Let's just keep reading. Okay, cool. So they're saying he's a risk to not return, compounded by the conduct this weekend, knowing he had a VSOR proceeding, leaving and being dishonest. So essentially, I think they're saying that 6ix9ine knew he had a hearing, right? He had a hearing about this whole, parole stuff. And they're saying he left to go to Florida real quick and flew back in this morning or whenever. And the AUSA says there is conduct in the Dominican Republic while ordered to remain there to stand trial. Instead, he left through Haiti, then left Haiti back to the United States, and he boasted about this on his own podcast. No, he didn't. Nigga, what? We can look that up after. AUSA says that doesn't bode well for him returning here. The judge says, on that theory, action speak louder than words. AUSA says he's also posed a danger to himself with controlled substances. We ask that he be detained. The judge says, Mr. Lazaro, which is 6ix9ine's lawyer, he says, continue him on release, Your Honor. He went to Las Vegas to perform before 20,000 people. He's trying to survive, Your Honor. The judge says survive. Then his lawyer says financially, I mean. Okay, he thought he texted the probation officer. The judge says he was supposed to get permission 2 weeks in advance. The lawyer then says, well, he has to pay for his own security. He never accepted the government offer of security. Dr. Wong, the probation required him to attend in 2023. He did not backdate them. They are legit. So he's talking about, I guess, these prescriptions. He was prescribed Adderall for a medical condition. The judge says it seems like a fruitful issue to litigate. So he's saying, hey, listen, we're not here to argue, but it seems like something that y'all could argue about later. And 6ix9ine's lawyer then says, he flew from Florida to Newark last night and stayed in a hotel there. So he was an hour late. Damn, that nigga was one. As soon as 9:30 came and that nigga was not in that courtroom, the judge signed the order for his arrest. Feds don't play, bruh. That's why they want to detain him. So he was an hour late. That's what they want. He understands the court gave him a break, let him out. The judge says he got a break, and deservedly so, as a cooperator. But there's a pattern, including the conduct in the DR. It reflects a full spectrum of disregard for the law. 6ix9ine's lawyer says it is not intentional. Then he continues by saying the Dominican Republic is totally corrupt. He was being extorted by the judge. The judge says he's being sued by a former girlfriend in Florida. Everything can't be everyone's fault. Then Zaro says he's different than you or I, Your Honor. He's an entertainer. I do agree with that. Which means, like, you normally don't see people being sued by their exes or whatever, but when you're a person with money and wealth, people want your money, right? Have you seen two people who broke up that were broke as fuck? The girlfriend says, I didn't file any charges to put you in jail, but I'm gonna now go sue you. Yeah, so we do got to think about that. Anyway, not defending him, just being honest, right? Then the judge says he has a duty to turn square corners and not musically riff. Okay, the judge got bars. He has a duty to turn square corners. So basically saying he needs to fucking be a fucking square. 6ix9ine's lawyer says he would return on the 12th, Your Honor. The MDC is not a good place to be. Ooh, don't put my boy in the MDC. Yo, MDC is going to be looking crazy now. Yo, chat, I ain't going to lie. Right now, it's like a celebrity death match up in prison, bro. It got 6ix9ine. 6ix9ine got to catch the first fade with Diddy. I got 6ix9ine on that. I got 100 bands for anybody who want to bet me. 6ix9ine's washing Diddy. You feel what I'm saying? And then we got, this is state. We got, Dirk in there too. Ooh. Oh, well, Dirk's not MDC. But, yeah, Dirk's on his way to Cali. But still, he's in federal jail. Yeah, the 6ix9ine and Dirk showdown. Remember 6ix9ine said he was down for a fight? Federal lockup might be the only way. And then, of course, we got on the state level, we got Pooh Shiesty, we got Young Thug, and we got a couple other people. Damn, all right, man. Okay. He says the MDC is just not a good place to be. The judge says his actions are checking him in. Oh, my God. I don't have confidence he'll show up. The judge then says, I'm going to detain him until the hearing in 2 weeks from now. 6ix9ine's lawyer says, my client would like to address you. I don't have a problem with that. And he says, Mr. Hernandez, anything you could say to me could be held against you. Do you understand? Trust me, 6ix9ine understands. They told him that before, and he told them the niggas, man. And by the way, I'm not playing my boy, because I stand by his decision at all. Okay. Oh, here we go. Say yes. First, I want to apologize for arriving late this morning. I don't live in New York. I live in Florida. I woke up late. I was released on October 2nd, 2020. I've been on probation since. And the judge says, move away from the microphone. I think you understand that. Oh, my God. He said, I think you'd understand that. Oh, my God. Yo, this judge got jokes. He's like, yo, remember when you understand, nigga, tell him. Move away from the mic. Back up a little bit. Come on, okay? I think you would understand that. You spoke a lot up in this court before. Okay, God damn. Yo, this is how the feds and the judge treat you after you tell? Yo, this is crazy. Yo, show my boy some respect, man. God damn it. 6ix9ine says, I know my counsel told me not to speak, but the truth stays the same. I sat with AUSA Rebo many times. You're my judge. I know you're strict. I know how strict you are. My goal is to not be in front of you ever. You're a smart person. I can't lie to you. I'm not a bad person. I apologize. I'm coming down to my last 6 months of probation. In the last 6 months, why would I mess up now? My case was transferred to Florida a couple months ago. Their system is different. More strict. The thing about September 7th, and the judge says, I advise you not to talk about that. Why? Because that's going to be a part of an evidentiary hearing. So September 7th is one of the days they claim he violated. Oh, well, I guess he says, I tested positive for marijuana. He says, you were told to get permission 2 weeks in advance. And I guess that's not for the marijuana thing. Oh, never mind. Oh, the system is different. So I advise you not to talk about it. I performed at the T-Mobile Arena. I thought I had permission. I posted it. I didn't get a text back. I'm human. I have that system. I tested positive for marijuana. The judge says, you were told to get permission 2 weeks in advance. He says, my problem with the Southern District of New York, Manhattan, was, my system with Southern District of New York, Manhattan was different. I'm owning up to it. I performed in front of 20,000 people, so I know I'm technically wrong. Yeah, this is a ballsy move. 6ix9ine is speaking to the judge and basically on the record admitting to everything that they're supposed to argue about 2 weeks from now. But he's doing it to come off sincere, hoping that the judge doesn't lock him up. This is a ballsy move, chat. It says, my life for the last 4 years has been bad. Ooh, nice sob story. Yo, let me tell you this, man. 6ix9ine could talk a tear out your eye. My boy. That's what I'm talking about. Corners. Get it. My life for the last 4 years has been bad, bro. Can't call the judge bro, okay? Can't call him bro. I've been jumped at the gym for cooperating. I have this for life. I'm human, bro. The judge says, anything further? Yes. Freedom is everything to me. 6ix9ine says, Adderall has meth in it. It's just a mistake. The judge says you didn't show up for your drug testing. I'm not requiring you to answer that. August 27th, I was tested positive. So every Wednesday a drug test, you take a piss test. I said, that's a lie. When my hair test came back okay, I thought it was a win. No more testing. Judge saying, is your testimony? By the way, you know, this would be a testimony that 6ix9ine would have later because they go through a mini trial for this whole, probation thing. 6ix9ine is giving it all up right now. Ballsy move, but you can't be that mad. Okay, hold on. All right, so he says, it says, well, my hair test, it says your testimony is that you had the right. He says, yes, I thought I had the right. It was just a misunderstanding, I thought. And the judge says, I'll be interested in that in November 12th. Basically saying that, yo, 6, you just did that for no reason. And also now your statements is on the record. Because, if his statement's not on the record, his lawyer could play it 2 ways. Hey, the test was bad. Or, hey, they mixed up the results. Hey, let's look at the packaging of how they delivered it. Hey, so him saying this on the record shows intentionally, maybe not intentionally testing positive, but knowing about these results, continuing forward, and still doing other things that was seemingly going against the probation violation. Here we go. Judge says, I'll be interested in hearing more about it on November 12th. I cannot resolve it now. Another court directed you not to leave the country. You left. You can call that court corrupt and that country corrupt, but you left. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Holy. And the judge says adjourned. There's a bit more. The judge says, I trust that the prosecutors will take into account issues raised by his cooperations. And AUSA says we will. The judge says the court stands ready to assist. Now we're adjourned. So he's going to be put into the GEO cooperators jail. And not into, what the fuck is GEO cooperators jail? Oh, yeah, that's a special prison, huh? You can't even find this shit. You can't even find this goddamn jail, bro. GEO. Going to GEO. What the fuck is GEO? Anyway, all right. Fuck. It took my boy into custody. That's not cool. Oh my God. All right. So he's here, so he's gonna be locked up for 2 weeks. Damn. It just shows you, even if you cooperated and now you're on supervised release, man, you got to take this pretty serious. It kind of goes back into what we were saying about the Young Thug situation. Taking 15 years of probation is going to be tough for anybody, especially when you're an artist moving around. There's a million phones around you. There's a million, like, you know, a lot of these guys, especially when you're not famous, like, for example, 6ix9ine going to wherever, maybe wouldn't be known that, you know, he went out of the country, right? Hold on. Hold on, my man Duty Low hit me. Oh, yeah, all right, cool. All right, yeah, Duty Low just hit me. All right, cool. Yeah, so, you know, you can't hide when you're 6ix9ine. You know, people are gonna notice you moving around. Shit, I seen someone even tweeted. They said, "Yo, I was on the same JetBlue flight with the nigga last night." So it looked like somebody was basically claimed that they flew in from Florida with him on the plane. They know whatever. So kind of sad and unfortunate. They're gonna put the order in for him to be detained. I do believe he's gonna get out on the 12th, right? But that sucks. Like, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure he has a bunch of other stuff doing, appearances. You know, again, you know, no matter how much money you have as an entertainer, you get to realize that legal bills pile up, other just expenses. I definitely don't want to say when you're in the position of, say, like a Dirk or a 6ix9ine, like they become slaves, but they do become slaves to the lifestyle in a sense, right? Where, like, you think of these guys as just super rich, but essentially they got to keep working, right? Once they now live a lifestyle, and once they're now wherever they're at, they got to keep working. For 6ix9ine, for the next 2 weeks, he's probably missing out on whatever. And then for Dirk, he's missing out on a shit ton of things. Album was supposed to come out. Don't know if the album's still going to come out. It's supposed to come out 11/22. Don't know if it's going to come out. He has other obligations. All that shit is just killed for right now. And I know that happens to people who aren't as popular as well. But for their operation to go to continue, that matters. Now, think about like someone like even Young Thug. You know, shit, we're gonna talk about Tory Lanez. I think it's on my list. Tory Lanez a little bit later. Tory Lanez had this one lawyer. He claimed he paid like $400,000 to. I don't even think she was representing for like a whole year, right? So if you think about how much money these guys are just dumping into legal costs and all these other things, somehow they got to make the money back and keep up a lifestyle and support 300 people that depend on them. And yeah, it's a lot. So hopefully, I do think he'll be let out. I think this was to teach him a lesson, honestly. Yeah, I think he'll be let out, but that hearing is going to be very important, right? I don't think they're going to violate him, honestly, whether it goes left, right, or center. I think they saw a pattern of 6ix9ine kind of, it was about 6 months left on his probation, and he was starting to thinking he's already home free. And I think they probably gave him a longer leash, pause, because he did cooperate. And they probably just realized, like, yo, this dude think he's the shit. Okay, let's give you 2 weeks. Let's give you 2 more weeks of lockup. And I think really that's how the government and really how just like even the state deals with a lot of people, especially people of entertainers. They realize the only thing you respect, because every time you show up to court, all these guys, you remember Meek Mill notoriously when his like probation cases, even though that judge happened to be someone who they claim was corrupt. But they realize that all these guys come to court, even though when they're free, fuck the judge, they're rapping about doing this. They're like, yo, we on the block right now with choppers, like they're acting like complete hooligans, right? And I'm talking about in a crime sense. But when they get to court, they denounce being a gangster, say I'm a good boy, whatever. And I think that the court realizes the only thing that make y'all learn, look how Krishan Rock came out after jail. We ain't never seen Krishan Rock this clean cut ever. It only took 3 months of jail for her. So I think they're looking at it for 6ix9ine. He's been starting to wild out a little bit more. He probably thinking, yo, nigga, yeah, I caught a charge, but it's in the DR. It's not in the U.S. All right, sit down for 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, you know, I think there are going to be some mitigating factors here. They're going to realize that he has 6 months left on probation, and I think they're going to give him a break. But I think this is probably the punitive thing. Go sit down for 2 weeks, my nigga, because you're wilding. Like you thinking we don't have control over you. So go sit down for 2 weeks, and then I think they're going to let him out afterwards. But they're going to still go through the hearing thing. And probably, if you ask me, this is me just anticipating, they're going to tighten up on his restrictions, right? So they're going to put it where he is heavily restricted even more. And we'll see how he deals with that for the last 6 months. So that's the 6ix9ine situation. But he is currently getting locked up. He won't be in MDC from everything I know. MDC Brooklyn is
Inner City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, we just live tweeted the detention hearing of Daniel Hernandez, a.k.a. Tekashi 6ix9ine, rapper, cooperator, previously gang member. He's been on supervised release.
Nah, my boy's still gang. Stop playing with him. He's still gang member, bro. If Woody's still gang member, 6ix9ine's still gang member. Stop playing.
9, rapper, cooperator, previously gang member. He's been on supervised release. He's actually been down in Florida, but he, according to the judge and to probation, he's been violating his supervised release. Not only did he go to Las Vegas without permission, where he said, hey, he spoke for himself. He said, hey, I performed before 20,000 people. I texted them before I left. But seemingly dispositively, he was in the Dominican Republic in detention and then freed but not allowed to leave the country for some kind of a violent incident, according to them. He says he was extorted by the judge. That's what his lawyer, Lance Lazaro, said as well. Judge Engelmeyer, after a lengthy proceeding in which Tekashi 6ix9ine spoke for himself and said, yay, bro, I'm doing my best. My life is ruined. I got beat up in the gym as a cooperator. After that, Judge Engelmeyer has ordered him detained. They mentioned the MDC, but they might try to put him in a private prison for cooperators like he was last time, Geo in Queens. And the next hearing is on November 12th, in which he'll either plead guilty to the specifications and be sentenced, and maybe the judge he said he'll take into account all this mitigation and sentencing, or he'll dispute them and there'll be an evidentiary hearing on how he left the Dominican Republic, why he tested positive for meth. He said that's Adderall. There's a lot of things going on. You can find the thread. But for now, Inner City Press. We'll cover that alongside Diddy, Eric Adams, and, of course, the election. To be continued, Inner City Press.
Okay. There we go. There we go. All right. Interesting. Yeah, I could see there be that conversation of, you know, and I think the judge said it, hey, you remember you cooperated, right? I don't think they're going to put him in MDC. I think they're going to put him in that private prison because, again, I'm pretty sure 9 Trey, who couldn't probably get a hold of him in the free world, him just living some random place in Florida, if he's now in MDC, and all of them, by the way, keep in mind, all of them 9 Trey niggas, they all went through MDC. They have cousins, friends, relatives that are probably in MDC. This would be the best time for them to ever do something to 6ix9ine, right? Because they have him confined to one place, no security, no nothing. I'm pretty sure the AUSA and the jail staff, they would be like, it's just not safe for him. So, yeah. Unless they're going to do some Diddy stuff, right? Which is like, yo, let's put him on 23-1 special wings, supervised, you know, just being supervised throughout the whole day. But even then, like, why take that chance? It will make the government look like shit, right? Like, the government has a huge incentive. I mean, same with Diddy. They have a huge incentive to make sure nothing happens to Diddy. But I would say even more than Diddy, they have a huge incentive making sure nothing happens to 6ix9ine. Because if you're hearing that the government uses you to snitch, then locks you up, and then you get stabbed up, it's like, why the fuck did you snitch? You know what I mean? They want to encourage that, hey, listen, we could make sure we could protect you. And again, obviously 6ix9ine getting jumped. 6ix9ine turned down federal protection afterwards, right? So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'll let you know if I speak to him. I'm pretty sure I will. But got arrested. Tough, but it is what it is. Okay. Couple other things. Let me see what else we're going to get into today. So, once again, the YSL case, new update essentially what happened with this guy right here, Quamarius Nichols. His name is Qua. He sat through all 150 days of the trial so far, but he took a plea deal today. The plea deal was important for him because his murder charges dropped. He pleads guilty to RICO. The judge sentenced him to what was negotiated by. So the judge basically just agreed with what the prosecutor negotiated with his lawyers. So this lawyer here negotiated this deal in Fonnie Willis's office. And apparently Fonnie Willis had given an offer for a deal to all of them. And then these guys came back with a counter offer like yesterday or the day before, yesterday actually. And they supposedly thought about the offer and came to some medium or whatever. And today this guy came out to say, we're going to take this. And it was a 20-year sentence, 13 to be spent on probation, 7 to be spent in state prison. He's already done 2.5, which would leave 4.5 left. 4.5 based on the 7-year prison sentence imposed would mean he would have to do about like 5 of it. Basically, if he did 2.5 already, he probably got to do 2.5 more, right? Or probably 2 years, right? So again, he should be fine. And I think, it's a very good result for him. His lawyer made sure while accepting the plea, there was no gunna shit that happened, which means they categorically put on record and denied his knowledge of anybody else that's on trial currently, them doing any crime. And they said only thing he knew about is that he did crime. They had a whole little back and forth at first because that's kind of oxymoronic. The nature of a RICO charge is that you did crime with a whole bunch of other individuals under the umbrella of some type of gang or criminal organization that had all of these acts in furtherance of that gang or organization. So if you're saying you did everything by your dolly, why the hell are you pleading guilty to a crime for groups of individuals? And that's where they kind of talked about. I'll play a little bit of that, and then we got to get to some Dirk stuff. We have some couple more Diddy lawsuits that popped up yesterday. If you guys did go on the Academy.blog, there is the paperwork for the Diddy. There's 3 more Diddy lawsuits that popped up. You'll be able to see those. But anyway, let's listen to a little bit of this, and then we're gonna get to. Let me see. Actually, I do have a shit ton of topics. Give me 1 second. Let me just tell you what I got in store. Y'all be able to pick the order of what I do first, because I also don't want to little Dirk y'all to death. Okay. So, okay. Yeah, we do have a bunch of stuff on Dirk. His father, his baby mama showing up to court. We had that first appearance. Reporters were outside. No one actually made a comment. I do want to play you one of Chicago Scene's videos. Shout out to my boy Chicago Scene. We do have, once we get off of that, Asian Doll and Lil Tim, they got into a back and forth. That was interesting. Lil Tim, if you don't know, the killer of King Von, dropped a documentary. Asian Doll got into it with him. Remind me, and I'm going to say this for like around the end of the stream. I got to make sure I'm drunk, because for these type of topics, I like being drunk and just straight jokes. It's not about, I need to be sober to give y'all good information that's valid. But when we get to about the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12th hour, it's time for jokes. But Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen, shorty got pregnant right after she left Tom Brady, or Tom Brady left her by the jiu-jitsu teacher. These jokes write themselves, man. We gonna get to it. What else? Tory Lanez versus Sean Hawley. That was his former attorney. Also, Rock Nation. We got to talk about Rock Nation for a little bit. We got a whole little Rock Nation segment here. Rock Nation's attorney, Alex Spiro, is now threatening lawsuits on bloggers who are covering and commented on issues dealing with Meg Thee Stallion and questioning the validity of Tory Lanez being incarcerated. They're actually threatening lawsuits claiming that misinformation is being put out there. And that's very ironic, because there's an angle there that they're playing. The only reason they're doing it is because Meg Thee Stallion, who, again, if people are saying these reported rumors correctly, Meg apparently was never going to go forth and assist the DA and to press charges against Tory. But allegedly, there were some people that told Meg, that worked for Rock Nation, that told Meg, yo, Meg, hey, you remember what happened to Rihanna? You could be the next victim of the decade. They're going to love you. Just sink that nigga. Fuck him. Right? To say he did it. Meg goes ahead and does it. Yes, we get it. Tory goes to jail. But Meg has never been more hated than now. Like, Meg just dropped a project. And, you know, some people might think it's a paid campaign behind it. No, it's not. Like, people just like watching Meg fail now. Like, the press around that situation has really turned bad for Meg. Like, people celebrate her failures and downfalls. And Rock Nation, who allegedly was behind even encouraging or assisting her. By the way, Desiree Perez sat in court in a couple of those hearings when Tory was on trial. And when asked to, you know, defend or substantiate some of the things with Meg about the trial, Alex Spiro, Rock Nation's lawyer, spoke up. So Rock Nation seemingly, they're realizing that all the shit came back around on Meg. Yes, Tory's locked up, we get it. But it hurt Meg's career as opposed to help it. And now they're at the point saying, we finna sue you niggas, okay? Whoever y'all are, y'all bloggers, and maybe we get into that now, right? Because I just did a nice little intro. Let's get into that now. So here's the funny thing. Let me see if I can get to it. I was gonna play a little bit of this. Maybe we'll play it afterwards. So where do we go? Meg Thee Stallion's lawyer, Alex Spiro, says on Monday he plans to take action against bloggers who continue to spread false information. Okay? Now, this is a very interesting thing. And this is a lawyer, if you ask me, using legalese to threaten people, because in this country, we have something called freedom of press, right? And whether you like something or not, the press, the media is allowed to operate in a way that is not under coercion, force, threat, or anything else. It's the reason why even technically and infamously, when federal authorities have, you know, tried to squeeze or twist the arms of people in the press to say, hey, you have a source that told you blah, 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 they're going to be key to our investigation. Tell us who the source is. The media could tell them, fuck off. No, we have a right defended by the Constitution of freedom of press. You can't extort or force us to tell you our source. A lot of media operates, and by the way, you know, obviously they didn't, remember when they were trying to say in court how Akademiks got the discovery? First of all, the judge there is a California judge. They had no jurisdiction to subpoena me to that court because I don't live under the jurisdiction of California. But even if they did, and even when they try to do a deposition for me and Drake under the X case, yeah, you could. First of all, the judge has never granted it. But even if it did, you'd have to then come to a New York or New Jersey judge that I live in their jurisdiction, and they would have to grant it. So it was a whole process anyway. Even if that was done, I would have shown up in both situations with an attorney. And these type of tactics work against these bloggers who make 50 cents and lie, okay? So these people who are non-successful, but I don't care, you got blonde hair, blue eyes, whatever suit you wear, the threats are kind of like hollow in a bit, right? Unless somebody's doing some crazy shit, right? Now, obviously, defamation is a thing, even though, to be honest, Meg Thee Stallion being a music entertainer, play this. You know how many people call me a fat piece of shit that I want to sue? Right? There's just certain things, opinions about me I can't really. If I say Meg's a lying ass hoe, there's nothing she could do. It's just you can't. Again, there's no defamation law that actually protects someone who's a public figure and someone else commented on a public figure, their opinion about said public figure. Now, there is the defamation under certain things where you're intentionally and putting out to the world that this person is doing something either categorically false that could damage their career, rather than just giving an opinion piece. So anyway, I say that to say, in either or case, right, if they had subpoenaed me to the Tory case and said, hey, how did you get, or which, by the way, nobody knows I got nothing, right? How you see the discovery? I have no problem paying an attorney. Hey, tell these motherfuckers I got a right to not give up my sources. Y'all go figure it out. You figure out how I got it. Right? And that's actually constitutionally protected, but also they can't threaten me with arrest or nothing like that to like force me to like, oh no, tell us. No, motherfucker. So anyway, I say that to say, and by the way, I don't, for anybody who cares, I don't think this has anything to do with me. And I think there's a segment of media personalities and bloggers, so to speak, that have heavily focused on the Tory and Meg case and continue to afterwards. Like, we covered this case. Again, we like Tory. We hope he gets out. We actually still doubt the veracity of exactly what the prosecutor said happened here. But we're not going every day trying to like, oh my God, fuck this or whatever. We don't give a fuck like that. Okay. Now, I think that's what he's targeted, right? But if it did involve me, that's my statement, right? So let's get to supposedly what was said. It says Spiro said on Monday he plans to take actions. And by the way, we've heard this about from Meg Thee Stallion a long time ago about planning to take action against suing media personality. Which this is another thing I'll say. And I don't want to name any of these people who I think this is targeted at. Again, I don't think it's me, but who cares? I don't want to put their name in this rant because I don't want to also like just throw the alley-oop like people look at them. No, I don't know if they're noticed enough or not noticed enough. I don't want to put them in the crosshairs, even though I think most of these people some of them I'm actually even pretty cool with. But it says Megan said before she was going to start suing people. We ain't seen the lawsuits yet. Now, I think Meg has to realize you're playing a very interesting game. The reason why Meg's career is in the dumps right now, you need the media. You can't shit on the media. And even if the media don't believe you about this thing or they're not going to give you this little damsel in distress, queen for a day, like, tiara that you could wear as some princess, you can't force people to like you. Right? When you start to threaten lawsuits against the media, all it does, because these days it's not even corporations. These are like humans. They're going to go extra hard at you. They're going to now highlight every one of your failures. They're going to just make you look even more dumb. And I think that's why she hasn't filed a lawsuit. And by the way, I'll give an advice to Rock Nation, a bunch of nimwits over there. Y'all need to repair Meg Thee Stallion, great rapper, right? She should have been the incumbent for Nicki, except, well, Nicki has shitted on her. I don't know. I don't know how do we get to the point where Meg isn't seen as this polarizing figure in music? Let me tell you how it works, Rock Nation. You see, unlike media, for example, I'm a super polarizing figure. Like, they post me in the shade room, and if it's 20,000 comments, 10,000 hate me. Or actually, 18,000 hate me. It's all good. But here's the thing. I make money off niggas who like me and hate me. It don't even matter. The thing with music artists is that most of the products that y'all are pushing require people to like you. Likability needs to be up. So when Meg has this, like, really divisive atmosphere in how people think about her, creating more people that don't like her don't work. And the media is always going to be a conduit to kind of put you in a light of how they like you or not. So threatening to sue these people don't help Meg. So for the people over at Rock Nation, y'all need to work on her. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to give y'all a free game. I should invoice y'all for that, but the last time I invoiced you was for some Meek shit. Thanks, Meek. What I will say is what y'all need to do, and by the way, that's when Dream Chasers was over there. I was, texting everybody. Come on. What y'all do need to do is this. This is how I view Meg. And everybody at Rock Nation, when I play this video in your little stupid ass boardroom, I'm just giving you a free game, okay? Meg Thee Stallion, great rapper, has the image, has the look. But she's just hated. Y'all have to start to do things to identify, and again, you could do it without having her roll back this victim thing. I get it. You want to roll it out as, I got shot, cool. You got it. But you got to get the dudes. Like, men don't fuck with Meg. They're all kind of feeling like, oh, this is one of them cases where a bitch lied on a nigga. And whether she lied or not, that's the thought. So how do you roll that thought back? You have to get, it's like, think about like politics, right? Like, you know, shit, Trump was weak with black people for a while. You know what Trump started doing? Fuck it, I'm at the bodegas. And again, I'm not saying pander, but I gotta do some shit that gets Meg a little bit less hated. And by the way, Meg's hated by some women too, because they feel like, you know, for whatever reason, you know, at least good for Tory. Tory was like an R&B dude, so like he had a good amount of female fans. They just feel like she's capping. They feel like she's capping based on her reaction, how she acts and moves in the aftermath of it. They're like, nah, this chick is lying. That's what y'all got to target and fix. Suing a couple bloggers, what you gonna do? Try to silence them? Half of them don't have money to go back and forth to court with you. Like, Spiro, you're defending Eric Adams, for God's sakes. What you gonna do? Sue a blogger that makes like $100,000 a year? What are you gonna get out of that? You can't put nobody in jail, so cut that out. So what you gonna do? Sue them to shut them up? Well, that just sounds, that's even more shitty. And just generally how the media works, when you start attacking even the smallest voices to censor them, the loudest voices, like mine, start speaking up. So again, it just doesn't make any sense of like this whole thing where you have Rock Nation's lawyer coming out, if y'all don't stop making Meg look crazy, I'm gonna sue. You're not gonna get no money, and now we really don't like you. Now we really don't like you. You're trying to sue bloggers, nigga? Get out of here. Rock Nation, we don't give a fuck about y'all. So that's the point, and that's where we get to. Now, it said, Spiro said he plans to take action against bloggers who continue to spread false information. That's another thing we got to think about. Well, I'm wondering what that action looks like, right? Because here's also the thing, right? We're going to get into the Tory case a bit too. Tory Lanez, and by the way, let me speak about what's necessarily where that came from, right? Once again, if you guys, you know, want to, the academy.blog, go to the academy.blog. When you get there, you will see some of the paper. This is the same paperwork I'll be reading on here. I'm uploading all of them here. Their court cases, filings, all that type of stuff, body cam stuff. You'll be able to see it raw and uncut, not by me scrolling them, but you could go look at them. So if you read it with your two eyes and use your brain and you say, no, you lying, nigga. That's not what happened. I read it. I got this different definition, or this different. That's what we want to have, an open source. You know, the one thing I love about media, and I think like, forget even Complex, but all right, fine. They call me number one. You know what that was a signal of to all of these companies? Media is no more gated of these big corporations. It's open source. Everything I'm getting, it don't matter what source y'all have. You know, some of these people, they be like, oh, well, you know, they used to get me with, well, I can't be in a room with these guys. Jay-Z will never talk to him. I don't give a fuck if Jay-Z talks to me, right? It's now open source. If you're in North Dakota, if you're in Idaho, if you're in Mexico, you could be in Guatemala or India. If you want to be a part of hip-hop media, and again, not all parts of hip-hop media means that you're giving your opinion. Maybe you just want to be the person who's just, you know, kind of curating things about a case and putting out facts and kind of doing a little bit digging into the court documents. You could do it, right? It's open source at this point, right? So let me tell you what Rock Nation is mad at, right? And by the way, this is up on the site, so anybody can have it. This is Tory Lane, aka Daystar Peterson, his full appeal, right? This is his writ of habeas corpus, and I'm gonna tell you why, or partially why, I believe that this Mark Spiro nigga is like bent out of shape. Check this out. Right here. So everybody's running with this as a headline. And again, we don't even know if this is true, but just like in reporting, we're going off what he said, she said. Meg said he shot her. He said he didn't. Now, again, we're not the cops. We don't have access to the evidence. So we're going off what's said in court. That's at least, now we could say it's different than a source because it's in paperwork. According to Tory's team, it says the petitioner, which is Tory, asserts that his First Amendment right to seek redress for his grievance has been impaired by these actions, okay? And we're going to get to some other stuff, but hold on. Without this exculpatory evidence, the petitioner, Tory, can't file a claim for innocence. So that's what's the new thing that we're saying. And Megan Cutter, I'm not here to diss you because I do think you do some good work. Even though you're biased, you have a side to this. You are on the side of Rock Nation and Megan, I get it, because it made you popular. You were basically a beat reporter or wherever you came from, and now you have a site that, you know, is making you money, and you're now the white woman hip-hop reporter. I think you've been on Vlad a couple times. This is how you got popular. Also, you even sold merch. Meg the Stallion trial, you got popping, and your name is Megan. And you sold even merch off of that. I get it. You're biased. It's cool. I like Tory. I know Tory. Maybe I'm biased too. But it doesn't mean that we can't just be honest with there's two sides to a lot of this stuff, right? So, for example, the headlines that everybody's going with came from this document right here, right? So petitioner cannot file the claims of innocence as he's unable to conduct further testing since the firearm and the bullet fragments are missing. So, by the way, this appeal is done under threat of perjury. So Tory's lawyer and Tory himself are saying in a court document, which is an appeal, saying, yo, we don't have access to the gun or the fragments that were instrumental in the case. That's a good headline. So you know what every independent media personality did, or every independent media outlet did? They looked at it and they said, yo, that's a great headline. They ran that. Now, do we know it's true? No, but he's saying it, and his whole shit could get dismissed if he's lying. Knowingly lying, whole shit's dismissed. Oh, no appeal, stay in jail, nigga. Right? That's a good headline. Now, of course, when that headline goes out, it creates, and this is why I think Rock Nation's responding, it creates a cycle of people saying, there you go. There you go. This is a cover-up. Yo, y'all can't find a gun no more? Y'all can't find the bullet fragments? That sounds like some cover-up to me. Right? What does that do? It trickles down to people saying that damn lying-ass chick Meg. What then that does? She dropped a deluxe to her album. The album did atrocious. Now, granted, it wasn't a new album, it was a deluxe. Okay? But if you guys look, let me go show you. Meg's new album, let's see if we can find it. Meg's new album dropped. Hold on. Where is it? Meg's new album dropped. Hold on. Am I going past it? Yeah, and apparently none of the songs were charting, and apparently it did really low sales. And Meg herself posted on her story or somewhere. She says, make sure y'all re-download the album if it's not playing for you. It says, I appreciate you hotties for continuing to support me through all these weird glitches. So now, Meg, think about it. When a Rock Nation artist is now using the excuse of the system is playing me, come on, y'all are the system damn near. Come on. They're not supporting you, shorty. That's it. I appreciate you hotties are continuing to support me through all the weird glitches these music platforms have been having. Stay positive, and most importantly, enjoy the music. Meg Act 2 is out now. Okay? Now, the trickle-down effect is that everybody, after seeing that maybe the bullet and the gun is missing, they're laughing at Meg. They're saying, this is why you're failing. That's why you're flopping. Meg's probably complaining to Rock Nation, and now you have Rock Nation's lawyer out here saying, we finna sue. What you about to sue? To try to shut people up? Like, what type of lawsuits are we talking about? Right? So anyway, let's continue. It says, as he questioned, and then he questioned why a nonprofit legal service such as Unite the People is working on Tory Lanez case. Now, let's think about that in its totality. Alex Spiro, someone who's defending Eric Adams in now a indictment, in a literal federal indictment, right? Is it federal indictment or is it state? It's an indictment regardless. You're defending him in a criminal proceeding. You're the guy who worked for Rock Nation, defending whoever they put you to defend. You end up defending even 21 Savage on his immigration thing. So you're now questioning why a nonprofit legal service is trying to help Tory? I thought you didn't have a horse in the race. Oh, but you do have a horse in the race. The person lying in your pocket is Rock Nation, and their artist is Meg the Stallion. So now you don't even like the fact. And by the way, Spiro is a defense attorney that we've seen. He's a defense attorney. He doesn't like that someone else is trying to help defend someone else? Huh? So clearly this is where you see a political agenda almost being formed, right? Then here's the statement. There's a lot of people in jail that need help who tell the truth and who are innocent and deserve to be freed. I rather they spend their time on that than nonsense like this. So essentially they're saying to the nonprofit, go help other people. Fuck Tory. That's kind of odd. I didn't know an attorney of your caliber working for the governor right now, or not governor, mayor, Eric Adams. You have an opinion about what nonprofit legal groups should be defending. That's kind of odd. That's odd. But okay. So that happened, and yeah. Let's get into a little bit more about this whole thing, right? So this is the appeal. You guys can go look at it. It's available on the academy.blog. Not going to read the whole thing. It's long. They basically just show ways that Tory Lanez believe that his rights and freedoms have been, been inflicted upon, which, he's seeking relief, hoping that he could either get out of jail temporarily or eventually for the case, or not the case, the verdict to be overturned. And, they have a lot of things. It was like, hey, he was convicted, blah, blah, blah. And then they're saying that, let's see some more stuff. The driver of the bodyguard. Okay, so they're putting some facts. Let's just get to the court stuff. We know all the facts already. Overall, the evidence. Okay, here's this. To note, forensic testing did not resolve the question who was a shooter. Both Harris and Tory had gunshot residue on their hands. Inexplicably, considering that GSR results and the wildly conflicting testimonial versions of the events, the only DNA sample collected for analysis in comparison to the firearm and magazine was a sample belonging to the petitioner. What does that mean? They're saying, we believe that this was unfair from the get-go. The prosecutors knew that people were going to suggest that Kelsey was a shooter as well. Yet, and by the way, even though Sean Kelly showed up in court and pretty much said Tory did it, his previous statement, that's why Tory thought it was his witness, his previous statement said, yeah, I saw them fighting for like the gun, but I seen a woman do it. Right? He basically said he seen the woman do it. So they're saying, why didn't the prosecutor test the woman? Why you didn't test the woman? Why you only testing the man? Oh, you didn't test the woman because you already made up in your mind that the man did it. Oh, so that's what this paragraph basically means. The test results ruled the petitioner out as a contributor to the DNA recovered and were inconclusive as to the gun. Remember that word, inconclusive? Yeah. Overall, the evidence presented in the underlying trial was conflicting, and since that time, new evidence has come to light that continues to favor the petitioner Peterson's innocence. Therefore, in the interest of justice, petitioner humbly prays such statements will be considered by the Court of Appeals to strive to clear himself of said charges, which he's not responsible. Okay. Now, some of the other stuff clearly is, other analysts have tested or done another, evaluated that result of the DNA and said, well, really it's not inconclusive. It appears that Tory couldn't have been, that DNA found there couldn't have been Tory based on blah, blah, blah reason. And then, of course, they're saying, well, the driver also wants to testify. He's going to clear Tory name too because he submitted a declaration. What else? Okay. So now, and then it says, hey, he can't redress his grievance and fully investigate his claims because unavailable evidence. Okay. So let's see what that is. Let's see what about the missing gun. Now, that's what Tory's saying. Okay, this is talking legal shit. Legal. Where's about the gun? Okay. All right. Okay. At trial, the people presented the evidence to Mr. Peterson's DNA was not found in the magazine, right? They said the Mr. Peters' DNA was not found on the magazine and was not definitively present on the weapon itself. However, Mr. Zepeda, the state's criminalist, testified that based on the interpretation of the testing, he couldn't exclude Tory's DNA. That's why it was inconclusive. Basically meaning we can't say it's him, but I don't know if we can say it's not, right? And, you know, the simple question of, is his DNA on the gun or not? They can't answer it because it's not there in full, and it's weird. You can't say yes and then you can't say no. So anyway, so that's why it's inconclusive words matter, right? He also acknowledged that the investigators did not present him with a DNA reference sample from Mrs. Kelly Harris to compare, right? And by the way, this is a very popular defense strategy. So let me give you an easy case, Young Dolph's case, right? Young Dolph's case, they didn't even have a defense, honestly. Like, there was no defense. But in many cases, the regular defense is this. It ain't me. Simply put, it ain't me. Okay? I don't know who it is, but it ain't me. In Tory's case, there's another popular way of how sometimes a defense attorney will do. Now, at times that can be seen as snitching depending on how hard you go. Because essentially what you're going to do, you're going to fuck up the state's case. Remember, the state got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did it. All you got to tell them, and by the way, that's kind of what the whole Rondo number 9 C-Day thing is. On appeal, Rondo number 9's lawyer is saying, well, couldn't have that been C-Day? Right? Basically almost saying, everything you said was me could have been somebody else. Like, I'm using the defense of saying the evidence points to someone else, probably even more than me, so why am I charged? And that means that you can't convict me because the evidence is pointing to someone else. So that's what that's part of Tory's whole thing to say, well, they ain't really test the chick. People are saying it was a chick, or not. The people like, well, some people that was Sean Kelly at first, but also the DNA and gunshot residue could have been the chick. Why they didn't test her? So essentially, so the DNA from 4 samples recovered from the gun. So it was 4 samples of DNA. He also acknowledged that the investigators did not present him with a DNA reference sample from Miss Harris. So he couldn't say, oh no, Kelsey's DNA is on the gun. Okay. During the motion for new trial, the defense counsel submitted a declaration, right, from the DNA expert, Richard Eichelboom, who stated the DNA profile from the sample of the gun is not reliable. It exhibits a disbalance from the left to the right peak in heights, and then there are DNA peaks, alleles, way above the 3,000 RFU on the shorter loci. That this increases the chance on the artifacts like stutter and pull-up, which were observed by blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not trying to bore you with this. Essentially what they're saying it shouldn't have been interpreted as inconclusive. It should have been, so here we go. Hold on. When the number of donors estimated is too high, it will more easily lead to an inclusion. Or to a not excluded conclusion. This declaration established that LA County Crime Lab used improper procedures and incorrect analyses when determining whether Mr. Peterson DNA could be excluded from the samples recovered from the body. Oh no, from the body of the firearm. So essentially they're saying that, it should have been analyzed as Tory's DNA is not on the gun, right? Rather than, it could be, but we don't know, right? And that's one of the things. We don't have to keep going into this. It's a long-ass thing. Y'all could read it at your leisure if you wanted to. I just want to get to some more of the juicier stuff that has come out, right? So, that wasn't it all. Now, let's go to TMZ. So, what ended up happening is that not only did Tory file this writ of habeas corpus that's based on a couple things, missing evidence. He's basically saying we got a new witness that wants to testify. By the way, again, the prosecutor, right, or the state attorney general has until, I believe it's November 14th or 27th or something like that. So it's like a month, damn near. They have time to respond. Like, they're going to have a time to respond to all of this, right? Essentially, it's kind of interesting to see like Meg's like lawyer trying to jump in the middle of an appeal process, but they're playing a PR game. Anything that looks good on Tory continue to hurt Meg, right? Okay, cool. So the next thing that was filed, which also includes Rock Nation, is what the fuck is this? Diddy's sons are about to get into it with Ray J. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, I can't see this. Oh, my God. Hilarious. Yo, I've been said it, man. Diddy's son got to sit down, man. Diddy's sons are tweaking, bro. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let's get a TMZ. Let's bring this over here. And then Tory. Let's, oh, my God. Block, motherfucker. I don't want to see notifications. Here we go. Sorry, chat. Okay, so this is the last thing, and then we could get off of this Tory stuff. All right. All right, my computer's acting a little slow. What's going to happen? Okay. So, Tory essentially... Okay, my computer's acting really fucking slow. This is a damn ad block. I got to take this ad blocker off because y'all bullied me into getting YouTube Premium. All right, cool. So, great. Here we go. So, Tory's first lawyer was this woman right here. Her name is Sean Holly. You might know her. Again, my computer's moving really slow. You might know her from the OJ case. She was on what there was now dubbed the dream team of attorneys because people believe having the acquittal of OJ, some of the best lawyers in the game were on, right? And we all know that was led by Johnny Cochran. But look, Johnny Cochran, dream team. Let's just look that up. Yeah, the dream team. The dream team refers to the team of lawyers that represented OJ in the murder of his former wife, Nicole Simpson, and supposedly her lover, Ronald Goldman. The team included Robert Shapiro, okay? We've seen that name pop up a few times before. Johnny Cochran, Carl Douglas, Sean Chapman Hawley, so that's Sean Hawley. Gerald Ullman, Robert Kardashian. That's where the connection does come to the whole Kardashian family. That was the father before Bruce popped in, or Caitlyn. Alan Dershowitz and F. Bailey and Barry Scheck and Peter Naffold. Okay, all these guys have gone on to do many great things. Robert Blazer and also William Thompson. Okay, all these guys have gone on to do many different things, defend a lot of great people, and people have just looked at these guys as the best in the motherfucking game. Okay, obviously Cochran was like seen as, you know, one of the lead guys. He's the whole thing with the glove. Robert Shapiro, he was also, you know, very instrumental as well, and also Robert Kardashian. However, I don't know if we ever saw Sean Hawley. We don't. I don't think I remember seeing her in court, but she's a part of this list because she did work on the case. I don't remember her, like, you know, addressing the any notorious witnesses or even the judge or jury. But anyway, I say that to say that she's. Once you go through a case like that, you're fucking billing out the ass now, right? So Tory gets her, and Tory, you know, Tory says, all right, bet. I got a dream team lawyer. This is a case about me shooting a woman. It works. She's a black woman, so they can't say I hate black women because I got a black woman defending me. And what ended up happening is that she dropped out the case. Now, we didn't know about why she dropped out the case until we found out later. And by the way, I guess she's also cool with Megan Cuniff and Sean Hawley, a letter to Tory, because somehow there was leaked, okay? There was leaked, give me 1 second. There was leaked emails from Tory to Sean Hawley. Now, this is this is crazy, if you ask me. You know when they say you have attorney-client privilege? How the hell are we reading an email between Tory and his lawyer? That sounds kind of crazy, but whatever. Anyway, this was November 21st, 2022, to Tory Lanez, also his lawyer that came in afterwards, George Medeshanian, from Sean Hawley. Sean Hawley was the last attorney. Says, discussed on Saturday, I'm not comfortable in advancing the Kelsey defense. Primarily, which is the defense that Kelsey did it. Remember I told you one of the two type of defenses that are pretty popular. I ain't do it, and I don't know who did. Prove that I did it. The other defenses, rather than just saying I ain't do it, that's almost a given. Let's show reasons why someone else could have done it that creates doubt, right? Remember, you need beyond a reasonable doubt. Anyway, as we discussed on Saturday, I'm not comfortable advancing the Kelsey theory, primarily because I don't find it to be a viable strategy. I don't believe my position would change unless Quan, which clearly they're damn near admitting in this email, that Quan was around, which nobody could find magically. Remember, he only showed up for the last day of court. But before, they were like, why is the driver the only sober person not here, right? He never showed up to the last day. But apparently they're saying, unless Quan is persuasive, in the preview of his testimony, and you are persuasive under mock cross-examination by George and or Lisa. Even if both of those benchmarks, Quan and you, were to be satisfied, I'm still not certain I would be willing to go forward. In light of that, you should discuss with George his willingness and ability to move forward with that defense, and if he can do so by the trial date, December 6th, I will help him get up to speed if that's was something you're interested in, okay? Now, there were other emails, who basically, here we go. All right. I think that's the ethics stuff. Okay, bet we'll get to that. We'll get to that in a second. This is another one. There's another one. Okay, is it this? All right. There was some other emails that somehow got leaked. Okay, cool. So, yeah. Now, let me give you the sequence of events that has made Tory now supposedly file like a letter towards it's an ethics complaint about the said lawyer. Tory believes, and this is, this is now me ad-libbing. You're going to have to do the trusted bro source on this. Apparently, when Tory gets this lawyer, Sean Hawley, right? He gets her, and she tells him, yo, bro, check this out, man. We can't beat this shit. Take a plea. Tory says, I ain't do it. And I think the evidence they have against me is weak. I'm not taking a plea. This is allegedly. She says, yo, you should probably just take the plea. He says, no, let's explore otherwise. Now she said, all right, fine. Let's see if we could go otherwise. They also have another attorney that's pretty much their consultant or pretty much the second lead. And Tory's like, yo, we could probably do the defense by saying Shorty did it. She comes out and says, nah, I don't think that's going to work, bro. And actually, and she's thinking about her reputation as well. Also, you got to think about it. She's a black woman. I'm not saying that matters, but, right. She gets dropped off the case. Now, supposedly what happened, right? So already, that's kind of a red flag. Your lawyer's trying to get you to take the plea. Usually how it works with lawyers, your lawyers will lay everything on the table, but as soon as you say, let's go to trial, they bunker down it's time to go to trial. They don't try to get you to take the plea. You know what I mean? They're not trying to nah, bro, you should take. But allegedly, maybe that's what happened. Okay, cool. So she eventually gets off the case, but then she drops a book, and this becomes interesting. Because the book that she drops, is it a book? Let me just make sure. Sean Hawley book. Let's go here. Oh, shit. Is it this? Is it Sean Hawley? No, that's a nigga. What the fuck? Okay. All right. Okay, never mind. It was she was a celebrity artist. We know she's a celebrity attorney. She became the co-executive producer of a Hulu television series called Reasonable Doubt. Now, that's very interesting, chat. Okay? Let's look that up. Hulu Reasonable Doubt is loosely based on her experience. So, again, now I don't know the exact timing on this, but apparently, and we can look at the timing, the release was September 27th, 2022. So it dropped after Tory. It dropped after, it dropped after she left Tory's, I think we could let's Google that. We just want to make sure dates are right here, right? Sean Holly withdraws Tory Lanez. When was that? Come on. Show me from ages ago. We could probably find it in the other shit. When did she quit? Here we go. Let's go back to this. Let's go to here. Or here. No, here. And here. Because this is a complaint. When did she quit? I was conflicted. We just want to know when she withdrew. Oh, it's the same year. Okay. The same year as a couple months before my trial. You see? Down here, the last line right here. 2022. Okay. So ironically, she's representing Tory, who's going up against Rock Nation's biggest asset. And obviously he's going up against the state, not going up against her personally, but she is the victim in the case. But that's Rock Nation's biggest asset. Now, we all know Alex Spiro. Like, right now, put it like this. If, I don't know, name somebody on Rock Nation. If me and somebody on Rock Nation got into it and Alex Spiro said he was down to defend me, I know I'm going to jail for life. You know why? Because his bread is buttered over the other side. He has no incentive to make sure that I beat his number one client. You know what I mean? Or client, interested in client, that they have a client, right? So, but we knew that about Alex Spiro. But when we're talking about now, this is a case of Sean Holly. So you're telling me she quits being Tory's attorney and then a co-executive produces a drama or like some Hulu television series called Reasonable Doubt? Now, just a little bit of Googling. Jay-Z first album name. Well, that could be coincidence. Could be coincidence. I don't know. All right, let's just keep it going. All right. So this probably got nothing to do with Jay-Z, right? That's what I'm thinking, Chad. Let's go to an episode guide. Let's go to his episode guide. I just want to go, let's go from one. First episode is called Can't Knock the Hustle. Let me just Google. Jay-Z Can't Knock. It's a Jay-Z song. All right. It's a little bit of a coincidence. Can't be too much. And I mean, shit happens in the world. You know what I mean? Come on. Can't knock the hustle, literally, right? Second one, Family Feud. I don't remember that song. Family Feud. Jay-Z and Beyonce got a song called Family Feud. But come on, everybody talks about Family Feud now. Come on, come on, man. Nobody wins with a Family Feud. Come on now. Let's go to song 3. 99 Problems. I don't got to Google that one, but I'll do it anyway. Jay-Z 99 Problems. Wait, so you telling me my lawyer quit and dropped a TV series? My lawyer that's defended me against Jay-Z's company, Rock Nation's, like one of their biggest assets, Meg, quit defending me and drops a TV show and names the show after Jay-Z's infamous classic album, Reasonable Doubt. And every episode is named after a Jay-Z song? Yeah, Tory. Tory in jail right now swinging in the air, bro. Like, what? 99 Problem. Guilty until proven innocent. We're just doing this for fun. Jay-Z got a song called Guilty Until Proven. So Ambitious. Nah, he don't got a song. I don't remember no song. He got a song called So Ambitious. Renegade. We all know that. Him and M. Nigga what? Nigga who? I gotta make the song cry? This is episode 8, people. I'm already home. Jay-Z. Nah, that gotta be only season 1. Let's get to season 2. By the way, chat. An episode dropped October 17th. So this shit's still going on this year. But let's get at it. Episode 1. Y'all know Can I Live, right? Jay-Z got a song called Episode 2? I know he got a song called Volume. Jay-Z Episode 2. He don't got a song called Episode 2. Jay-Z got a song called Episode 2? I don't know. All right, maybe one ain't a Jay-Z song, right? Oh, then this is called Episode 3. This Jay-Z don't got no damn song called Episode 3. What the fuck? I don't be knowing. Wait, is this? I don't know, dog. Anyway, after that, Prime Time, Guilty Until Proven Innocent, This Can't Be Life. Jay-Z, This Can't Be Life. Yo, Tory right now in prison saying, this can't be life. Not my attorney backdooring me. Getting backdoored by the attorney is diabolical. What? This can't be life. Venus versus Mars. Change the game. Who you with? Encore. Can I get an encore? Like, listen to these lyrics. It's like she's sending Tory a message, gang. Listen to the lyrics. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? Tory in prison like, no, I don't want no more years. Leave me alone. God damn. Cook and roll with the Brooklyn boys. So for one last time, I need y'all to roar. Who you know fresher than Hov? Riddle me that. The rest of y'all know I'm lyrically at. Can none of y'all mirror me back? Y'all hearing me rap? It's like Hair G rapping a prime. I'm like Young H.O. rap Grateful Dead. Back to take over the globe, not break bread. Holy! So, let me just do Tory's part, then we'll go to her response. I'm going to be fair. Tory's ripping his former attorney apart in a formal ethics complaint to the state bar. We actually have the ethics complaint, so let's just read that. Since October 26, 2024, it's submitted to the State Bar of California, it's Daystar Peterson. It says, this is a formal ethics complaint. I'm making a formal complaint with the State Bar against my former attorney, Sean Halley Chapman, State Bar, that's her number. Miss Holly was my former attorney in my criminal case, People versus Daystar, aka Tory Lanez, in the Los Angeles Superior County case, blah, 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 blah. My attorney, Sean Halley, violated her duties to me from the beginning of her representation to the time she abruptly withdrew, and in doing so breached her code of professional conduct, as well as California law. Her representation severely hampered my case and set me at a disadvantage, which directly led to my conviction. Miss Sean Halley. First breach of conduct was that she had a conflict of interest she failed to disclose to me before agreeing to represent me. Briefly on the background, I'm a musician and an artist that is known professionally as Tory Lanez. I was convicted in 2022 of assaulting another musician that is known by the name Meg Thee Stallion. I did not commit this crime or assault or harm Meg Thee Stallion. When I was first charged with this crime, I sought out Miss Holly to defend me. I was referred to Miss Holly by my entertainment attorney as an excellent criminal defense attorney with experience of representing high-profile and celebrity clients. After consulting with her, Ms. Holly agreed to serve as my defense's counsel. A dollar amount was agreed upon, and I signed her retainer agreement. Ms. Holly failed to disclose to me what Ms. Holly failed to disclose to me was that at the time she agreed to represent me and took payment from me is that she was directly involved in a business relationship with the same company that had a business relationship with the alleged victim in my case, Meg Thee Stallion. That company was Rock Nation, okay? At the time, Meg Thee Stallion was an artist signed and managed by Rock Nation. Actually, not signed. She was managed, 1501. I think now she might be signed, but she was managed definitely for show. At the time of our consultation, Miss Holly was one of the principal producers of a TV show titled Reasonable Doubt. Reasonable Doubt is a legal drama based loosely upon Miss Holly's life. In the credits of the show, she is listed as both the producer of the show and its legal counsel. The show first premiered in September of 2022, the same year, and just a couple of months before my trial. The owner and CEO of Rock Nation is a musician and artist known as Jay-Z. There are extensive ties between the Reasonable Doubt, the show, and Rock Nation and Jay-Z. The title of the show, Reasonable Doubt, is also the same name of Jay-Z's critically acclaimed debut breakout album, and the title of every episode bears the name of one of Jay-Z's biggest songs. which Jay-Z would have to clear the songs in order to be cleared. Damn, I guess the music was now involved. I didn't know the music played in the song. It has come to my attention that season 2 of the show now includes music by Rock Nation artist and my accuser, Meg Thee Stallion. Apparently, Miss Holly has a daughter that is a backup singer to Beyonce, Jay-Z's wife. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Yo, what? Yo, this is the back door from heaven. What? Listen to this, chat. So Jay-Z would have to clear the songs, right, for them to be in it. I don't know if the song's in it, but Tori's making that claim. It has come to my attention that season 2 of the show includes music by Rock Nation artist and my accuser, Meg Thee Stallion. Apparently, Miss Holly has a daughter that is a backup singer to Beyonce, Jay-Z's wife. I was completely unaware of the show. Miss Holly's involvement with the show or involvement with Rock Nation at the time of the consultation. And Miss Holly never informed me at any time of her connection to Rock Nation. That's a proper back door. I ain't gonna hold you. That's a proper back door. She never informed me at the time of her connection to Rock Nation. Miss Holly had a legal and professional duty to disclose her relationship with Rock Nation to me prior to agreeing to represent me and taking my money from me, or at some point thereafter. This conflict of interest and consequent breach of loyalty was exacerbated, I'm fucking up on that word, by the fact the person that assisted the alleged victim after the incident with medical care, with police and authorities, and who spoke with and advised witnesses and or others involved in the incident with what to say to the authorities was a person named Desiree Perez, the CEO of Rock Nation Records. Ms. Perez apparently was even allowed to be present in the room with the police. What the fuck? Ms. Perez was apparently was even allowed to be present in the room with the police and the accuser when the accuser was being interviewed and gave other statements to the police. I have been since made aware Miss Holly represented Ms. Perez and or Rock Nation / entities in private and non-profit associated, private or for nonprofit associated with Rock Nation in legal matters prior to agreeing to represent me. I was not signed to or in business with Rock Nation at the time of the alleged incident. In effect, my counsel was in business with the same company that had a substantial investment with the person who was alleged I harmed her. I was unaware of these relationships at the time. I consulted with the attorney. Attorney Holly, and she did not disclose to me then. Instead, she assured me she could and would represent me to the fullest, and based on that, I agreed to pay her between $200,000 and $300,000. The last payment that was made to her was during my trial on December 17, 2022. On the very next day, she quit. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That is crazy. Now, here's the funny part. Tori didn't do some due diligence then. I'm being very fair here because I think the first episode came out in August. But this wasn't a popular show. You still should have known. Like, the show started. The show started to air before Tori got convicted, right? Because Tori got convicted. The trial started in December 18, 2022, right? Yeah, so you should have known, right? Or it was during the trial, actually. The second breach of conduct is a direct result of the first, and as a result of her conflict of interest, Holly did not represent me competently, or diligently. I can't speak, and worked against me. First, during our initial consultation and throughout the process, I told Holly I would not take a plea, that I was completely innocent, and would not accept a plea that would imply or make it seem guilty or of anything, which, by the way, that is very common of people are accused with some stuff. You see, the DA is incentivized. Hopefully they don't take the case as personal, right? They're just there doing a job. But for you, as if you're Tory, if you're like, I didn't shoot this woman, I'm not gonna take no plea that have me pleading guilty to something that implies I shot this woman. Fuck no, I'm not. No, I didn't shoot her. Right? So that happens. For example, let's say sexual assault. Right? Say they have sexual battery, sexual assault, then they have some other sexual charges. Imagine they're like, which I don't think the government would do this, but because it's such of a crazy charge. But let's say they said, well, actually, they have done it. Let's say you plead guilty to a lesser sexual charge, but not one that's a first-degree felony like sexual assault. Somebody might be like, no, I don't give a fuck. Me pleading guilty to any sexual charge is going to make me look like a fucking creep, like I did it. Hell no, right? So let's go to trial, right? So I get why Tory probably said, bro, I'm not doing that, dog. I'm not pleading guilty. And it probably was like, maybe they wanted him to plead guilty to discharging a firearm. What would be the implications of the fans, right? It doesn't say you shot nobody, but it says you shot. And there's a woman who's a big celebrity claiming, I got shot in this incident. So by putting 2 and 2 together, you take a plea that you shot a gun. Or not even say shoot the gun, let's go less, that you had a gun. Well, if the victim, who's a celebrity, is saying she got shot, and you plead guilty to having a gun, people are going to put 2 and 2 together. That means you shot her. Duh. Like, you know what I mean? So I get why he would say, no, fuck that, right? And obviously, remember, there's ICE ramifications because of his immigration status, too. Think about that. Okay, cool. During the okay. So I would not take a plea that was completely innocent and would not accept a plea that would imply to make me seem guilty of anything. But later, Holly told my DNA expert to not perform, extensive studies on the gun so as to show I never touched it, because she was going to have me take a plea. Well, now here's the thing. The DNA expert has to, I'm wondering if that's going to happen. Now, I don't know if you know how court works. A lot of these lawyers and defense attorneys, they use the same witnesses. So if they do gun cases all the time, they probably have their gun expert that they use all the time. This would kind of assume that this DNA expert that Sean Holly was going to use, right? Sean Holly's DNA expert has to go against Sean Holly, and probably Sean Holly gets that person a lot of work. Tory's hoping to never ever get charged again, right? So it's not in the DNA's expert's best interest to back Tory's case, but if he did, or if she did, whoever that person is very important. Okay, cool. So Tory's claiming that Sean Holly told the DNA expert, don't do too much test on a gun because he gonna take a plea anyway. So he says, I was never gonna take a plea. And consequently, I had no evidence to produce at trial to oh shit. Yeah, all right, this is a big one. If your lawyer tells the DNA expert, nah, you don't gotta test the gun, we're taking a plea, then y'all go to trial and you look embarrassed because the state comes back. Now, here's the thing. I think Sean Holly's going to try to defend herself by saying this. We thought that when the state came back to us with their findings, that it was inconclusive. That was going to suffice as people interpreted it as, well, Tory's DNA is not on the gun. So we didn't bother spending the money to get our own DNA expert because it seems to be favorable what the state did, right? The state did some shit that favors us. We don't need our own fucking expert because theirs basically kind of helped us out. Except there was an argument about this whole inconclusive thing, and I got to give credit to the DAs. The DAs then use that to say inconclusive means that we just don't know, but it could be there. Now, granted, if they should have had an expert to say the chances are so low, or to mean that we just can't come up with a conclusion. Now, granted, the most favorable thing would say you could exclude Tory, which apparently, this is in post, they're saying that there's some tests and analysts that could analyze that to say based on Tory's height, his weight, his fucking, not that really that matters to, well, height does a bit. Based on the DNA there, you could exclude certain people from the population, and Tory would be one of those people. Right? So, it's a whole drama. Okay. But he's basically saying that his lawyer forewent using their own expert. Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right, she was having me take a plea. I was never going to take a plea. Consequently, I had no evidence to produce at trial to contradict the district attorney's assertion that it was inconclusive. Whether my DNA was on the gun, the absence of my DNA on the gun would have led to my acquittal, right? So basically, he's saying if there was an expert that, and by the way, Tory has an expert now who has analyzed this and say, nah, we could exclude Tory. They're saying if they had that then, that would have led to an acquittal. Okay. During the process, I was repeatedly accused of violating the protective order that was in place. The first time I was accused of rushing the stage at Meg Thee Stallion's show during the Rolling Loud concert. At the hearing, Holly did not argue or demand the district attorney to prove the incident occurred. Oh man, yeah, this is sticky. No such proof existed because it did not happen. Cameras were everywhere. No camera showed me rushing the stage. I was temporarily arrested and had to be bailed out. The second time I was accused of violating the protective order with a tweet that didn't mention anyone's name, and only after being told by Miss Holly the tweet didn't violate the order. Again, I was temporarily arrested and had to be bailed out. The third time involved the incident in Chicago where I was accused without any corroboration of violating the order. The judge in the case said he did not see any violation, but my counsel, Holly, said to the judge, house arrest would be okay. Out the back door, gang. Yeah, you can just put him on house arrest. It's all good. Yeah, it's fine. What you mean put what the Yo, it do hit different when your lawyers are op. It do hit different when your lawyer is your op. Okay. Said house arrest would be okay. I had specifically told her when asked, no, I don't want house arrest. As a direct result of Holly failing to defend me at a previous bail hearing and for violation of the protective order, I was subsequently denied bail upon conviction, pending my appeal. The court said I had too many previous violations to grant me bail. Finally, and most egregiously, she withdrew as my lawyer during the course of my trial, leaving me to scramble to find new counsel and having new counsel hands tied by the work she had already done. Her initial reason for withdrawing was a statement from one of the witnesses that Holly was trying to bribe her and affect her testimony on my behalf. That was never true. It then became she had another trial starting during my trial in Washington, D.C. Any calendar conflict she had or was going to have, notwithstanding her business relationship to Rock Nation, she should have known been known long before my trial started, and she should have withdrawn then. Instead, she took my money, barely offered a defense on my behalf, and then abandoned me in the middle of my trial while fighting for my life. The real reason she withdrew from my case is because she was unable to steer me into taking a plea to negligent discharge. Oh, okay, so this was going to be a plea. Negligent discharge by admitting I shot the gun. So, okay, that makes sense, right? So Tory doesn't want to plead guilty. This is in the age of he's thinking, if they think I shoot this woman, my career's done anyway. I got to fight this to the very end. So it was going to be negligent discharge of a gun, which could be shooting in the air, right? That's the charge, shooting in the air. That would have fucked a lot of shit up. Cool. Because people would have heard this woman say she got shot. They would have put two and two together. You discharge a weapon, that means you shot her, even though it wouldn't be aggravated. It wouldn't be any type of assault. Anyway, so the plea was negligent discharge by admitting I shot the gun. I never did this. And it is in my firm belief she was attempting to have me agree to this plea at the direction of urging of the people who she was in business with for her TV show, Rock Nation, who were in business with my accuser and had a substantial investment in her. My accuser had made numerous public appearances and statements accusing me of shooting her, and Rock Nation did not want her to be made out as a liar and a villain. To sum it up, Ms. Holly failed me as my lawyer for these points, and he's going to sum up these points that you just read. She failed to tell me up front about her extensive relationship with Rock Nation, as it was which was directly related to the person accusing me of harming her and possibly her daughter. Okay? basically saying her daughter had some relation to Roc Nation because allegedly her daughter is a backup singer for Beyonce. I don't know. She failed to tell me she previously worked with the CEO of Roc Nation Records, Desiree Perez, which is has a substantial investment in my accuser. She failed to tell me that she had done legal work on behalf of Roc Nation or entities associated with Roc Nation or principals of Roc Nation in some fashion. She also failed, seemingly on purpose, to competently and diligently, geez, I can't speak, represent me. She told my DNA expert not to conduct the studies which would have proved that I did not shoot the accuser. She failed to adequately defend me against allegation of violating the protective court order, and she told the court I agreed to house arrest when I did not. She withdrew from my case during the middle of my trial and did so for reasons that were not true. And in the end, I lost my case and was convicted of a crime I did not commit because of the actions of Sean Hawley, which I believe was acting either explicitly or by implication at the behest or in the interest of Roc Nation. I want a return of the funds I paid Roc Nation and appropriate discipline to be imposed for her many breaches of professional conduct. Sincerely, Daystar Peterson. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Now, Sean Hawley has since responded. She responded to Lauren LaRosa, and she said this. She says, this is a statement from whatever. Oh, never mind. Let's start with this one then. Sorry. Hi, just spoke with Sean Hawley on this Tory Lanez filing, who tells me I've never had business ties to Roc Nation, and Roc Nation has nothing to do with the television show Reasonable Doubt, which I co-produce. Mr. Peterson has made these claims over a year ago to the state bar, which rejected them and promptly closed the matter. Okay, continued. Hawley first issued a statement when the story was first reported on TMZ, but still wanted to share. Okay. Then there's a rebuttal from Tory's legal team who said, with a statement from Tory's legal team in response to Sean Hawley, it says, Tory has never filed anything with the bar since he's been a client of ours, even before. Tory was a retained client of Unite the People USA when he was sentenced in December 22nd and was working with his team prior to his retainer. Even when Sean Hawley was still a part of his legal team, today was the first bar complaint Tory has ever filed that the United People is aware of. Let me see what's up with this TMZ article. I think we could catch it here. Okay. So here's an update. All right, cool. So, all right. Tory's allegation. We read through everything. All right. Cool. Cool. I won't play the video, but this is a show. Is that Morris Chestnut? Okay, my boy. All right. Okay. Now, let me just read the update real quick. So, first of all, they had a news source that actually just doubled down right now. Wow, 7 minutes ago. So, right now it's 1:05. Right now it's 1:13 Pacific time. It's 4:13 Eastern time. I'm on the East Coast. So, literally like about 7 minutes ago, they says another source close to the situation is doubling down that, in fact, Reasonable Doubt series has no connection to Jay-Z or Roc Nation, other than for inspiration in the name. If there's music used, there had to be some clearances, and that could still be true with clearances there. But still, it does seem fishy that you do an entire TV show with names dedicated to Jay-Z's albums and songs. If you have, even if it's not a financial interest or you didn't work with him, if you have no interest of trying to like cozy up to him, or you're not dick sucking, and I'm using that word as, you know, as a colloquial in the sense of you're trying to be, you know, you clearly are Team J, right? Like I want to use like a Meek Mill album for like my docu-series about my life, right? Like, yo, the first episode's called The Intro. The next one's called Rico. The next one's called no, I wouldn't do that, right? Okay, attorney Sean Hawley is strongly denying these allegations. Tory Lanez has brought an ethics complaint he filed with the State Bar of California last week. TMZ's learned that of a letter sent by Hawley's counsel to the State Bar in November 2023, saying in no certain terms that Hawley has no relationship whatsoever with Roc Nation. The letter goes on to emphasize Ms. Hawley's never represented Roc Nation, nor has Roc Nation ever been a client of our law firm. Okay, as for Tory Lanez, Hawley abandoned him at a critical point of his trial and blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Got you. Well, we'll see. We'll see. It does look funny. It does look funny. But maybe she just, how old is she? A lot of these old heads grew up on like their heyday was like Reasonable Doubt. Like, how old is Sean Hawley? How old is she? Do we have a date of birth with her? I don't know. Sean Chapman Hawley. Yeah, she probably was in her, probably was in her prime. Was looking like a baddie back then, you know what I mean? How old is she? Do we know her age? Age. Look at her age. Yeah, we don't know her age. Yeah. She look like, how old does that think she look? That's her? Okay. Yeah, she probably in her like 50s, 60s right now. So back in the 90s, when Reasonable Doubt dropped, that's like 30 years ago. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, 30 years ago, she probably was hot. Probably looked like an IG model. Yeah, she probably had some good memories then, and she now is making a TV show about her life. I'm pretty sure she's not listening to motherfucking Yeet, so maybe that's why. But I ain't gonna lie, it does look a little fishy. It just look a little fishy though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Look a little bit fishy. Somebody said she's too old, fam. Somebody, let me see, bro. I don't know. Let me see what this is. Alright, is this music? We ain't finna listen to the music now. I ain't finna listen to the music. About to get flagged. Okay, now let me just watch the trailer.
I'm a good lawyer, and I want to win.
I killed JT.
One of my best friends called me today to tell me that she killed her husband.
I'm a savage. Classy.
Chanel needs an attorney.
Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Nah, the back door's open. Close that back door. Nah. Close that back door. I can't get snaked by my homie. Close that back door. Can't get snaked by my attorney. If my attorney gonna walk in court with me and the person saying she shot me is Meg, and I look up and I see this is a trailer.
And I want to win.
Killed JT.
One of my best friends called me today to tell me that she killed her husband.
I'm a savage. Classy.
Chanel needs an attorney who's in domestic violence cases. Corey Cash is one trial away from becoming a
What? It was basically domestic violence, right?
household name.
If it ain't about the money, then you know I'm gonna ignore it.
Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Nah, this is a back door. I like this. No, I don't like this, actually. This is fucked up. Yo, they backdoored Tory crazy. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what's so fucked up? I'm gonna tell you another reason why the back door allegedly was open. Tory, y'all remember when Tory went independent? Tory leaves Interscope. Yeah, Tory left Interscope 2020. He was like, nah, I'm about to be independent now. I'm good. This and third. He don't got no more label backing. Man, I'm pretty sure somebody called the play. Man, backdoor that little nigga, man. That little fucking leprechaun thing that says, backdoor! They backdoored my boy. Nigga thought he was gonna drop on DistroKid and go platinum. And I ain't gonna lie, he was running it up too. It was like, yo, this nigga think he about to make $1 billion on DistroKid and TuneCore? Oh, hell nah, nigga. Hell nah. He said I'm a savage. Oh, hell.
One of my best friends called me today to tell me that she killed her husband.
I'm a savage.
Chanel needs an attorney who's in domestic violence cases. Corey Cash is one trial away from becoming a household name.
If it ain't about the money, then you know I'm gonna ignore it.
I think I love it.
I promise you, I won't let you down.
He gave me an ultimatum between him and my career.
Asked if she wanted to be a lawyer or a wife.
People are split whether she is a survivor or a trophy wife who killed her husband in cold blood.
My client will not be posting bail.
What about what's good for Chanel?
I know for a fact that if we don't follow the right plan, we lose. Well, I suggest you take some of that bass out your voice, homie.
We are all here for you.
This is where I'd rather be. You make it difficult to want to stay.
How do you expect me to believe anything you say?
I care about what happens to Chanel.
I want to win just as much as you do.
I'm not gonna stop. We make a great team. You don't want to be with me.
Man, they got me go through this bitch, man.
But you can't stop me from loving you.
I make a call and get up. Kiss me if you can.
I'm the best lawyer you've ever worked with. Always bet on Jax.
I'm a savage. Classy. Sassy.
Yo, this got nothing to do with Rock Nation. I'm a savage in the background. This shit called Reasonable Doubt. Okay. Yo, this is crazy. I might watch it though. Seems kind of cool, right? Damn. And then line that nigga Tory up, man. Yo, this is a back door, bro. Now they line that nigga Tory up, man. This is my opinion. Yo, if I found this out, I'm writing a letter too. Yo, you can't be defending you can't be making a TV show. To keep it real, my lawyer gotta hate the person that's going against us. Nigga, we a team. That's the op. If you scoring her music, putting it on soundtrack, if you're the executive producer, you're overseeing everything. That's how it works when you do a TV show. The executive producer, you know what I mean? You oversee everything. So you telling me I'm going to fight for my freedom against Meg Thee Stallion, who's powered by Rock Nation, and the nigga who own Rock Nation is Jay-Z, but you agreed to the name of the show as Reasonable Doubt, name everything after Jay-Z, and then the trailer, you use Meg's music? Nah, it's a back door, bro. Nah, it's a back door. Close that back door. Can't get snaked by my attorney. Holy, bro. That's crazy. All right. Okay. You know what? And I'm going to just do my little disclaimer line. Sean Holly's a well-reputed attorney, and these are all allegations for what she's answered to, claiming that Tory brought this a year ago. Tory claims he did not. And we will see what the California State Bar says about any of these allegations, okay? And also we'll see if it matters in any subsequent appeal hearings. But as far as what I personally think, this looked like a back door, okay? I'm sorry. This looked crazy. You know what I mean? Yo, this looked like the chick that was at the Fulio case. Yo, this chick at the Fulio case, like, showed up to the party, be like, yeah, this nigga Fulio over here. This nigga drunk as a motherfucker, man. Come, hurry up and come kill this nigga, man. This nigga is wide open, man. I'm actually counting only 2 niggas with guns. Listen, just bring the chop over here. We gonna meet y'all at the Holiday Inn. Kill this nigga. Yeah, that's the type of backdoor this is. This is flagrant. This is wild. Holy shit. All right. Okay. Damn, man. Yo, this is one of when I see this, it reminds me of this right here. It reminds me of this, man. It reminds me of this. Jay, you want cold motherfucker. Is this? You can't keep getting away with it. Oh, man. Another one snake, man. Jay, you a cold nigga. You can't keep getting away with it. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Shout out to my boy. Yo, listen, man. Let's say a collective prayer for Tory. Again, You know, we're just neutral arbiters of hopefully the truth. Listen, did Meg get injured that night? It appears she got injured somehow. Did Tory shoot her? We don't know if Tory shot her. And I think that's the problem with this case. This case didn't come back with us knowing for as a fact of what happened. This case came back even after the verdict with us asking too many questions. And if you're going to say the court system is meant to be beyond a reasonable doubt, how the hell we go through a trial and we got more doubt now than we had before? Shit crazy. I don't know, right? And I guess that's the vitriol that some people are feeling. All right. Close that back door, man. This shit is crazy. Yo, chat, could y'all believe that shit? Yo, the equivalent of this, man. Yo, the equivalent of this is Lil Durk getting a lawyer, and turns out the lawyer ended up being Quando Rondo's uncle. Like, come on, bro. Like, yo, come on, bro. Or like, Lil Durk get a lawyer, and the lawyer is like, I don't know, the tour manager for motherfucking Young Boy or something like that. Like, come on, man. Yo, the back door. Yo, this is crazy. That the back door is still the most effective play, bro. You got to really watch what you got to watch out, man. Anyway, all right. We do still have a bunch of other topics. Let me tell you where we are. We kind of got through the YSL stuff. We got through the 6ix9ine stuff. We got through the Tory stuff. That is good. We're actually only about 3 hours in, so we're doing pretty good on time. I think we're kind of moving and trucking forward ahead. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. I'll delete a couple of things off of this list. We do have a Dirk segment that's probably going to take us about an hour and a half. We probably could get to it now. Yeah, I think we should do that now. We're probably going to do that. And then, all right. Yeah, we talked about Meg. We'll delete that off of it. Yeah, there's a Dirk segment. It's going to take us about an hour and a half. We still got Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen. That BS, but that's going to get towards the end of everything. By the way, we're going to talk about Krishan Rock. I ain't going to lie to you. She is fresh out of jail. She's a new woman. But damn it, we're hearing some stuff that we're probably finally understanding why she's been so effed up. She came out, and not to really give a spoiler because we're going to talk about it later, she came out and said her sister made her eat her pussy at 7 years old. I couldn't believe it. I got to play this. I know we're not about to talk about it now, or maybe we just talk about it because this is crazy. This is crazy, Jack. Krishan Rock, 7 years old. Y'all got to see this shit. I don't know what type of shit Zeus got going on, Chad. Hold on, let me see if I go. Listen.
You made me eat your butt. You said what? I'm done.
Remember when I was 7? You made me eat your butt.
Chat. It's all making sense now. It's all making sense. She said, you remember when I was 7? You made me eat your pussy. Now, that's her older sister she's talking about. You see why the baby came out looking like Charles Barkley. She was drinking weed. Oh, no. She was drinking Henny, smoking Kush, beefing with her baby daddy, hitting him over the head with a bottle. You start to realize that, a lot of the craziness and dysfunction, and I know people, like these days, people keep talking about toxic relationships, is really coming from a place of broken people. If you eating your sister's vagina at 7, not only is that incestual, nasty, but, and I'm guessing her sister was a minor too, but still, like, where's the parents? What's going on? Like, what's up? Now, I'm going to guess this is very infrequent. I was reading through, like, Shade Room comment sections, and we got a lot of broken bitches over there. I'm going to be honest with you. Excuse my language. Because I was reading it, and they love Krishan Rock so much, I seen someone say, y'all don't act like y'all ain't been through this. I'm like, what? Wait, there's other women with this experience? I can see why you're effed up. You probably would have a hard time having sexual relationships with the opposite gender or even same gender if you've been sexualized at 7 years old with your family member, right? Like with all due respect, I'm not calling her a hoe, but, Blueface, her baby daddy, and I guess her current guy is accused her of doing hoe shit. You see why, like, this perverse behavior of women having, just being hoes ain't just created because they just love sex. It's created by a lot of, like, trauma and some really, She's eating pussy at 7. You get what I'm saying? Now, it makes sense. Like, I won't pull up the video, but I remember I thought she was bugged out one time when she put up a video of her riding Blueface's penis. Like I don't know why. She just tweeted out a sex tape. And there was like some green ooze dripping out of the pussy. It was kind of disgusting, but whatever. And I remember saying, what type of woman would think it's appropriate to embarrass herself, but also her guy, unless it's a woman who is so insecure that in order to keep some type of hold on a man who is seemingly promiscuous, because Blueface always had a couple of girls, she need to let every other person know that's her man by actually showing the act of him penetrating her. That was a broken individual, right? But it all makes sense now. It all makes sense. For you to get to the point that you even think that's acceptable, by the way, we could also probably blame some of the drug use for that. If this is what, if you're, by the way, this was put out on Zeus. So the network Zeus that all these broken bitches pay $5 a month for it. I'm not hating against Lemmy. But all it shows is women fighting and perverse behavior. Nothing that encourages or suggests healthy childhood or healthy relationships. So they kind of celebrate it. But it's celebrating a culture where these young girls were sexualized, touched by their uncle, touched by their cousin, fucked by their brother. They're eating their sister's pussy. So when they grow up, they all turn hoes and they all become drug addicts, because a lot of the reason when you look at, Krishan Rock before and after, she used to look like a nice girl before she started taking drugs. She probably took drugs to cope with some of the trauma of her eating box at 7. Incest, being taken advantage of. So we do have a little bit of, feel a little bit bad for her, but you just kind of get to realize what we've been watching, and that's why I'm actually glad, she's still on TV. I've been watching her recently. I'm like, she's acting a little bit better. But all we've been seeing is bad behavior after bad behavior that became normalized. Now we're finding out the root of it. Incest, you never know, maybe sexual assault, definitely drug use, very horrible. But once I seen this, I said, yo, you know what's crazy? And I ain't gonna lie, to the people who run Zeus, I've seen y'all promote people watching episodes with such crazy shit when y'all could use some incestuous, trauma that someone got taken advantage of as a talking point to promote an episode. I gotta say, God damn it, man. Damn. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Now people are saying her babies, somebody says she's in denial when it comes to Junior. He isn't reaching milestones. He should have enough strength to support his neck and chest while lying on his tummy. He also doesn't coo, I don't know what that is, or smile. And she said all he could do is recognize her, oh, I thought she was about to pull out a titty or some shit. What the fuck? Recognize her stank-ass BO and weed scent. Oh, my God.
He called back. Oh, that was a good one. So my son just be talking and shit.
Alright, man.
I was 7. You made me eat your pussy. You said what? I'm done talking. You're going to fucking jail. Defamation of character. Remember when I was 7? You made me eat your pussy.
I mean, this is the person who gave birth on Instagram Live. Like, we gotta remember. We gotta remember what this is, man. This is some shit right here, bro. This is some shit right here. Okay, all right. I don't want to, there's a child involved, and there's so much trauma here. I don't even want to go too crazy on this. But I am glad that it appears that, even though she still has a lot of ratchet in her, it appears that maybe she's realized that some of this behavior that leads to jail cannot be sustained. All right, cool. As for the baby, hope that the baby is not, permanently affected by weed smoke and cigarettes and Hennessy drinking while she was pregnant. But like they said, man, let Jesus take the wheel, bro. Let Jesus take the wheel. Okay. All right, let's get to some smirk shit real quick. I didn't want to play this. Shout out to my boy Chicago Scene 88, man. I haven't seen much of him.
I'm making this video to Flacca.
He changed his voice, by the way, too. Let me play. I'm going to play a little bit of this. I'm going to grab some liquor, and then I'm going to come back and kind of show you some of the new stuff that's kind of coming out about this case. Or not case, but like this whole situation. And there's a theory of how I'm looking at this, because I think this was not only avoidable, or not necessarily avoidable, but I have a theory that Dirk knew about this the whole time. I think Dirk knew about this the whole time. I'm gonna give you some background knowledge that was happening, that it makes a lot of things clearer, because if you haven't been really tapped in, it probably went over your head. Okay, so just let me play a little bit of this. This is talking about the indictment and also kind of alleges a couple of things as well. Here we go.
Since he died, just come outside and go to war about him. He say, no, I'm thinking he let a hoe got him. He say, no, I say, let's go to war about it. Where he go? You better know the morgue got him. In an unreleased track with the unofficial title, Beverly Hills, Lil Durk reveals details about the entire hit. He mentions bounty hunters providing ski masks and firearms, and explains how they used Uber tags on their vehicle to avoid drawing suspicion from both the police and their targets. He even rapped, "Pop in traffic, we in Cali ride through Beverly Hills with choppers." In the song, Threats to Everybody, Lil Durk rapped, "Ain't no sneaky war, money makes them killers, pop outside who you ain't seen before." This line is a clear reference to two members from TBG Lil 4 Mob being on the hit. A surprising twist occurred after the Chicago members were arrested. Lil Durk immediately booked 2 flights, one to Switzerland and another to Dubai. He then arranged a private flight to Italy, but was apprehended in Miami before he could board. As if the situation wasn't already bad for Lil Durk, this makes it even worse. The FBI definitely knows what he was trying to do. And as if this wasn't enough, an individual, who I won't mention by name since he's not confirmed to be the snitch, a once close friend of Lil Durk, is speculated to be an informant for the FBI. Even though it's pretty much confirmed by members, it has not been revealed by the FBI in the documents. A couple of years ago, in 2022 if I remember correctly, he was released after 12 years in prison for attempted murder. Durk took care of him and his family during the entire time, and once he was released, he gave him $50K. This individual, once deeply embedded in their inner circle, is now rumored to be an undercover informant. If it's him, Durk is in big trouble since this individual has been connected to all of them. Durk, Zoo, Booka, Taytown, Lamron, the entire OTF, and the affiliated gangs around them. I'll leave this rumor here without further speculation, as there's really no evidence to support it. It began when the individual changed his Instagram name and started dissing BBG, the rivals of MTV 079, of which he's a member. BBG is also the original set of OTF Booney Mo. Additionally, the rumored informant was arrested on a gun charge last year, and during his incarceration, his child's mother was killed. Her family has alleged OTF's involvement. Regardless, the truth will likely surface soon. Until then, I won't speculate further, as if this person isn't the informant, these rumors have put him in a very dangerous situation. Dee, confirmed to have been involved in the hit and likely seated in the white BMW, is a high-ranking member of Taytown with a reputation for past violence. In 2014, he was arrested and charged with the murder of Travis from Shields. But after being released on a $90,000 bond, paid by Lil Durk in 2019, he eventually beat the case in 2023, which also included an attempted murder charge. The FBI is reportedly aware of Durk's tight relation with him. Durk has referenced Dee in his music multiple times, calling him the threat, and even collaborated with him on the track Block is Hot, where Durk rapped, "They were scared, That's what Threat said. They want peace treaty. I reject that. Likely alluding to the ongoing conflict with Quando Rondo. In an unreleased Lil Durk song with the unofficial title, Go, featuring Didi and Lil Varney, he rapped, "Drillers call me to get shit approved. I never heard of dude. Only time I heard was on the news." And Varney rapped, "They think shot sweet. They hear that switch. Just know my boys just upped the score." Didi was allegedly in control of the second OTF business card, which he used to purchase airline tickets for travel. Brown Eyes and Flacca, who were two of the arrested and confirmed to have been on the hit, are members from up north in Chicago, more precisely TBG Lil 4 Mob. They have been arrested multiple times before in Chicago for various crimes. I don't think they have any direct connection to Lil Durk, but rather that they had contact with Didi and someone else from Lamron, Tay-Town, or OTF.
It did say Didi recruited these guys, so I guess. Interesting.
Brown Eyes is even followed by Day Day on Instagram. Brown Eyes and Flacca were the two shooters and were most likely brought in just to do the dirty work. They were caught on surveillance cameras from the gas station, killing Lil Pab and shooting at the black Cadillac. An interesting fact is that TBG Lil 4 Mob were allegedly the set.
Yeah, remember I said, so if those two were the shooters, the other shooter is co-conspirator 2. I said that co-conspirator 2 is the one that's snitching on Durk. So the third shooter, whoever that is co-conspirator 2. They won't name him. We think he's telling. And that's who we think is telling on Durk. But clearly these guys, they were recruited by Didi, so they probably don't even know nothing about Durk.
That killed young Pappy from TFG PBG in May 2015. Vonnie has been with OTF for a long time and is mostly known for making sure that King Von did not get scammed in the Icebox video on YouTube.
I haven't seen that. So Vonnie's in that video? King Von. Hey, with all due respect, and I like Icebox, I'm not trying to hate on y'all business. But sincerely, a message to all rappers. First of all, again, I'm not trying to hate on Icebox. And I get it. It's a very pristine place that rappers go to get jewelry. Icebox Films. Okay? I know a lot of y'all like to bring your shooters and ice them out. Don't bring your shooters to Icebox to ice them out. Okay? Go alone with someone that's gonna pay the people whatever jewelry you need. But when you're bringing your shooters to Icebox, or they're recording you know, as they recorded Vaughn saying, "Yo, I need a chain for him." Yeah, he be killing shit. I need a chain for him. Yeah, that's not a good look. Again, not hating on them. They do great content. Look, 4 million from the Vaughn thing. This like 3 different times. Actually, 4 different times. Do y'all thing. But maybe stop bringing your killers to Icebox. Okay?
My boy, the Icebox is looked out for me. Got me in the iciest chair.
By the way, if you don't know, the Icebox guy, according to Trench News, was subpoenaed to testify in federal court in the O Block 6 case. So all them chains that they got when it was like, now let's get this for these guys. The guy who made the chain, and again, but they're civilians, I would imagine, Icebox. They got subpoenaed, and they pretty much had to say, yeah, if they got subpoenaed where they had to testify, I'm pretty sure they subpoenaed any other surveillance footage that wasn't caught on this big-ass camera right here. So maybe if y'all went in the corner and be like, yeah, oh yeah, he killed this nigga for me, so oh yeah, they probably got that footage too. So again, bring in your killers in front of mad cameras for an internet episode. Also, while I'm even at it, And I'll say it, and this affects me. That's I want to show you that I'm not hating on Icebox. I've seen this recent trend. A couple of times I want to interview some niggas, and they say, nah, act. Let's do it in the bigger studio. I say, why? Why are we doing the bigger studio? Because I want all my goons on camera. What you mean all your goons on camera? I want them to see them. Okay. I'm going to oblige. You could put all your killers in the back. That's not me telling on you. That's you now. You know we finna go viral. You're now putting out a video with 1 million views, and you going to be like, yeah, shout out to Tim. You know, he laid shit down. You're setting your niggas up to go to jail. If you got people committing murders for you, don't bring them to your interviews. Don't bring them to the recorded jewelry box pickup. Go hang with them in the hood and tell niggas to put their phones away. You and the killers should probably not be on live all the time. If you want to claim reasonably that you don't know them that well. Oh, I don't know that nigga. What? Also rapping about them. He laid shit down. You got to put a little bit of cap in the rap. Maybe the real niggas who laid down, make up a name or not make up a name. Rap about somebody else. Anyway.
You're the only one cashing out on the COVID, man. Only one cashing out on the COVID.
That is that's the money.
It's actually the same type of earring, but it's just... So,
you rather just do
and
it
then they offered us they offered us 3 different deals, but we didn't like none of them. But none of them were
That's
amazing
why people
deals.
look at y'all crazy. Nah.
You know what? This is what I want. You know, pull it out.
Look at the bag.
No, how much are you?
Look at the bag.
Oh, that's Vonnie right there. That's Vonnie. Ooh, okay. So that's another thing too. And shout out to Vonnie for this. When you are new to money, you don't really know how jewelry costs. And let me tell you this, for every artist out there that's watching me, and I know there's a bunch watching me, because it's happened to me. When I first went to buy jewelry, sometimes you try to bring a man's because he bought jewelry before, so you're hoping. Here's the thing. Your man's bringing you here because the jeweler going to give him a discount off of his shit. The whole jewelry game is low-key kind of be like a scam. So anyway, here's the point of it all. A part of you getting finessed, because this has happened to me too. That's why I don't like strip clubs that much. Because until you're in the game long enough where it's so abundantly clear that you got bread, usually when you're new to bread, you're trying to spend more bread to convince people you got bread. So when they tell you a price 10 to 20,000 too high, if you like, oh man, I can't do that, you look broke. It look like you don't belong. So sometimes you be like, nah, I got it. They're overcharging you though. Niggas is overcharging you. Shit, I remember nigga told me a price. I was just like, if I tell him I can't do that, he might look at me like I'm broke, right? Because they butter you up. Yo, you getting all this money, man. Yo, damn, man, you ain't got nothing yet? All right, we gonna get you right with your first piece. I remember holding up the first Cuban. I said, how much this is? I said, this is 70,000. I got it. I'm pointing to my man. Yeah, backpack. Yeah, I got it. My broke ass. Here, my broke ass. You know how I try to do it? So my first Cuban, it was 70. I said, nah, I want more though. Like, now we could do a deal if we get. So I'm trying to really ask a discount type shit, but I'm doing it in a way where it don't make me look broke. I'm like, no. I'm gonna cop like 2 to 3 things. You could give me a deal on if I cop 3. They'll be like, oh yeah, we got you. So basically, by the time I did it, I think I spent 100. It was like, all right, no, we'll give you. Now we gonna just work. That's 60, right? That's all right. Bet. I got the brace. That's all right. Bet. Man, that shit probably cost 30 grand. Like, let's get that chain that nigga told me 70K is probably 30 grand, nigga. I got it upstairs. I gotta go get that shit appraised. I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, chat, I went to my, real talk, and I know I'm sidestepping a little bit, but y'all know what you get from an act stream. Yo, I popped out at Rutgers University. I went there for college, if you didn't know. I popped out to the homecoming, and I ain't wear no jewelry, I think. Did I wear jewelry? No. Maybe I wore my small Cuban. That shit cost me, how much does small Cuban? I think that cost me like 25 or 30. And they claimed they gave me a discount. Whatever, cool. I wore that, and I wore my Cartier and a bracelet. And when I went there, like mad people like, oh, act here, like, yo, just going crazy, whatever. I was like, whatever. And I'm dapping some niggas up and taking pictures with them. I'm looking at them. That's what I hate about jewelry. I got on real shit, but maybe they that rich because I don't know these niggas. Everybody got a Cuban on. Everybody got a Cuban on now. And I'm starting to think, does everybody really got like $70,000 to spend? So I ain't gonna lie to you, chat. Like, I'm probably either done wearing my shit or I'm just like, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm just gonna leave it, bro. Like, I'm tired of this shit, bro. Because the fake shit, the Moissanite niggas, is killing the game. A nigga coming with Moissanite, like, I'm dapping up a nigga. I'm like, yo, does this nigga even have a job? Niggas is popping out with Moissanite. They look just like your shit to the naked eye. The Moissanite shit look just like your shit. So if you bought this to look rich or flex, the nigga who bought the Moissanite looks exactly like you. So now I'm like, what the fuck? The Moissanite niggas is going crazy. So now I'm like, God damn it. So imagine me wearing my shit. I'm risking, because I'm thinking, anytime I wear my jewelry, I'm thinking I got $100,000 on me. Niggas might try to, I gotta even move a certain way. These niggas got probably $800 on them. You get what I'm saying? So like, bro, why'd you spend $100,000 for? No fucking reason. Because you're trying to look different, but then all the nigga got the Moissanite and they look just like you to the naked eye. All right, they might not be famous, but like, so now I realize me showing up and people say, oh, that's act. That's bigger than what I'm wearing. So, I don't know. I was actually Googling. I'm like, is there a new type of shit that niggas ain't bootleg yet that could show that my jewelry is out of this world? And Vlad showed me this shit, which was low key. Vlad was like, because Vlad has a Richard Mille. He has a Richard Mille. It's $250,000. And he showed it to me. And I'm like, yeah, I think this iced out bullshit is done. I think I'm going to just get like a rare, you know, them little weird ass watches, but they're rare, but there's no diamonds on them. And you're like, oh yeah, that's $300,000. I'm like, all right, maybe that's the flex now, because everybody got Moissanite. Anyway, I just went on a whole little rant or a little sidetrack. But yeah, these days, you can't tell, man. You can't tell. But this is the reason why I went to that story, because everybody who just gets money, a jeweler has finessed. They tell you they're giving you a deal. They're like, nah, just tag me on the gram. Nah, not took 10 bands off it. Just tag me on the gram. You know what I mean? Or the jeweler be like, nah, I just want to make a video saying you cop from me and you my client. You're like, all right. He's like, nah, I'm going to take, yo, you can't do 8. Like, nah, I'll do for 70 as long as, we'll just make a video. Just tag me on the gram. You done gave him mad free promo. He got 15 other clients. 15 other celebrity clients. And then like probably 100 regular people. And he took off $10,000 that it really didn't even cost. This shit cost 40. He's selling it to you for 80. He said, do a promo video for me. I give you for 70. Yo, stupid ass still paid 30,000 over the price. This is a finesse. Fuck. Anyway, I said all I had to say. First time, I don't know if this is the first time, but he shows up to go get jewelry. And I guess Vonnie is there to kind of make sure he don't get scammed. Let's play it.
Like, man, you know what? This is what I want. You know, pull another 140, you know?
Saying my mom got a Camaro.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's why I just had to pay it off. I told her to trade it in and get a new one, but she, I want my Camaro.
See? Chat, I'm telling you. This is when you just finally got some money. When you talk to people, you're dying to let them know, I'm rich now. I'm rich now. Nah, yeah, my mom got a Camaro. Nah, I told her trade it in. Pay it off. He's qualifying himself because he thinks that these jewelers only deal with super rich people, and that he's trying to qualify himself to them to say, oh, no, I'm rich now, too. Now, I told my mom got a bullshit car. I told her to get a better one. You know what I mean? You're going to see it.
It's a little too, like a little too, though, the little,
yeah.
And then she got grandkids and all types of stuff. Why you want a little Camaro?
Nah, I just let her keep it. SUV. Yeah. Proud of you, man. Dog, you came a long way. You came a long way, man, for real.
So that means you giving us the watch for how much?
However you look at it. Yeah.
Now, he's smart. This is where they finesse the fuck out of you. This is where they rob you blind.
So you just give us the watch for $5 then, and then you just keep the earrings. We don't want them earrings.
No.
That makes sense, don't it?
Now this nigga mad right here. He's like, why the hell is you telling this? Vaughn came here to give us all of his cash. You know the videos I love the best? I got to show you this video. And then salute to Johnny Dang. I'm not hating on none of y'all jewelers. Keep getting y'all money. You know what I mean? There's a video I think he put up. I think it's with a what do you call the guy name again? Oh, it's with Funny Mike. Yeah, shout out to Funny Mike. You know, Funny Mike getting that bag. And Funny Mike go there and they make a video where it's like he gets some shiny shit and Funny Mike get all the money. No. Funny Mike get the shiny shit and Johnny Dan get all the money. It should be looking hilarious. Watch this. Look.
My birthday, what you say?
Too easy.
Too fucking easy. Come on, man. Come see what's going on, baby.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Big boy birthday, man.
You know what's funny? Like, these look good. They look amazing. But the funniest part of it is always when they're handing the money over. Like, the niggas flexing with your money and you're flexing with, like, these diamonds that we don't really know. Like, I was listening to, like, I think CJ So Cool go off on a rant. Like, he's been going through some shit. He said, I spent $1 million on jewelry and I never knew what a fucking carat cost. I didn't know nothing about jewelry. I would go to the jeweler. I would say, I want the biggest and the best. They would tell me some shit and I would just pay whatever they told me. I didn't know that, number one, they were using reduced quality and all that type of stuff. I only found out when it was time to sell it back because I was going through some shit. And I said, damn, that's all of us black people. Let's keep it a beat.
Wait, how much? Whoa. Let me get that bag.
Yeah.
Oh, look. It's showing it. Look.
Yeah, look.
Let me get that bag right quick.
Most of the time, he
Let me
put
get that bag,
in
man.
Credit card.
You see what time it is? Oh, and I got some more blues in my pocket. Don't sleep.
Turn me up, big bag.
Pull like this. The jeweler, he not that impressed with this. You know what he impressed with? Cold, hard cash. Yo, cold, hard cash. The jeweler's impressed with the cold, hard cash. We impressed with anything that sparkles.
It's too. Hey, come on. Too easy.
Yeah.
Look, this is all you gotta see. Shout out to Johnny Dang. No, I'm not hating on you. I love you, John Dang. I met you, by the way. You're dope. He flexing with the money. You flexing with your teeth. This is good.
Hey, don't call me. Unless you got the blues.
Look, the jeweler saying, don't call me unless you got the blues. And the nigga, I guess he said, don't call me unless you got the teeth shiner. I don't know. Shout out to Funny Mike, though. That's my guy.
I know you're going to call me. I want like Funny Mike. This is big money, my grill. Yeah.
So I know you're going to call for that Funny Mike shit, but that's big money.
Yes, Lord.
Too fucking easy.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, well.
Yeah. Turn me up, big five. Yeah.
Yo, I went in to go get my jewelry. That nigga got this. The nigga got a vault of hell. The nigga's safe. Nigga look like even if you stole the safe, you'll never get in. I'm like, where they put the money at, nigga, you'll never get in, nigga. Anyway, all right. Anyway, so we're back to this video. This is OTF Vaughny, and he's telling King Von, he's trying to make a deal for him. And by the way, that's W Homeboy for that. Trying to make a deal for him because right now he's gassed up off. He might just got a big deal, just got big payment. Somebody wired him $1 million, and now he's just looking to spend. And you know, when you feel like you're trying to put yourself off as $1 million nigga, say something called 70,000. You're not gonna like, you know, you're not gonna be like, oh nah, I'll only pay 60. Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, chat. This is good. This is actually good. Yo, chat. All right, I'm gonna tell you some dumb shit. I'm gonna tell you some dumb shit. I can tell you some dumb shit. I'm gonna tell you some dumb shit because I'm saying this not to shame nobody. I'm telling you this how us black people really it works. I'm gonna tell you the truth. Remember I told you I won $1 million in gambling. Well, really, you know, I've lost millions. So like I had a good day. I won like $1 million. Usually I win a couple 100,000 or I lose a couple 100,000. And essentially I had $1 million and then I lost a bunch. And when I was about to lose, I'm like, yo, it's no way I could lose a fucking $1 million gambling. So I stopped myself and I called my dealer up and I bought the Maybach, right? So I bought the Maybach and yeah, I'm paying for it cash. Cool. Anyway, I never seen the Maybach before I bought it. I just like, he texted me pictures. I'm like, I want that one. Give me that one. Okay, cool. So he sends me the picture of the Maybach. I'm like, all right, yeah, I want that one. By the way, which I didn't even know that was that popular because Young Miami got one, Yachty got one. I didn't even know this is that popular. Anyway, so whatever. He's like, all right, bet, whatever. So then, like, at the point where your dealer is hitting you up like that, they're not sending you prices, my nigga. I mean, you could obviously find it. You could go on the website and find the car, but he just sends it to me. So he tells me a price. I can't remember what the price was. I think the price was like, which by the way, I put it incorrectly in my car vlog because the car cost $250. It wasn't, yeah, something like that. Anyway, here's the point. The car was, I forgot the exact price. Maybe it was like $260. And I got a shout out to my mans. I actually play Fortnite with them all the time in Discord. And my man Dab is a white dude. You know, white people be on that shit. Us niggas, we be trying to qualify so much that we got money. We'll overpay, bro. White people, they're always like, no matter, because they don't care about wearing wealth and showing, like, they usually, unless they're on some nigga shit. Anyway, so they give me so the dude says, all right, so is this, the guy knows how I deal with him. I buy all my cars cash. All right, let's say it was $260. I don't want to quote it directly, but let's say it was $260. I said, all right, bet. $260, cool. So I'm talking to this guy, and he says to me, he's like, yo, me being, you know, I bought my first car, which I still have my first car. It's a 2010 Mazda 3. And after that, I've never had a used car. And I bought that car in 2010, but it was used. It was an enterprise car that people turn back in. But ever since then, I've just always bought new cars. I'm thinking at a certain price, like if I'm buying Lambos, supercars, and Maybachs, they don't haggle with prices. Like you don't walk in and be like, let me get that Bugatti, but not $3 million. Let me get it for 2.8. So my stupid ass is just like, whatever you say the car costs, because I want a car, I got it. The dude tells me, he's like, and I'm just going to throw a number. He's like, yo, he's like, Ak, wait, you're going to pay that? Like, they're not giving you no deal? I'm like, deal, nigga, it's Maybach, nigga, the fuck? He's like, Ak, I'll make a bet with you. That dealer you're doing it with will give you a fucking deal. I'm like, no, they won't. It's a fucking Maybach. So he says, tell the dealer, because the guys text me anytime new cars come in, like the expensive one. He says, tell him you can't do $260. You could pay $250 today. I said, bro, he's not going to do that. It's a fucking Maybach. He said, just do it. If I'm wrong, my bad. I do it. I text the guy. I said, I'll pay $250, not $260. The dude came back. No, he's like, oh, I got to talk to my general manager or whatever. 15 minutes later, it was just like, all right, $250, you got it. You're getting it today? I'm like, wait. Yo, you could actually haggle with a price over, like, again, I know. I thought it was only, this is my stupid ass, I thought it was only for cars that's not that expensive. Because these type of cars, they don't market. It's either you got it or you don't. It was just like, no, it's still buying a car, bro. Like, you could definitely take off 20, 30 grand. Which I learned a thing or two. Because me, whatever they told me, I was just paying. Like the Lambo was like $295. I was like, all right, $295, here it is. It's like $295 and $600, $616. Nigga, I went to the bank and just wired it. I could have probably told him, nah, nigga, I got $270 or $260 for you, and let's go through some negotiation. My audio's going in and out. Anyway, I'm good. Let me know if it's good or it's cracking. Someone said, fix your mic, nigga. Am I good? Mic check, mic check, mic check. I'm good now? I'm good? Okay, I think I should be good. Okay. So essentially, I found out that not because you're buying really expensive things, and it wasn't their fault, it's my fault. I'm going under the assumption I got to show y'all that I'm rich. By the way, here's a qualifier thing too. You know why I never had a car loan? This is why I never had a car loan. After my very first car. So when I started getting YouTube money, this is how long I've been doing this shit. 10 years ago, I wanted to go get a Mercedes. My credit was like, I got evicted from a place because one of the two people I was living with, they stopped paying me, right? Or they stopped paying their share of the rent. My name was on the thing. We got evicted because I was either gonna have to pay for all three of us or nothing at all. So anyway, we got evicted. My credit's fucked. I'm getting money. It's 2014. I want to buy a Benz. I go into the Benz dealership. I try to go buy a Benz. They look at me and they said, okay, all right. Like, I pick out the Benz. And I'm like, this is great. Like, I sit in it. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to finally own a Benz. Remember, my only car still is a Mazda 3, 2010. I said, all right, good. Yeah, I want this. Now I'm feeling myself too, because I say, yo, I want people to feel like yo, is my app still fucking up? My mic, I mean? If it's, yeah, I think you got to refresh your, just refresh the stream. Yeah, no, it looks fine on what I'm doing. Mic is good, bro. I'm telling you, the mic is good. I will be able to see it dropping out. Yeah, I think it's the stream. Just refresh the stream, chat. Just refresh the stream. I'm sorry. Okay. So I go in, I sit in this car, I like it, I find the one I want. The car was about like $50,000, $60,000, right? I'm like, I want this one, right? We go to sit down and do it, and I knew my credit wasn't the best, but I didn't know it was this bad. It's like 500, right? Now, the way how these car dealership works is that if you've never owned a car, like they do a point system. Like you have a car rate, you have a car score rating. I never knew this, right? Basically, your trustworthiness for that dealership and also how many other cars you've had of that brand. So it's my very first car I'm trying to get. I think it was a C-Class. What's the C-Class? I can't remember. And $50,000, $60,000. I sit down with a person. It's definitely on y'all end. I sit down with a person and they're trying to figure it out. And they said, all right, the credit report came back. It's not that good. And I said, oh, fuck. I said, what can we do? Yeah, I think it's YouTube acting. I think YouTube is acting up. Is everybody on Twitch okay? Okay. So they checked my credit. They wouldn't give me a car. I even showed my bank account. I think at the time, I don't know. I think maybe I had like $100,000 in my bank. And I was just showing them I could afford this car like twice. Like, what do you mean you're not giving me the car? Like, come on. Like, I want the car. I think I was trying to maybe even lease it. I was trying to lease it because, tax purposes. And I was like, no, I could finance it if I need to. They turned me down. And after then, I remember I grinded, and 2 years later, in 2016, I went back to that same dealership, and not same dealership, it was Mercedes, and I bought a G-Wagon. It was like $170,000, and I bought it. And I remember I built it because I was sitting with the guy. They're like, "Oh, you could this internal," and I felt like they were testing me. So we get to the point of payment, and it says, "So how are you gonna pay it? You want to do the credit application again?" And it was almost like I felt like people were just laughing at me. And my ass said to them, "I'm paying for it cash." It felt like the movie with DMX when he came and they threw the bag of money, right? Which I got to learn later. It don't work like that in real life. You don't come and throw in a bag of money when you're buying a $170,000 car. No, nigga, you're gonna wire that bitch. And yeah, and then even then, I remember when I got the car at the time, there was a whole problem with like Nigerians stealing cars. So they wouldn't. They had a 30-day hold on issuing the title because they couldn't issue the title because people were sending those cars immediately to Africa, and there was a whole like title fraud. I don't know. Anyway, here's the point. That me trying to prove myself got me into that mindset. A young black guy who just started making some money. I felt I had to. When I was turned down, I had to show I did have the money. Now, subsequently, I ended up buying everything with cash. House cash, 3 other cars cash. But still, I never really utilized credit. I mean, nowadays I am because I'm starting to leverage things. But it goes into this conversation with Vaughn. I get why you need some homie. Now, granted, I don't know if this guy has business sense or not. But the dude is there trying to help Vaughn, right? Like, yo, bro. Yo, you could get a deal from these guys, dog. Like, yo, dog. Yo, this fucking earring costs what? Nigga, stop playing, bro. Like, yo, give Vaughn a deal, nigga. Like, what are you doing? You know, so he's trying to work the deal. You'll notice Vaughn is being quiet.
Earrings. We don't want them earrings.
No.
That makes sense, don't it? Give us the watch for $5 right now.
I want to take a shot with you like that.
It's the same. So how much you tell?
Dude said, I can't do that now. Look, look at Vonnie.
$5 then, and then you just keep the earrings. We don't want them earrings.
No.
That makes sense, don't it? Give us the watch for $5 right now.
I want to take a shot with you like that.
It's the same. So how much you telling me the earrings for?
Those are. Look at the back.
No, how much are you?
Look at the back.
Okay, the
They're
back.
not expensive.
The back says $600.
Okay.
So that means you're giving me these for $5,500. Like I said.
Yes, and plus tax.
Come on, man. You know
Coming out of quarantine like that.
I have to, bro.
Dude said tax? What the fuck? Man, if a jeweler tell you tax is cap, man. All they be doing, especially when you paying in cash. You think a jeweler who gets $20,000 from you in cash reports to the IRS they got $20,000? First of all, the jewelry that you bought for $20,000 really costs $10,000. So you know what they're gonna say? Oh, we got 14. That's an appropriate markup. 14. So the 6K is fucking, you know. Now, granted, you know, the bigger you get, it's harder to do because, you know, the government is going to easily see that you're scamming off the top, right? Like, every now and then you see, like, some fucking Chinese spot who all cash transactions, they don't report at all. They get caught up in some shit.
Hey, how much you say you want for this one? 70?
I can sell for 80, no trade.
70 cash?
No.
Wire transfer?
Yeah, because the jewelry.
You see that? The dude said I could sell it for 80,000 no trades. This tells you everything you need to know about the business of the business of jewelry. The guy says wire transfer. And he says, nah, I can't do that. What? What do you mean?
70 cash?
No.
Wire transfer?
Oh, no, never mind. He's saying 70K for the cash. Sorry.
Yeah, because the
70 in the parking lot?
No, bro.
Now, this dude knows he's on camera. Vaughn don't give a fuck.
Customer bought a pair of, I think it was 10.82, so they were like 5.4 each. And then this is like many years later, I bought them back from him and I paid him more. Now that doesn't happen every time, but it just shows you that these are investment grade stones.
Yeah. These are investments, except, y'all gonna give y'all another story? I'm gonna give you another story. I'm just putting y'all on game. I know there's YouTubers and even young rappers who watch me, so I won't put everybody on game. There should be no fucking secret. That's what I'm telling y'all. All this about investment shit. Man, when you go to one of these jewelers, respectfully, in hip-hop, if a plain Jane Cartier costs more than the iced out Cartier, by the time these jewelers take the product that cost a lot and put a bunch of diamonds that cost a little bit around it, the initial value of the product depreciates, right? So anyway, I was in a jeweler. I was at a jeweler's spot. It was a birthday for my girl at the time. And I remember when we were there at the jewelry spot before, I was thinking about, earrings, and they gave me a price on some earrings, right? And it looks big, like it was some shit that looks big, whatever. I'm like, all right, cool. So here's what I'm thinking, because I'm thinking all jewelry's made the same. But this is what happens when you're aftermarket jewelry, a jeweler, versus the jeweler that worked for here's the story. So I remember I didn't buy it at the time. All right, I said, okay. Her birthday comes around. I said, all right, you know what? Well, let me go get her some earrings. It'll be some dope shit. Let's go do it. Now, the jeweler I'll be fucking with is in New York. I want to go to New York. Like, yo, let's go to some local shit. Like, damn, I don't really know no local jewelers. You know what I did? I said, let me go to Tiffany. Well, they sell jewelry. It's the same shit. Bruh. The jeweler that was going to cop in New York, and it was about the same size shit. That nigga was like, yeah, it's like 10K, whatever. And I'm like, so I'm already thinking, I'm like, I could drop 10K for that. You know what I mean? I mean, I could, she going to be extra, like, when she's sucking that joint, it's going to, like, that's that. So I'm like, it's going to be like 10K. Gang. Could you tell me? I walked in Tiffany. First of all, you should know everybody's in suits. Everybody, but I'm thinking I'm in there on some, nigga, I got it. Let's do it, man. So, ain't no prices nowhere that you could see. I couldn't see a price to save my life. I'm looking around, ain't no prices. So I just I said, what size you want, baby? I'm like how much is this shit? Said, let me get that one and that one right there. That one and that one. Or no, and let's see both of them. She put both in her ears. I was like, all right, cool. What you like better? You tell them. Because the person there, like everybody's in, even the woman's in the suit. I'm like, the fuck? So you tell her which one you like. She told me whatever. Again, they're both the same size, don't matter. I said, I bet. Let's do that. Yo, chat. I said, let's do that. So cool. So now I'm trying to figure out the play away, the smooth way of asking the price. Because this is Tiffany's. But I walk in with my Cuban. I got my watch. I got my bracelet. Remember, my whole jewelry kit is like 100 bands. So I'm in it. So I'm like, man, I'm looking at my shit all shot. I said, man, give me them pussy ass motherfucking earrings. We ain't Tiffany's though. All right. He just said, oh, great choice. You know, they always say some compliment. Great choice. Like, these are to die for. Oh my God. I'm thinking this bitch better die sucking my dick when she get these. Come on, we got this. Bruh. They told me them two pussy ass piece of earrings cost $38,000. Nigga, my heart jumped from here to here. Now my bitch ass is here saying, well, I look fucking, because I told him, I said, nah, it's her birthday. You know, I got to cop her something nice. Now, here's the thing I'm keep saying about these hip hop jewelers. They're not selling you what Tiffany's is selling you. That's a fact. That's a fact. They're not selling you what Tiffany's is selling you. Nigga, it said $38,000. Bruv, I'm trying not to play broke. And of course I got it, but it's just like, nigga, I didn't think I'm paying that for no fucking earrings. I'm thinking about that. I'm like, yo, my mama used to be a school teacher. That's my mom's whole year. Fucking earrings, especially, I don't care about jewelry like that. I'm like, so now, and we had this conversation afterwards. So now I'm like, nigga, I'm looking at her like, I'm looking at her to say, bitch, you better not say you really want these. So I asked the question to not make me seem broke, but to put it in her decision. I said, oh, 38? Okay. All right. So I look at her and I said, how bad you really want these? Nigga, the look on my face was, you know that SpongeBob meme? You know the sponge? The dehydrated joint? I look at her like this. Bitch! You better not say you want these shits real bad. Fuck that! But I couldn't say it because I'd be the broke ass nigga that fucked up and walked in here because I pulled her in there. So now she's taking a while. God damn it. What the fuck? So now I can't be broke, so I'm starting to throw some shit in the air. Think of what you could get with 38. You know, it's up to you. It's up to you. But just think of what else. And I think she started realizing the hint of, yeah, this broke ass nigga ain't trying to pay for this shit. Broke ass nigga ain't trying to pay for this shit, man. Yo, she was just like, and she gave me the out. I'm gonna keep it a beat. She gave me the out. She was like, you know, I like him, but you know, like, I'm not in love with him like that. We could go look around. Could you hold these? And I was like, nigga, I'm sweating bullets. I'm sweating, nigga. I look like, what's the nigga name? I look like this nigga. This me right here, gang. I'm looking like him. This me. This me. When she said that, Nigga, I probably exited that shit, nigga. So let me ask a question to any jeweler out there. Y'all could take this tracks or whoever. Why the fuck, when I go to y'all store, y'all could show a nice pair of earrings and it'd be like, hey, these earrings cost like $5,000 or $10,000. And I go to the Tiffany store. It's a reason why they got commercials on TV. And that same size earring costs $38,000. What the fuck are you selling and what the fuck are they selling? That's the question. That's when I knew I'm done with jewelry. Nigga, what? Anyway, let's get back to this.
We need to be at 30 right now. Okay?
We need to change the earrings.
30 right now. Come on.
By the way, here's another thing. The nice lady in the suit that was selling this to us and the gentleman, they weren't into, I could tell, they weren't into haggling. I could, like, it was almost like when they was watching me, first of all, I walked in with a backpack. It was almost like, broke. It's like the, security be on high alert. Broke. They're here. Oh, the broke ones. Like, I ain't even gonna lie. I'm qualifying myself to show I got bread. But they looking at me like, he's gonna ask for a discount. He wants to haggle. Oh my God. It's a haggler. It's a haggler. Calm down. Jesus Christ.
2.5 carat each one.
Man, 30,000 right now. That's it. That's all we got.
I couldn't. We wouldn't even be able to touch it. We can put them in the 4-prong mounting if you don't like the 3-prong mounting.
30,000.
We would not be able to get anywhere near there, like anywhere at all.
Gang.
Is this Linda? We got a lot of yours.
Nah, that's my grandma name. She just passed away. Yeah.
Okay, what color gold?
Yeah, I know how it goes.
What'd it be nice
You
to
supposed to
wear?
motor cars of Atlanta? You like Alex over
She ain't
there?
got none.
Chat, I went on a Tiffany store afterwards, gang. I'm gonna see if I can find the shit that they tried to send me, bro. Bruh. Nigga, I used to see, you know, be like, yo, get your ring with Zales. I'm like, all right, Zales. Nigga, I went to Tiffany and Co, nigga. Let me see if I can find what the fuck, earrings, nigga. Let me see if we can find it in this bitch. Nah, nigga, it was a big ass rock, nigga. It was none of this, nigga. It was just a diamond. Let me see if I can find this shit, man. Man, I don't know. And by the way, it wasn't like some extra special shit. Like, if you just wanted the big rock, like, it just costs tens of thousands of, it was like 20 plus, you know what I mean? We're not talking about some bullshit like this. Like, nigga, it was just a big ass diamond. You know what I mean? Not like this, man. This is out of collective. I'm trying to find that. Tiffany. It's just diamonds, but it was something like this, bro. It was something like this. Solitaire. Yeah, nah, this gotta be fake. Maybe they sell fake shit too. I don't know if they sell fake shit. The shit they told me was $38,000. And I remember the guy says, and I was just like, I was speechless. Yeah, I don't know if I can find on this bitch. Like, I'll even tell you where I went. I ain't trying to dox where I be going, but I'll tell you. Actually, I won't say that because y'all niggas gonna be weird. You're gonna call, did Akademiks really come over there and try to get it? Broke ass thing. I don't know. But something like that, man. You see, the thing with diamonds, to me, like if it was like, I don't know how big this is in real life. Or know if I know this is real diamonds. But if it was this big, bro, $1,300, let's go. But they told me $38,000. Like, what the fuck is this? Let me see if I could sort by like price or something like that. They probably could spot me coming from a mile away. And actually, I really don't even think, how do I sort by price? Diamonds. I want to show by price. Oh, price. Here we go. 5,000 and over. Let's look at that. Let's see how that shit's hitting for. Nah. I could put up, let's do price minimum 20,000. Okay. Oh, it won't let you do that. Yeah, it was no shit like that. Look at this, 15,000. All right. I was down to spend 10. I ain't gonna hold you. See, when you up in the store with your girlfriend like that, you thinking about all the time she done clean, cook, sucked you off. Like, you think about all good shit. Like, you know what? All right, man, you leave me alone. You don't bitch and argue. Like, you good. This is like an installment for you to shut the fuck up. I'm sorry to say it like that. That's what you thinking. That's during the good times. Until you realize you give her a piece of jewelry, she still won't shut the fuck up. See, I can't find that shit. How much is this shit? Ooh, yeah. Look at this shit right here. Look at this shit. And to me, this little bullshit. Where is it at? It just popped up. 30, yeah. Something like, yeah. Look at this. 31,000. Nigga, you know what been looking popping to me recently? Elon Musk robot for the house. Elon Musk creating some robot that could be in the house. It's gonna cost 20 to 30,000. They won't ever talk. They'll shut the fuck up. One of these joints.
Tesla's geared.
Nigga, yo, chat. Before I cop a chick $30,000 worth of shit, yo, Elon just, for all y'all chicks who full of mouth thinking y'all Krishan Rock ratchet, y'all act bad. Trust me, before I buy one of y'all a motherfucking thing more than $20,000, I'm copping these. The one that gonna do my laundry, clean my house, and shut the fuck up.
Without needing to hire a teacher.
Right here.
Comes to engineering design.
What? Oh, the reverse bend over? Oh, this shit's crazy. Yeah, Elon, you fucked the game up, man. Y'all hoes better come with better skills. I ain't gonna lie to you, and I'm saying hoes respectfully. Yo, I'm copping 3 of these. I already said it. When these drop, I'm copping 3 of these. 3 of these. They're gonna do my laundry, clean my house, and shut the fuck up. This doesn't change the whole game. Yes, I'm gonna have a robot girlfriend. Yes. And I'm sorry, y'all women got something to compete with. I'm gonna tell you why. I know I went off the topic. We won't get back to Dirk, but come on, we chilling for a couple hours. I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all got something to compete with now. Because if sucking dick and riding cock is the only thing you offer, well, there's bitches doing that for $200. So if you think that you cooking, cleaning, vacuuming is some priceless shit, well, Elon Musk just captured everything you do non-sexual in one robot, and you might be out of business. I ain't gonna lie to you, man.
The human essence when developing Optimus. From the get-go, Tesla designed Optimus to embody a human-like nature. Standing at 5'10" and with an optimized weight of just 138 pounds, this makes for a robot that's not too heavy or bulky, even in the smaller homes.
Yo, chat, I promise you I'm getting 3 of these. And it can't talk back?
No one's going to want a noisy robot constantly...
I don't want a noisy chick.
making sounds while it performs tasks. So from the start, Tesla...
The only thing... Hey, put it like this. Y'all women better step up y'all game. Real talk. Because I think the robot maid is easier and closer to replacing the woman than the
constantly making...
Than the robot dog.
Sounds while...
Yeah, the robot dog ain't there yet. I got to be able to pet you sometime, chill with you, you be the homie. Like your dog, at least my dog, provides me mental peace. No arguments. Me and my dog never argue about shit. So to keep it real, the robot that be around the crib as a human, it's ahead of the dog game, man. The dog is... Listen, I don't got to tell Pluto to be like, yo, bro, I'm about to get a robot. If you keep acting up, Nah, Pluto's good. But y'all females who think that you just a bad bitch who suck dick and know how to fuck, but because you can do laundry, just please know Elon is designing something to get y'all out the paint. And whenever he gets y'all out the paint, I'm pre-ordering 3 of these. I never pre-ordered a Cybertruck, but 3 of these, y'all gonna be like, damn, nigga, you gonna see them walking back and forth in the background. All right, sit down right now. Just chill over there and just fix me another glass of Hennessy and motherfucking cranberry while I get the content going on. And they gonna chill and mind a fucking business. This is the $1 billion idea. I wish I could invest. Actually, I'm an investor in Tesla. This is great. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Y'all females gotta step it up. Step it up. Elon done came out with the ultimate. He got y'all mapped to a science. I'm just keeping it a beat with you, okay? All right. Anyway, let's get back to Vaughn.
I would go white gold. Even if a guy named Kenny. I would go white gold.
Okay, decent size for her.
Standard quality, bro. But there's nothing. That's the thing. My
it's the light, man. Look at these lights.
Take it out the light.
Go crazy.
Take it out the light, bro.
My mom.
I know,
but still, you got to come down a little more.
Nah, Vonnie really was trying to talk him down.
Prove the $0 transaction.
I don't want that. I don't watch it no more.
Which one?
The road.
Okay.
So we got to put on top of this.
I ain't gonna lie, I think they was trying to finesse Vaughn. I ain't gonna lie.
Let me work some magic. Not that much. Let me work some magic.
Yeah, I'm gonna need another one of these. Like how this one look big and strong, like the other one look too childish.
The other one's nice, but then compared to this one, it'd
be like
smaller.
It'd be like too little on it.
Get the whole box. Oh, dang.
Appreciate it, bro. Thank you, guys.
Anyway, now let's get back to this.
From TFG PBG in May 2015. Vonnie has been with OTF for a long time and is mostly known for making sure that King Von did not get scammed in the Icebox video on YouTube. The document states that he was observed in a meeting in Universal City, Los Angeles, with 2 unidentified individuals, as well as Flacca and Brown Eyes. During this encounter, Vonnie was seen handing over multiple firearms, including one that had been modified to function as an automatic machine gun. Vonnie was, according to the documents, the driver of the white BMW that followed the black Cadillac Escalade for hours. He was the one that gave the other car the location of Quando Rondo and his entourage the entire time. OTF Boogie is from 072, and he was the driver of the white Infiniti that pulled up to the gas station. He parked the vehicle so that Brown Eyes and Flacca, who were sitting behind him, could jump out and start shooting. Boogie has been affiliated with OTF for a long time and was very close to Lil Durk's brother, D-Thang. The internet has probably had a big part in all of this. Not long after King Von's murder, fans got impatient and wanted OTF to retaliate, and fans of NBA YoungBoy started trolling Lil Durk with Slide 4 Von comments. It was everywhere. Lil Durk could barely post on Instagram without his comment section being filled with YoungBoy fans trolling him. It obviously bothered Durk as he even rapped.
By the way, I've seen some people say that Durk got tricked out of his position by YoungBoy fans saying Slide for Von and 6ix9ine, who also was echoing the same. Do you think that's true, or Nah.
Rapped about it in songs, and even talked about it in an interview with DJ Akademiks. The internet definitely played a part in all of this. However, I think it has had very little influence when it comes to the determination to get back for King Von. I think Dirk immediately put out a bounty on Quando Rondo and people around him, even before the Slide for Von comments started to appear. However, over time, I think it actually got to Dirk, especially when they didn't get revenge. Year after year went by, and the fact is that the two actually involved in the murder of King Von are still alive. And now Dirk is locked up, recently transferred to the feds, and will soon be transferred to California. The moneymaker is gone, and it will affect many members and family, and could actually be the end of OTF and Lil Durk's entire career.
Who's this, Lamar, Little Steve? I hate the internet because it's all fake love like Chicago. The whole Chicago don't want nobody to be great with shit. All you have is hate in your heart. And hate on everybody who making a living for themselves. Like, how if you having a job that's motion, if you doing whatever that bringing $1, and at the end of the day, motion. Stop fucking hating and being lazy. This goes for goofy ass niggas and bitches. Free the bigger picture.
Another interesting aspect in all of this is Lil Durk's recent efforts to reshape his public image. He has presented himself as more religious, established foundations to support vulnerable communities, and promoted a message of peace, although this appears inconsistent with his actions. At his last concert, he even displayed a billboard collage featuring deceased Chicago gang members, including both friends and rivals, and brought J Mane from Jarrow City on stage. This seems like a move to deflect FBI attention, as it's evident that Durk remains connected to crime. Recently, he also received 2 keys to the village of Broadview, but they were swiftly rescinded following his arrest. He likely received this honor due to his significant financial support for Mayor Brandon Johnson's campaign, having donated over $150,000. As we know, politics often operates on exchanges of favors, which may explain.
So here's I ain't gonna lie, the mayor kept it pretty diplomatic about his thoughts about Dirk. What's important to know is that, let me see here, Mayor Johnson. So apparently, you could search. Let me see. So apparently, Dirk was like one of the biggest donors of the mayor, right? Like he gave like apparently $150,000. See if we can find it, Dirk. Yeah, and by the way, this was July 26th. They actually put this out. The Chicago mayor, who has raised nearly $2.6 million since his election in April 2023, nearly half of those funds come from unions. Another large check was from Grammy-winning rapper Lil Durk. Wow, that's interesting. So Durk, give me a second. Let me see if I can find. Since winning the mayoral seat, he's seen a name outside Chicago's usually political world crop up as his biggest financial backer, Lil Durk. Chat, I have a theory that Durk knew about this the whole time. Durk was trying to be smarter than a lot of other people. He was starting to, I don't think he thought the feds were going to come. I believe that he was going to, I believe he thought maybe being involved in politics and kind of back it. You gotta remember, a long time that Chicago hated on Keith was because of the mayor. The mayor, remember Rahm Emanuel? He always said that Dirk, like Keith, was like one of the epitomes of violence and just like evil. He always shut down any shows or never really co-signed Keith being accepted until long after, until pretty much it was in L.A. Dirk starts supporting the mayor, donates $150,000. By the way, if you look at, there's a list. Let me see if I could figure out the list. There's a list that shows all of his donators. Dirk is one of the biggest donators. Mayor Johnson, Chicago. Let me just put list of donations. Contribution. Oh yeah, this might be it. Let's see if we can find it. This might show the total one. This might show the total donations, but not necessarily break it down. Let's see. Contributions by candidates. Could we sort? I don't know if we could sort by amounts. Let's sort by amounts. Okay. Oh, never mind. The teachers union, 1.2 million. These companies and also teachers, 60,000. A lot of teachers. Illinois, blah, blah, blah. And then let's see. This is the Board of Elections. Okay. 160,000, right? Here we go. Can we find Dirk? Yeah, right here. So Dirk donated this to the Voice Touring LLC, 150,000. He donated this on 6/23/2023. Now, by the way, if you ever watch The Wire, having some political favor is always good. When you involve in the streets and you start getting big time, even if you're a drug dealer, you want to be somebody who is on the good side of the politicians, because the politicians give the directions. Like when they say, yo, why is crime up over there? They're going to put the police commissioner on it to go investigate it, who's then going to come up with charges or come up with an investigation. So you kind of want to be in their good favor, where they look stupid, right? They look stupid to go investigate essentially somebody who gave them money. Okay? So you see the Voice touring. Okay, get all that. Give 150,000.
And why he was awarded the keys in the first place.
So if we're going by this, I think Dirk for the last year. Now I'm not saying he's not sincere, but I do believe that he's been making the steps and the efforts to try to clean some stuff up. If you ask me, you can't name another rapper who donates 150,000 to their mayoral election from their local hometown.
My own
Shout out to VA in the building. What up with y'all?
Thoughts on this are that the whole situation is so incredibly unnecessary. A small fight, which happened due to arrogance and pettiness, has now led to multiple people killed, injured, families destroyed, and now is perhaps Chicago's biggest rapper of all time locked up in the feds, and there is a big possibility that he will receive a life sentence. This will affect a lot of people, not least his own family, his kids, and India. I can't believe Lil Durk put himself in this situation. I've always thought he moves smart, but his problem is that he's too afraid to leave his homies behind. However, it's no surprise really. Lil Durk has actually always been deep in the streets, and never really left it. Over the years, he's been putting out bounties on people, supplying his block with guns, cars, and whatnot. We who follow the Chicago scene closely knew that this was only a matter of time. And Lil Durk also knew that, as in several songs, that he knows the FBI is after him. In the song Redman, Lil Durk even rapped, "They ask me where I'ma be in 10 years, shit, I said, the feds." So this was just a matter of when, just like with G Herbo and his gang, who will most likely end up in the feds in the near future for Shoota Shells, KTS Dre, and Freeband Bobo. I really hate...
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. This thing is just throw some shit into the mix?
Guns, cars, and whatnot. We who follow the Chicago scene closely knew that this was only a matter of time. And Lil Durk also knew that, as in several songs, that he knows the FBI is after him. In the song Redman, Lil Durk even rapped, "They ask me where I'ma be in 10 years, shit, I said, the feds." So this was just a matter of when, just like with G Herbo and his gang, who will most likely end up in the feds in the near future for Shoota Shells, KTS Dre, and Freeband Bobo. I really hate to see Lil Durk in this situation. He has been my favorite artist and many others for years, before his late break, and he has meant a lot to the Chicago drill scene.
Wait, hold on. Somebody said, how y'all say Durk dumb? He got too much money to do this stuff and that. But if you ain't shit, but if shit ain't happen, he a bitch and ain't do nothing for Vaughn. Y'all be crazy. I hate when we let the internet control the streets and street politics. Lil Varney says, stop calling my phone asking me shit. I don't know shit. And y'all see, and I see all you niggas post my brother. Majority of y'all happy and be sneak dissing him. Now y'all acting like y'all hurt. Please stop the faking. Stay out of family business. And I go for all you blogs also. This is DQ showing the old blockchain off. Free the guys that need to be free. And Duty Low with him a picture say the GOAT. Channel Mafia? I don't know what that is.
Thank you for watching this video. Please subscribe.
Yeah, go show some love to my man Chicago scene, man. It's my boy. Goddamn interesting. 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 Now, here's the thing. We got a little bit more. So, shout out to my man Bradford Cohen, who actually went on Law and Crime.
Another rapper federal.
And he spoke about pretty much what the government has on Dirk, and he's pretty much talking about what's necessary. Now, we've given our opinion. He's an actually reputed lawyer. He's dealt with Fed cases a lot. He's going to give us his opinion. He did it on Law and Crime. Shout out to them. Now, what we said is that this case is heavily dependent on a snitch because there's nothing that really ties. Again, none of this stuff looks good for Dirk. I'm not going to say it looks good, but it's heavily dependent on somebody who's cooperating, who's going to corroborate the fact that Dirk did in fact put a hit on somebody and did in fact somehow indirectly or through a third party pay these guys for the death and the commission of the murder. Or the attempted murder on Quando Rondo, but the death of Lil Pop. So here we're going to have Bradford Cohen break it down. He gives us some interesting information. Let me go take a piss real quick and refill my cup.
To the show, Bradford Cohen, to talk more about this. Bradford, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. We have another rap star taken into custody on some pretty serious charges. Very different than the Sean Combs case, which we've been talking so much about. Just what are your initial thoughts on the indictment, the affidavit, these initial documents, and the initial allegations alleged by prosecutors?
So I think that when we look at the indictment itself, what's so interesting is, you know, and this happens quite often, they don't put all and everything that they have in the indictment because they don't have to, right? Either less is more for an assistant U.S. attorney or the U.S. attorney's office. And in this case, I think that's what they did. They gave them enough to know that they know what's going on, but not enough to know everything that's going on. I think, obviously, there's been some rumors that there's been a snitch among his group that has been wearing a wire for some time. And if that's the case, it's going to be a very difficult case for everyone involved, depending on how much talking there was going on. What I thought was interesting with the indictment is, you know, a lot of things around Dirk basically revolve around funding, that he paid for airport, he paid for flights, he paid for hotels, he paid for car rentals, all these things that they utilized in this, you know, quote unquote murder for hire plot. So that's really where they're tying him in right now. But I think there's going to be more to come. And I think that there's going to be individuals that either will flip or that have already flipped, or there's going to be someone very close.
I heard what he said the last part. You know what's going to be interesting, chat? So usually what we see like in drug cases or whatever is that, by the way, this is Diet Coke. And, what am I drinking? I think it's Smirnoff. This is some cheap shit. I ain't gonna lie. What's going to be interesting is this, chat. Well, in drug cases, when, you know, the money, because it's gotten through illicit means, gets frozen, will they try to affect Dirk's funds? Now, that could drastically change how this turns out. If Dirk essentially can't use, you know, I think Dirk at one point claimed that, you know, I don't know, he made hundreds of millions, right? Now, does he have hundreds of millions? I would be very shocked if Dirk has hundreds of millions. I would imagine he has tens of millions at his disposal. Obviously, then he has investments that, you know, if it comes down to it, same with Diddy, you have to liquidate or you have to just whatever, just to get access to those funds because your money's going to be your best tool here. if they kind of come up with either RICO that turns his money against him in a way where they feel that a forfeiture should be able to freeze it. For example, you know, him getting money through music would be non-illicit ways, which means, yo, he got it legally. But if they put together this argument to say, well, he was committing these crimes, allegedly, and these crimes that he was committing became the fodder and the promotion for the music, right? And that the success of the music, I think this is a really hard thing to prove, but that the success of the music wouldn't have been so if he wasn't doing all this crime. They could possibly try to freeze some shit. I don't think it will happen, but this is an angle because currently, you know, to Bradford Cohen's point, they're pointing out Dirk as the money man, and you know, we could say it came through legal reasons with the or legal means with his career, but if his career is all about this type of stuff, isn't it intermingled? We'll find out later. Anyway, let me get back to it.
Close to him that was wearing a wire that would be willing to testify as to his involvement, because his involvement right now is kind of tangentially involved,
right? Where
he's the funder, but there's no direct allegation that he said, hey, this is what I want done. There's an allegation that he spoke in code and he could have said this and all these different things, but there's no allegation that says, hey, this is what he said and this is what was going to happen.
And to be clear, when we're talking about this, obviously there are multiple people involved. You can't have a conspiracy unless there are several people involved, especially something like this. Sure. So although Banks might be the most famous of the names that are called out in the indictment, he's not the only one. I'm going to list them out. In the indictment, we have Kevon London Grant, we have DeAndre Dontrell Wilson, we have Keith Jones, David Brian Lindsay, and Asa Houston. And the indictment also names 5 co-conspirators, with Banks being one of them. In the indictment, he's referred to by his initials DB, or co-conspirator 1. So here's a little bit of background on this case. And it really starts in 2020, because that is when Banks was with his friend and fellow Chicago recreation, including the interview of one of witnesses. For example, assault at the direction of Banks and to maintain their status in OTF. For example, based on evidence collected during the investigation, including the interview of one of witnesses, I know that Banks put a monetary bounty out for an individual with whom Banks was feuding, named TB. And then there's a footnote at the bottom of that page that reads, due to serious safety concerns, this affidavit does not provide the identity of these witnesses. Based on the FBI's investigation, I know that witnesses and or their family members have already received threats and or have been contacted in what appears to be attempts to influence their participation in this investigation. What do you make of that, Bradford?
So it's basic. You know, like a lot of these allegations, you can almost take each one of these and put them into every case that we've seen as of late, where witnesses are either contacted or witnesses are offered a monetary amount not to testify. And sometimes that comes with a civil case. You know, like if there's a civil matter that's outstanding, they might say, hey, listen, there's a civil matter that you could have, and we're going to give you a settlement of XYZ. The feds automatically take that as you're buying off a witness. So it just depends on the facts of those circumstances. Like, I've seen it many times where the feds read into it differently than you would if you just read it yourself, wherein people are trying to be influenced. A friend of a friend might contact you and say, like, hey, listen, this isn't a good idea to be a witness in a federal case. The feds take that as, oh, hey, this is, you know, Bob Smith influencing this witness because he's friends with this person who's friends with that person. A lot of times that doesn't shake out the way that they put it in the indictment. And they put that in the indictment specifically for bond purposes, right? So when you go in for bond, they say, hey, listen, this guy's trying to influence everybody, and here's all these things. But when you actually get into the case, sometimes those things don't shake out, and then it's already too late because you already moved for bond and you didn't get bond.
That's the same thing that's happening with Sean Combs. I mean, well, that's Correct. A little different because he's not charged specifically with obstruction, but it's part of the racketeering count. I read this indictment. I didn't see anything that Lil Durk is charged specifically with obstruction or witness tampering. It's more the conspiracy. There's also federal weapons charges. So does that give you pause too, that he's not, I mean, again, maybe I'm wrong, that he wasn't directly charged with anything like witness tampering, obstruction?
Yeah, it always gives me pause. Whenever the feds throw an indictment in, it gives me pause right away because a lot of times you'll see in the indictment, there's a lot of accusations in the indictment that when you start getting into it and it starts kind of flushing out the facts, they stretch what could be a basic fact, they stretch it into something that it's not. And I've seen this time and time again. So in this case, it could be individuals that are loosely associated with OTF or that is signed to the label or something else that has contacted a witness, and they're trying to put whatever they did onto Dirk Banks. So that's the issue here, right, is that they're just lumping them all together. They'll just say, hey, listen, you know, because this guy did that, obviously Dirk is the quote-unquote leader of OTF. He must have known what was going on, therefore he shouldn't get a bond, because this is a dangerous gang, and etc. You notice they stopped short of saying this is a dangerous gang and said this is a dangerous association of individuals that known as OTF, which I thought was interesting because generally speaking, when it comes to any of these rap groups, so like, you know, there's OTF and YNW and YSL, and they all say like, hey, all of these nicknames, this is all a gang. And you know, even though it's a record label, it's also a gang. And that's kind of their argument with every single one of these. And that's going to be their argument here. But I thought it was interesting in the indictment, it didn't specifically say gang. It said an association of individuals that go under OTF. I thought that was kind of interesting because I don't know what kind of evidence they have to say OTF is or is not a gang legally, the legal definition.
I thought it was PTSD from the YSL trial. Let's not rush to call anything a gang because of all the trouble there. That's a separate conversation. We can have a long talk about that. Okay, but this I think could be problematic for Little Dirk, and I'll get into this because on the morning of October 24th, we have federal and local law enforcement. They execute these search warrants in Chicago. They arrest Grant, Wilson, Jones, Lindsay, Houston. And that is when they learned that Banks had booked multiple flights that were leaving the country. The affidavit says the FBI received notifications from U.S. Customs and Border Protection showing that Banks had been booked as a passenger on 2 international flights, a one-way flight from Miami to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, connecting through Doha, Qatar, scheduled to depart the evening of October 24th, and one-way flight from Fort Lauderdale to Switzerland, connecting via New Jersey, also scheduled to depart the evening of October 24th. Now, Banks didn't board either flight, but at approximately 6:40 p.m., the FBI received an additional CBP notification that Banks had been booked as a passenger on a private plane departing Miami and destined for Italy, scheduled to depart at approximately 9 p.m. At approximately 8 p.m., Banks was arrested by law enforcement in the vicinity of the departing airport. So, Bradford, I mean, that seems to be evidence that he might have been trying to leave the country. You tell me what you make of that.
So, I make a couple different things of that. So the first part of that is all the countries that he has, that Dubai is going to extradite you.
That's what I thought. All these countries are sending you to America.
Switzerland's going to extradite you. These countries are going to extradite. You know, the only places that don't extradite are like you go to Vietnam, you go to Morocco. There's certain countries that don't extradite, like strictly don't extradite. All these other countries, even if they don't have a treaty with the U.S. for extradition, they're going to extradite because they rely on the U.S. for money. They rely on the U.S. for support. Switzerland, especially. Italy will deport you in about 10 seconds. They'll extradite you in 10 seconds. So I don't make much of whether or not he was going to escape and flee the country. I think more than likely, and sometimes this happens, when
somebody said, what about Bali? I see y'all on Rumble. I see you, Beast.
It was unusual that there were so many booked, right? What's not unusual is sometimes where an individual doesn't know whether or not there's a warrant out for their arrest. And I've seen this before happen in the past, where some associates get arrested. And in order to see whether or not they have a warrant, because that's not public knowledge, whether or not they have a warrant, they'll book an international flight and it'll red flag them. And then they'll get a call from the FBI or their lawyer will get a call and they'll say like, hey, your client's red flag. They're trying to leave the country. Just so you know, they're under investigation or XYZ, and you find out information you wouldn't necessarily find out. Now, I don't know if that's the case here because there were so many that were booked, but I have seen that before in the past where a client will call me and say like, hey, Bob Smith got arrested. Can you check if I have a warrant? We can't check if there's a warrant. Oh, no one tells us there's a warrant. So
just to be clear about that, so you're saying instead of they didn't have an option where he calls his lawyers and say, hey, can you check with the feds to find out if there's a warrant out for my arrest? That wouldn't work. So you're saying this is a way for him to find out, hey, am I in trouble? I'm going to book these flights and see if they get flagged.
Sure, and it's happened before. Now, the difference here is there's so many flights. You know, there's 2 or 3 flights that were booked. That's the weird part of it. But it wouldn't be weird for me to see someone that books a flight to the Bahamas. They book a flight to, Italy or Spain. And then, within 6 hours of booking that flight, they get a call or we get a call. That happens quite often. Now, it depends on your lawyer. Like, for example, me, if somebody says to me, hey, do I have a warrant out? And, my associate got arrested. I've been doing this so long, I can make a phone call and not necessarily find out if there's a warrant, but I'll find out. They'll tell me, hey, listen, don't have your guy leave the country. Like he's being watched. And then I know, okay, just let me know if I need to surrender him or whatever I need to do. And that's the relationship that you build over 30 years. Not everyone can do that.
That's an interesting alternative explanation for that. I'm sure it will come out in a bond, in a bond hearing if he's questioned about that. So let me go now to these alleged co-conspirators and what exactly happened here. We have to make sense of it. So the indictment that was filed in the Central District of California gets into it, and it says that all of them conspired and agreed with each other to knowingly use facilities of interstate and foreign commerce, namely airplanes, cars, cell phones, and the internet, with intent that the murder of TB be committed in violation of laws of any state, namely the state of California, as consideration for the receipt of and consideration for a promise and agreement to pay anything of pecuniary value, namely money and lucrative music opportunities with OTF. So this is a murder for hire plot in exchange for career opportunities or money. And according to the FBI and other investigators, Banks was the one who put out this call for a bounty. And then he got word that his apparent target, Bowman, was going to be visiting Los Angeles. So authorities say they have proof that Banks and or OTF provided the funds for 5 people to fly from Chicago to San Diego and then apparently drive to Los Angeles, with the plan being to kill Mr. Bowman. The indictment lays out what we call overt acts that they say this group committed in furtherance of this conspiracy. You can't just have an agreement. You have to have overt acts, overt steps that were taken to actually commit this crime. And the apparent proof ties it back to all the defendants. For example, one overt act says, on August 18th, 2022, co-conspirator 1 texted co-conspirator 3, "Don't book no flights under no names involved with me." So again, that's allegedly Lil Durk writing that. There are text messages between 3 of the defendants showing that they had the same airline ticket information. One of them also messaged someone on Instagram to say, "On my way to LA." And it's also being reported that Banks himself allegedly flew to Southern California on a private plane, was staying at a hotel in the San Fernando Valley, and authorities say they have camera footage that puts him there. Grant, who is allegedly a top OTF associate, bought ski masks, got cars, then gave 3 people guns, including one that had allegedly been converted into a machine gun. This is a federal crime. This is what prosecutors are alleging Grant did. And the indictment says that 6 people total, they traveled in 2 cars to the hotel in downtown LA where Bowman was supposedly staying. They allegedly started following Bowman, who was in a black Escalade with his cousin, Savia Robinson, known as SR. The indictment includes photos from a traffic camera showing the white Infiniti the suspects were in, seemingly following the black SUV. And the indictment says that the suspects then followed the Escalade to a Beverly Hills gas station, parked in an alley. And the indictment reads, on August 19th, 2022, at the Beverly gas station, the defendants Jones and Lindsay and co-conspirator 2 used the firearms procured by defendant Grant, including the fully automatic firearm, to shoot at TB's car, striking and killing SR, who was standing next to TB's car while TB was inside. And the images below show defendants Jones and Lindsay and co-conspirator 2 firing their guns at TB's black Escalade. So we have the death of SR. TB survived this attack. And the filing includes surveillance photos of what prosecutors say are the suspects appearing to fire guns towards the gas pumps. And you can see it's daylight in these photos at a gas station in the middle of Beverly Hills. So Bradford, whoever was responsible for this, what a blatant crime, what a blatant act in the middle of it. But talk to me how strong you think this case is based on what I've been saying. If we're trying to prove, if the prosecutors are trying to prove conspiracy, what do you make of some of this evidence? Text messages, surveillance, travel receipts. What do you make of it?
I think that Dirk will still have a defense. I think that, I don't know everything that's going on. Obviously, no one does. From what I'm reading in the indictment, I think there's some missing pieces there when it comes to Dirk about how involved he was in this alleged conspiracy. The other guys, where they all have plane tickets, they all got a car, they're on tape. That's going to be a very difficult case for those lawyers who have that case, because, and I've said this multiple times on multiple cases, there are so many ways these days to catch individuals in this type of crime, where you have cell phone records, GPS data. You're going to have cross-reference on the phones, what phones are together at what times. You're going to have car rental agreements. You're going to have videotapes. It's real funny because very often you find these red light cameras and things like that the feds get on state cases where I want the footage, where I know it's good for my client. They're like, sorry, we don't save that footage. But somehow the feds get, camera footage from red light cameras, camera footage from the next door neighbor, camera footage from some guy who's just randomly on the street. So you'll see that they will put together a forensic case against the actual shooters that, will be very heavily based on cell phone records, GPS data, and videotapes. Now, when it comes to Dirk Banks, so far I've seen one text that says, don't have them associate my name with any kind of flights that they're taking. Certainly that's not a good text, but is that the only text? Because that doesn't, that in itself doesn't stand on its own. Certainly it's circumstantial. But like I said, we have to wait and see what other evidence they have. If they have a snitch, if they have videotapes or audio tapes of him saying something, I think that's a lot different than, hey, just make sure you don't associate my name with these guys. Because he could be blaming, Grant or one of these other guys and saying like, hey, these guys are going to do some crazy stuff. And he's like, hey, listen, make sure it doesn't associate with me at all. You can look at that a million different ways. So I'm hesitant to say that they have, a slam dunk case on Dirk Banks. I think that they have a long way to go on Dirk Banks in order to prove the conspiracy against him. I think the others, it's going to be very heavily based on paperwork.
So in other words, look, I said it before, what a blatant attack. You're shooting in the middle of the day near gas pumps, which could explode. If you make the argument that the case against the shooters is really strong, could there be a situation where they work out an attractive plea deal? I don't know what an attractive plea deal would look like for them, considering what they're facing and what the accusations are, where they turn on Lil Durk. What would be a scenario that would what kind of deal could be worked out where you're working a deal out with the alleged shooters to go after the principal of this case, or the alleged principal?
It's happened quite often in the past. And if you told me, the deal that Sammy the Bull worked out, right? The guy killed like 19 or 20 people. He ended up getting, a year or two in jail, followed by probation. If you told me that was a deal that someone would get for, being associated with 19 or 20 murders, I would tell you that's an impossible deal to get. So it all depends on the hunger of the U.S. attorney and the AUSA that's involved. And if they want this individual badly enough, they'll make very attractive deals for these individuals. What does a very attractive deal look like? I think they go for the lowest hanging fruit. Whoever, didn't actually kill the guy, maybe someone that was involved that didn't actually shoot, or someone that shot, but it didn't hit, they're going to have forensics. Yeah. So they'll take whoever is the least culpable, and I think that they'll approach him and make a deal with him that'll be the most attractive. And if that guy doesn't make a deal, they'll move on to the next guy. So usually that's what happens, right? You go for the lowest hanging fruit first, the guy that you think will flip, the guy that didn't really have that much involvement. And I think what also is interesting with the indictment is it wasn't just money. They're like, oh, it could have been money or it could have been career advancement, which is, it's strange to mention that because they don't really go into any kind of facts about it. They just say it could have been, you know, that they would have advanced in their career. But what does that look like? Dirk promised them like a record deal, like doesn't,
or they assumed it. And if they assumed it, that's a weaker case for the prosecution. If it was just like, oh, I assumed if I did this for him, you know.
And that's, so you got it. That's the key, right? They're like, hey, I knew if I helped him out, he would give me a record deal.
Now, let me put a bow on this.
By the way, I want to point this out continually. And, you know, I think it was somebody from THF who said this. And I just think this is very obvious. These guys who are charged are not contract killers, okay? They're not people who don't have any emotion, who don't have any ties to the situation. The get back for King Von, everybody who was in OTF, everybody who was a street nigga who was allegedly associated with Dirk had an incentive to do. They have an incentive because people are saying the entire group got to slide for Von, not just only Dirk. So it's kind of also plausible that Dirk doesn't have to offer y'all money. Now, if he facilitates, I mean, that's still part of offering money, I guess, but not really. But that's part of him being a conspiracy, not necessarily murder for hire. Usually with murder for hire, it assumes that the people doing the killing have no interest in killing the person. They're being hired as murderers, they're being hired as killers, but they don't necessarily care either or that the person gets killed. In this situation, it's not the truth, right? Everybody wants to slide for Von, right? It's not just Dirk saying, hey, here is this money, and that's going to come down to it. Because, you know, if they throw these innocuous things like, oh, career advancement, maybe he thought OTFDD was a great rapper. OTFDD sat with me on Off the Record. They were trying to promote the guy, clearly. Who knows if he was just like, oh, no, this is just payback for me trying to get your career off the ground because you killed this guy for me. We don't know. Like, that's something that could be argued. As opposed somebody saying, in a Dolph situation, you heard what that guy, the Cornelius guy said. He said, yo, I don't know, I'm Dolph from a can of paint. All I know it was $50,000. I need $50,000. That's classic murder for hire. Classic, right? Classic murder for hire. How much money you getting? What was promised? What did you get? Now, sometimes what you get is not what you were promised. Obviously, because if the cops come in and they fuck it up in the Dolph case. But here, we don't know how much was promised. How much was promised? How much money was on Quando's head? We don't know. And maybe we find out at a point, but right now we don't know.
And talk about what happened after the shooting. The suspects then apparently went to an In-N-Out hamburger stand to talk about payment for the murder. Then they flew home to Chicago from San Diego. Wilson later paid Jones and Lindsay an undisclosed amount of money. That's how prosecutors say this murder plot ended. But the indictment, it charges the 5 named defendants and the 5 alleged co-conspirators with violation of the U.S. Code. It's 1958, use of interstate commerce facilities in the commission of murder for hire. It's part of the statute dealing with racketeering. And because someone was killed, Banks faces life in prison or possibly the death penalty if he's convicted. And all the defendants, they're also charged with firearm possession resulting in a death. The indictment says they knowingly used and carried firearms, including a firearm that defendants Grant, Wilson, Jones, Lindsay, and Houston knew to be a machine gun during and or in relationship to and possessed such firearms in furtherance of a crime of violence. In so doing, discharged the firearms, resulting in the death of S.R. And defendant Keith Jones, he's also charged separately for knowingly possessing a machine gun, namely a 10mm caliber firearm equipped with an auto-sear conversion device, which was designed and intended solely and exclusively for use in converting a weapon into a machine gun, which defendant Jones knew to be a machine gun.
Yeah, wow, talking about Quando Rondo were 10K. A life is priceless, people. Yo, let me tell you this. If I was somebody who's a street nigga, well, I guess it won't matter with me saying it, right? because you have to think about somebody who's not broke. But if you are somebody who is a killer, the price of you killing someone should not be the price of what you need or what their life is worth. The price should be what you taking that risk should be, right? How much, like, what if I said to you this, I don't like someone and I want you to kill them, but I want you to give me a price for you to kill them, not based on what you think they're worth, because you don't know that person, you don't care, right? I want you to give me a price based on you taking a risk of getting caught, never going to tell on me, and also knowing that when you get caught, you're going to spend the rest of your life in jail if you get caught. What's the price on that risk? If you tell me the price on that risk is $50,000, first of all, I wouldn't even go for that because it tells me you got to be suicidal. Sorry. If the price on your freedom is $50,000, I'm good. But that's how it should be looked at. I think when people think, oh, they got money on somebody's head, and you're like, oh, well, Dolph is 100,000. The people who were doing the murder should have said, what price would I consider taking this risk, which has probably a 90% I'm going to get caught ratio. 90%. And if I get caught, I'm doing life. There's a 10% chance I don't get caught. But I also have to move different. I have to do a lot of things and be in a way where I wouldn't get caught. That's going to cost a lot of money. Combine those two things. What's the price for that? Now, that's usually for people who are smart. And obviously, one of the unfortunate things about most of these crimes we're seeing, these guys aren't smart. So, you know, it is what it is.
Machine gun. So, Bradford, I've laid out the what we know so far. We expect at this point Banks to be extradited from Florida, where he was arrested, to California to face these charges. Talk to me about the next steps, particularly the issue of bail and how you think that might work with defendant Lil Durk and how that's going to work with the other co-defendants. Let's start there.
Okay, so with Durk, what happens is when you get arrested in the feds have 3 days to get together a bond package if they request it. So you get arrested, you show up in front of a judge, you say, Judge, we're not agreeing to, pretrial detention, which is what the government always seeks on these type of cases, especially with this type of case. I don't think that they're going to seek the death penalty on this case. It's not one of those cases that would be appropriate for it. I'd be shocked. I mean, shocked. But long story short is when you're arrested in
let's look the last time feds tried to get death penalty in case. Let's look. Okay. We already see something here. Look at this. The federal government, this is 2019, to resume capital punishment after 2-decade lapse. So they didn't go after it for 2 decades, right? Like, they're not going to go after it for motherfucking Lil Durk. Up to the Attorney General's discretion is going to be these ones. Okay, and I guess these. Let me see. Capital punishment. When's the last time they've went after somebody for... No, those are assassins. List of people executed by the... Okay. When's the last time? All right. The last time appears to be 2001. Yeah, you got to be a terrorist. Look, this guy bombed like a federal building or some shit like that. Like, yeah, you're dying, nigga. 8 federal law enforcement got killed. You're dying. Okay? If they caught them niggas, them little hoodlums, them Alu Wapbar niggas from motherfucking 9/11, they be over here too. Real talk. But nah. They ain't gonna kill no Lil Durk. They don't give a fuck about that. He's gonna spend life in jail.
Another jurisdiction, you can move for bond in that jurisdiction. He can move for bond here and then have the judge in California review that bond if it's denied or even if it's granted. And I've had issues where I filed in Florida. They're arrested in Florida, but it's a case out of, most recently I had a case out of Massachusetts. The judge in Florida granted me a bond, and the U.S. attorney in Massachusetts said, I want the judge up here to review it to revoke the bond. And that was denied. But I mean, we went for a bond hearing, but the judge in Massachusetts still upheld the bond. So generally down here, what will happen is, okay, he goes in front of the judge. The judge says, hey, you want a bond hearing? I usually say, yeah, I want a bond hearing here as opposed to California because of a couple different reasons. One is if it's a judge that I know and I know how they behave in court, I can get a lot of information about the case. They put a case agent on, they might put another witness on, and I can find out a lot more details about the case so that when they do go to California, I'm kind of prepared with, okay, I know where they're going with the case. I know what else they have. It's not just this one text, it's something else. I kind of see their case, and it prepares me to go to California and then have that case reviewed by the California judge. And now I'm even more prepared for that next bond hearing in front of the California judge. But I don't know what they're going to do in this case. They could just say, hey, judge, extradite him to California. The California lawyers are going to deal with the bond in California and move for bond there. And like I said, once he gets there.
I see some people say Trump would pardon him. Let me look up. When's the last time when has a president ever pardoned a murderer? Oh, okay. Well, they commuted and rescinded convictions of the. Okay, it's been done before, but it was like, look, it's a military court. Most presidents don't pardon murderers. Trump did in May again. Did Trump do it? Oh, so he pardoned a war criminal. Okay, allegedly war criminal. Was American? Okay. All right, and it wasn't even like a full pardon. It was like he commuted his sentence, I guess, right? Yeah, they're not like, again, you know, obviously what people don't know. So the sitting president, which a lot of people don't, I don't know if y'all don't know or I just are ignorant of, or you just act like you don't know. They can only pardon federal crimes, not state crimes. Now, obviously, they could have a whole lot of influence if they wanted someone who was charged on a state crime to be pardoned. And I'm not actually sure if the case would need to be completed or, you know, like it could be a formality where you just take a plea just to get pardoned if it needs to be completed. But, yeah, the president of the United States deals with federal crimes, right? Your state governor could pardon state crimes. And again, most cases are state crimes. So, like, you know, I keep telling y'all, we care so much about the president of the United States. Like, yo, if you clapped a nigga in North Dakota, or not clap, because they're not going to pardon a murderer, bro, but like, let's say it was some crime. You want the governor of that state. Like, for example, even like Meek Mill and like all this shit with like Philly, like Meek is no longer a felon. But that's primarily because of not only the work the reform group did, but also the governor. The governor was rocking with them, and the governor appreciates how much Meek has done with the reform stuff, and they have made it that Meek is not a felon anymore. Meek could own a gun. You know what I mean? So again, you know, state charges, governor. Federal charges, president. Okay? However, president could affect the state state charges just based on, because he just has so much power and the state relies on the feds as opposed to the feds relying on the state. Could a governor influence a president? I would probably think not, unless it's like a Texas, that those states, like, you know, especially for Republicans, they need, or maybe California for like liberal or Democratic president, right? But not gonna happen anyway.
They'll have a couple days to prepare. The government will have a couple days to prepare. And now, because it'll take a week to get there, they'll have even more time to prepare. That's why I like to do them quick. I like to do bond hearings quick because it doesn't give them that much time to prepare. And especially when you're in a different jurisdiction, the agent usually has to fly here, prep the U.S. attorney that's here. all those things come into strategy play. My guess is on this type of case, the judge is probably not going to give him a bond. That's my guess. I kind of know the facts. I know the attorneys that are involved. I don't see where the judge will be, especially the Florida judge would be like, yeah, this sounds like a case I'm going to give him bond and send him to California. If anything, he's got a better shot in California of getting a bond than Florida.
Now, okay, bet. That's pretty much it. Now, what happened afterwards is that we're having some people speak up on Dirk's behalf. Number one, his son came out this morning and spoke. His son's name is Zayden Banks. And his son said, I want to take a moment to stand up for my dad, Dirk Banks. He's always dedicated his life to uplifting others and giving back to our community through his nonprofit organization. By the way, I could see the baby mama just typing this out saying, God damn it. Why did y'all about to force us to get a job? Like, what the hell? Give us Dirk back. Anyway, even though this is bigger than that, it's family, right? Zayden Banks, I don't know if he's this young. He looks pretty young right here. He looks less than 10. How old is Dirk's kids? How old is little Dirk's kid? Little Dirk children. Let's see. Willow is 5. How old's Zayden? I gotta figure out Zayden. Here we go. How old are they? Angelo is 10 as of 2022. We have Bella. We have Zayden. Zayden is the 3rd. He was born a few months after. Wait. How old is he? So, yeah, she was born in 2013. If Zayden was born a couple months afterwards, 2013 to now is 11. By the way, Angelo, who was born in 2018, he's 2008. Sorry. So he was born in 2008. I think this is the first kid with a white girl. Remember that white girl that everybody used to be Dirk first baby moms? You know, Dirk was trying to be an attempted milkman out in the streets. You feel me? He was with her. This was Dirk's first love, man. Dirk ain't give a fuck what y'all niggas name, man. Fuck y'all niggas, man. Fuck y'all niggas. You know what I'm saying? Voice of the streets was the voice of the pogs. You know what I mean? Voice of the, you know what I mean? Voice of the, you know what I mean? Exactly. I think their child name is, okay. Yeah, Nicole Covone. Is that her name? Oh, yeah, Nikki. Yeah, this is her right here. I think Dirk started, spreading some bread around to her. Oh, damn, this kid grown as fuck. Wait, is this his daughter too? No. Okay. Damn. Dirk's son. Yo, shout to her as a mom. Look like she got her kids looking, Yeah. Got Dirk's son looking like, in football and everything. Okay. Okay, I don't know if this is his daughter. Is this his daughter? I don't know if this is his daughter. Damn, her kids. Yeah, this kid look a little bit like Dirk. A little bit like Dirk. You can see in the eyes. The eyes went. Is that his daughter, though? No. Let me see. Her second child. Does he have a daughter? Yes, he has 3 daughters. Her second child. His second child would. Okay. So this is his daughter. All right, bet. But she was born in 2013. Oh, okay. 2013. So she's 11. So yeah. So these are both Dirk's kids. I know Dirk had 2 kids with her. I thought Dirk had 1. Right? Oh, fire. Okay. And she only got 2? Oh, salute to her. This is why you see. Listen, fuck appearance and fuck whatever else. This is a good woman. She only got 2 kids by the same man. She ain't running around here getting pregnant like a fucking chicken or a hen or a fucking motherfucking dog that's unspaded. Yo, she got 2 kids by Dirk. Dirk taking care of them. I know it. She probably has some guy in her life because he's not with her. But she don't need to have kids because these days women go from guy to guy and give every guy a kid. Because what happens is when a man gets with you and you got a kid, a man wants to almost like plant his seed. Like, all right, well, if I fuck with you like this and you had a kid by him, you gotta have a kid by me. So these chicks happen to have like 8 baby daddies, right? Like multiple baby daddies. She knows, yo, you good. Dirk gave you 2 kids, you straight. Let me see. All right, it's a little thirst trap. Okay, Shardy. Okay. Lost a little weight. She probably got a little trainer. Know what I mean? I don't know if she hit the BBL table. Let me me see if I can find her. She posts a lot. Hey, this is a good mom. She not out here seeking dick. She's out here posting her kids. Anytime you see a chick posting too much thirst trap, let me tell you this. The biggest whores are the women with kids that post them in bikinis, damn near naked all the time, and you never see their kids. They're still trying to say, come fuck me. Here's the booty, come fuck. The women who are posting their kids, right, or family things, basically, they're content. They're not trying to be the whores no more. Trust, I promise you, man. Because I'll be looking at certain chicks on the gram, I'm like, damn, this bitch bad as a motherfucker. You start looking through like some highlights or some old stories, or you look at her tags. Who the fuck is this little kid right here? That's her kid she's trying to hide because she's trying to go get a new nigga to be a stepdaddy. You know why? She had a kid with a bum. So now she's like, all right, I got to get back on the track. You know what to get back on the track is? Let me poke this booty out. Let me get the titties poke back up. Let me suck in the waist. And that's what they do. But anytime a sign of a good woman is them posting their kid, honestly, truthfully. Look, she posted more of her kid than her. We don't even know how she look like. Look, she posts one picture. Yeah, this is a good mom. Trust me. Fuck all this shit. She a good mom. I guarantee she a good mom. I promise you. Dirk probably sending enough bread, making sure everything's good. She ain't going to be online stressing. She moved out the hood. She here to have a good time with her kids, having fun. She probably got like 1, 2 girlfriends, and you know what I mean? Whatever she do, she keep it off of there. She have a little ass pick. It's all good. But she not trying to go get no rapper. Trust me. Put it like this. You know I'm going to give her credit even with this pitch. I'm going to tell you why. When a rapper nuts in one of these chicks, because a woman never dates down, they date up. She automatically says, well, if Dirk want me, Gunna gonna want me. Well, if Dirk want me, I could get this nigga. Well, if this athlete gonna holler at me. None of them ever say, no, I'm chilling. You get what I'm saying? They start whoring themselves out even more. You get what I'm saying? Trying to get like the next hot guy. You get what I'm saying? That's just usually what it is. So anyway, even though she posts this, you know, it's a woman being a woman. It's all good. I think she's a good mom. I could tell she's a good mom. Kids look wild. They look properly mannered. I don't see them throwing up gang signs. I'm looking at nice pictures from Christmas. Look at her captions. Very graceful. My best friends. I like this. Look, you know what I mean? Get mommy's princess. Like, this is good. This is good. This is good. Like, these kids, you know, as much as y'all was trying to clown on her parents, I was too, I ain't gonna lie. She's probably a great mother, and that's good. Look, these kids look really manicured, nice, taken care of. They don't look like Boosie's kid, or Boosie and T.I. kid who acting like, nah, I'm from the trenches, though. Like, they don't look like that. They look like they're enjoying suburban lifestyle. My dad is a millionaire. He takes good care of us. We don't need to act. Yeah, we're taking pictures with the mascot. We're not born in a gated community and trying to get out the gated community. This is good, okay? Bet. Okay, how did we even get there? Okay, all right, cool. So this is Zayden. So Zayden was born. It was born when the daughter was born, which is 2013. So Zayden's like 11. 2013, yeah, like 11, right? So Zayden got a good vocabulary because Zayden wrote this up on Instagram. I want to take a moment to stand up for my dad. Sounds like you probably go to the best schools, right? Dirk Banks. He's always dedicated his life to uplifting the community and giving back to others, or giving back to our community. Oh no, uplifting others and giving back to our community through his nonprofit organization, Neighborhood Heroes. Beyond that, he's a great father who has always supported and loved our family unconditionally. Right now, he's facing challenges, but I want to affirm that he has. Yo, chat, some of y'all niggas are stupid as shit. Because if this 11-year-old know how to type like this, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. Beyond that, he's a great father who has always supported and loved our family unconditionally. Right now, he's facing challenges, but I want to affirm that he has not been convicted of any charges and remains innocent until proven otherwise. During this difficult time, I ask for you to support him and all the good he continues to do. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the mayor for standing with my dad. His speech was well said and truly reflects the community support to those who strive to make a positive impact. Thank you, everybody. This comes from Zayden Banks. That was good. Let's figure out who's his mama, because his mama typed this bitch up. We know that's a fact. Of the mothers unknown? Perfect. She's a good mom, too. Dirk might have picked some good women. Chat. You know you're picking good women when they're not clout chasing, they're not trying to be in front of the camera, and they're just living through their child. You got a child with a millionaire. He's going to take care of all the kids. You don't need to be over here trying to be on Impact on BET or trying to be on Zeus. Good. We don't know the child's mom. She's probably a great mom. Okay? Anytime you see the child's mom trying to clout chase, whore. Okay, so this is a good child. Good child. All right, salute to you, Zayden, and salute to your mama. I like this. No? Dad been taking care of him good. Got two watches on the wrist. You know what I mean? He ain't throwing up one of these. He's just doing this. Okay, it's like Power Rangers. All right, cool. We got you, bro. I like that. Speak up for your dad. I respect it. I respect this. Okay. Now, I didn't get to play what the mayor had said. Did I get to play it? No, I get to play the mayor. Let me play the mayor chat. Y'all didn't hear the mayor? This is what the mayor said.
Mayor, I'm just going back to the whole Little Dirk thing. Obviously, you have engaged with him. We've seen pictures of you standing with him. First of all, can we just get your reaction to the news of this famous hometown person who has an organization that's doing good things with kids being arrested in connection with this, and have a follow-up?
Yeah, well, look, I don't know all the circumstances and details around, these accusations. What I do know, though, is that Lil Durk's mission to build financial literacy for children across the city and making other critical investments for the children of this city, where his heart, has been. And I mean, there's no secret to the trauma that he grew up in.
There you go.
And how he has worked to turn that trauma into opportunities for other people.
You were given, about a month after taking office, a $150,000 campaign donation from him. Do you feel like you should donate that to charity or do something with that money? Is it tainted?
Well, I mean, look, I don't operate in feelings. I operate in truth and justice.
And facts. Go ahead.
I don't know all the circumstances around these accusations, but again, what I do know for sure is that, here's another example of a young black man who grew up in severe trauma that led to life choices that he has been very open and vocal about healing from those choices. It's why he's been committed.
Almost healed. Remember, he ain't say fully healed. He said almost. Remember that, chat? He ain't say fully healed. He said almost. You feel what I'm saying?
To finding his righteous path, seeking out, truth and justice through his faith, while also investing in behavior and mental health support for individuals. Look, what
will you do with the money?
Well, as I said, right now we have allegations, right, that he has not been tried. And look, I understand the question. I don't want you to think I don't understand the question. I'm just saying you're asking me a question about someone who has worked to transform his life, who has admitted that he is on a journey to transformation and has not been charged with anything. Has not been convicted of anything. And so if you're asking me if I should make a judgment on a black man before a full trial has actually come to fruition, I hope you do understand why it is not my position.
And you have some reservation. Keep going, brother.
To determine the outcome of someone's life, especially in a system that, quite frankly, has not been overly.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Craig. We have one more off-topic question. And
Nah, shout to this brother. Nah, shout to this brother. I ain't gonna lie. Held it down. This is why, hey, I gave you 100. I know like Dirk's team, who may not be locked up, is looking like, nigga, we sent you 150,000 for you to get in this position. Let's see if you're gonna kick our back in. Let's see if you're gonna backdoor us, nigga. Kept it 100, kept it solid. Hey, These allegations that might be wild, but we do have to understand that under the American justice system, that someone's presumed innocent until proven guilty. And you know what I do know about this individual, from my own personal experience, is that I watched him come from a place filled with trauma, and he's been working on himself and also working to help the community by developing after-school programs, by also investing in therapy and also going to therapy himself. He's also became a devout Muslim, and you know, until then, I just don't think it's really in my wheelhouse, or nor is it in anyone's, you know, judging facilities to really make that predetermination about these charges about that young man. Again, as far as the money that was given to us, we appreciate his donation, but we don't know the outcome of this. I hope these things are not true, but we do understand the seriousness of these charges. My nigga, I like that. Come on, bruh. Now, truthfully here, and I don't want to think that like this is a place where people are just like underscoring and understanding and just like shoving along violence like it's okay. That's not okay. But look how even the YSL case has turned out. And even whether you think based on what we've seen narrative has been, like the narrative is that, yo, Young Thug was getting niggas killed. Right? That's the narrative, right? None of this stuff is kind of being bore out and proven really in court. That case is in shambles. So for everybody who's spoken out against Young Thug, it doesn't seem like he's going to accept or maybe plead to, or maybe even not even plea at all. Maybe he goes to trial and just beats everything. Should we not give people the benefit of the doubt? Right? And again, it's one of those things where I could understand if Dirk, for example, the other mayor, there's another mayor, right? There's another mayor, Mayor of Chicago. No, there's another mayor, rescinds keys, key to city, Dirk. The other mayor took the key back, right? It was another Chicago suburb. And their mayor said this, okay? It says, while the American justice system grants everyone the presumption of innocence until proven guilty in a court of law, the village of Broadview, the court of a public opinion of our residents, has even a higher moral and ethical standard of behavior, and that's why they have taken back the key. Okay, here it is. It's Mayor Katrina Thompson. Now, let me see if I can find her. I want to find her campaign donation list. The Dirk. By the way, you're not getting the key to the city unless you donate. Like, they're not like, oh, you're a good guy. Like, it doesn't work like that. This is all a political game. It's like handshakes. Let me tell you this. Once you start getting into politics, this is nothing about like your morality. This is all about, yo, listen, could you help me get elected? Could you help me get in this position? It becomes one hand washes the other. So it's so interesting when people start putting morals in this. Your goddamn election, the people, like, y'all just looked at it today. The people, the highest donors of Kamala or Donald Trump are people that have severe interest in their own business interests. They don't give a fuck about good or bad. Is he racist or is he not? They don't give a fuck. They only care about, yo, if I get you in power, you gonna hold me down for what I need. And when you think about politics as that, especially when, you know, these campaigns need to be fun, it's a handshake. You stop to think like, oh no, like, oh Dirk, no, Dirk. I thought that's a smart move if you ask me by Dirk. Start playing politics. By the way, to all y'all rappers who be claiming you terrorize your city, when you start making $100 million, start helping the next mayor get elected. Because, by the way, put it like this. If there was, at least this mayor's trying to keep it chill. If that mayor was still in there, I forgot her name. It's not Lori Lightfoot. Who was the other mayor? No, Rahm Emanuel. If Rahm Emanuel was in power, treating Chicago and how he viewed drill music, like how he did back in like 2013 or whatever, Dirk would have been in jail 10 years ago, if you get what I'm saying. You know why? Because he was one of the main factors that drove, or maybe not drove Keith out of Chicago, but kept him there, right? They made it very clear that the Chicago Police Department and also the government was not welcoming of Keith. If they did the same to Dirk, he'd be out of here. They'd be like, all right, go investigate him. Now, this mayor, I'm pretty sure based on, you know, Dirk working with them, this and third, when the police commissioner comes back and says, hey, listen, you know, we could you know, like based on our reports, we could tie this to this, but we're going to need y'all back in to get the DA to rock off with this. And we could probably get a murder for hire charge on Dirk. You know, I'm pretty sure the mayor says, wait, hold on now. Hold on. Charge the niggas who did the killing. But before y'all say a guy like Dirk did a murder for hire, relax. He's been a very positive source, a voice for the community, which I'm the mayor of. He's been given money. Hold on now. That's how politics work, right? Ain't no good and bad. Ain't no good and bad. So I'm pretty sure that was a very strategic move. And I'm actually surprised more people don't do that. Like, I think without this political move, Dirk would have been arrested 2 years ago. Gotta learn how to play politics. Jeff Bezos played politics. One of the two biggest donors for Kamala, Microsoft, Google. What do you think? They just like, oh no, we think you're the best? No. Yo, let's see how your policies could benefit our company. All right, bet. Yo, here's $2 million. Hold that. Is what it is. All right, let's look at her. Donations. We gotta look at donations from her. We probably gotta. I'm pretty sure he donated to her. How much did he donate to her? Let's look. So it was two of them. Obviously, this guy right here, he's standing by Dirk. The other one withdrew. Doesn't say how much. I'm pretty sure there was some influence there. Anyway. Oh, good. She said, while the American system of justice grants everyone the presumption of innocence until proven guilty within a court of law, the village of Broadview, where the fuck is that? In the court of public opinion of the residents, we have a higher moral and ethics standards of behavior, and our partners must reflect the same and uncompromising standards that are demanded by our residents. Given the news that Lil Durk, aka Lil Durk Banks, have been arrested in Florida and charged with murder for hire, the village of Broadview is withdrawing our honorary key to the village granted to Durk and is terminating our partnership's agreement with his youth organization's Neighborhood Heroes Foundation. As mayor, protecting our interests and upholding values is our number one job. This is why I say this to be bullshit, chat. Dirk came on the scene nationally like 2012, but been rapping really since like 2010. And he was saying, I'm terrorizing the city. Yo, niggas is getting clapped, 500 homicides, there's finna be more. And they still gave him the key, but now they're like, oh shit, no. Whatever. Anyway. Okay, good. Let me let homie rock. Oh, we already played this, right?
I mean, look, I don't, quite frankly, has not been overly.
Thank you, Craig.
Okay, cool. So we get that. Now, let me, is this the last part of my Dirk? Because I think we have been going on with Dirk for the last, we did about 2 hours on it already. Cool. Well, let me show this part. So,
popular rapper Lil Durk appeared in federal court in Miami today, accused of a murder.
This was his first appearance, which, by the way, CBS Miami, y'all need to fire somebody on your editing team, okay? First and foremost, you're gonna see they have the whole story wrong. They said that Dirk slid for the death of somebody named Big Von instead of King Von. Watch this though, and we're gonna see at the end Dirk's father, who did show up to court. And I do have a picture of India, who showed up to court as well.
For hire plot.
CBS News Miami's Peter Dench joins us from outside the federal courthouse in downtown Miami, where Lil Durk appeared today. Peter?
Well, Lauren and Elliot, we can...
Yo, is that a rooster? Hey, there's roosters in Chicago?
Lil Durk appeared today. Peter?
Well,
there is a rooster. Look right here.
Lauren and Elliot, we can tell you that federal authorities say the rapper offered a bounty to kill...
What the fuck? There's a rooster in Chicago? Yo, chat, what the hell? Oh, no, this is Miami. Oh, my bad. It's Miami. I'm sorry. It's not Chicago. It's Miami. Why the hell's a rooster just chilling there? This reminds me like some Jamaica shit. Yo, chat, we had like 300 roosters at my crib in Jamaica. What the fuck? In Miami, a rooster just chilling? How'd that work? No, this is not Chicago. This is Miami. This is Miami Federal Court. What the hell?
Lil Durk appeared today. Peter?
Well, Lauren and Elliot, we can tell you that federal authorities say the rapper offered a bounty to kill a rival rapper in Los Angeles. Now he's facing charges including murder for hire, resulting in a death. Many know rapper Lil Durk for this song. He won a Grammy this year for All My Life. Now that life is darker. The 32-year-old singer, whose real name is Durk Devontae Banks, is facing federal charges including murder for hire, resulting in a death. According to these federal indictments, 5 of his associates, known as OTF or Only the Family Members, took part in the plot. As depicted in these photos from their indictments, authorities say they tried to kill rival rapper Quando Rondo in August of 2022 at a Los Angeles gas station. It resulted in the death of Quando Rondo's 24-year-old cousin after 18 shots were fired. Authorities say it was in retaliation for the murder of Chicago rapper Big Von. They say...
What? The chat, who is this? What are they talking about? Chat, what are they talking about right now? Retaliation for who?
Fired. Authorities say it was in retaliation for the murder of Chicago rapper Big Von.
Wait, what?
Authorities say it was in retaliation for the murder of Chicago rapper Big Von.
No way.
It resulted in the death of Quando Rondo's 24-year-old cousin after 18 shots were fired. Authorities say it was in retaliation for the murder of Chicago rapper Big Von.
Okay.
They say Banks made it known that he would pay a bounty to anyone who killed Rondo, whose real name is Taekwon Bowman. The criminal complaint against Durk Banks says evidence shows that Banks ordered TB's murder and that the hitman used Banks and OTF-related finances to carry out the murder. Authorities say Banks was arrested Thursday night in Miami Springs as he attempted to flee the United States. In court, a federal prosecutor asked that he be held without bond because he is a flight risk. He will now face another hearing. Outside court, we tried to speak with Banks' attorney and his father.
So that's his pops right there. I'm not too sure. I guess this is his attorney, this white lady here. We're going to have to figure it out. I'm pretty sure he's going to have to get the best of the best. Don't know if she is and don't want to say she's not, but we're going to see the high power. This is where, let me tell you, all the millions don't mean nothing if you ain't getting the right person, right? But this is his father. If you don't know, there's a whole story about, his father was in jail for the majority of his life. And his father actually just came home recently.
They declined to say anything about the charges against Banks or the upcoming hearing. Now, Banks' next hearing will be about his pretrial detention and will be held in the Central District of California since the crime originally happened in Los Angeles. At this point, no date has been set for that hearing.
Okay, so we kind of get that. There is a picture of India appearing as well in court, which means, baby mama and wifey, and actually she's his fiance. She was definitely, there in tow to make sure she's supporting her man. Let me see if I can get that picture. India court. I'm scrolling. Right here. Here she is. India Royale seen leaving Durk's court hearing in Miami. Okay. Guess this is security right next to her, but, all right. Okay. Now, so here we are, and now we're at the point of, I personally believe that Durk was aware of the feds closing in within the last year. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to lay out a few things. And I want y'all to understand me. If you're tuning in, been like lazily sleeping, wake up a bit, right? I'm going to tell you why I believe that Durk was a little bit, well, not a little bit, Durk was in a know. There was multiple things happening, right? And I want to, before I really get to this, I think Durk was trying to do this. Remember I told you, Durk is not a stupid nigga. So I'm not going to lie. When I seen that Durk was trying to leave the country, I was like, damn, it feels like a very flustered move by Durk. And I feel like Durk has been pretty Yo, he outsmarted 6ix9ine, outsmarted Young Boy. Not saying that those guys are up the level of the feds, but like I've watched Dirk move so strategically, and I mean we could name multiple situations. Caught 3 gun charges, did no significant times in Chicago where guns are pretty much banned. Then he has a shooting in Atlanta. Nothing happens there. Everything that we've seen, Dirk has kind of slithered out of it, and a lot of it, I believe, is Dirk being smart and knowing how to maneuver and kind of move around. So when I seen that Dirk was just trying to like, sloppily flee the country, I was like, that's kind of, damn, they must have really got him, but already knows something else is bigger that's coming. Now, when you go back about a year and a half ago, so when did I interview Dirk? Does anybody know? I'm probably gotta look back at the Spotify episode, Akademiks Lil Durk interview. When did I interview him? It should be on Spotify. Episode 192. Everything for Vaughn and D-Thing. Okay, this was May 23rd. What was very obvious there, not only how he showed up, how he presented himself, is that this was around the time, remember I told you, showed up with none of the guys, none of that. This was Dirk almost, by the way, go watch the interview again. I could probably pull it up on clips. Dirk states, he says, what does he say? He said, like, I didn't necessarily ask him, yo, why are you not fucking with some of the guys anymore? But he said, yo, it took me to kind of like, get back into myself to realize even some of our money was being played with. Basically saying that some people were stealing money, and that's why he has a new team and whatever. Now, we have to be very clear. Usually artists are too caught up in the matrix. They never know when shit is going down. They never know it until it's usually too late, right? Now, I'm going to use this as an example, and I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but I am going to use this as an example. And I thought back then, anytime you see a guy start soberly realizing like, oh no, I got to get these things away from me, blah, blah, something's going on. This was a sloppy example, and I've told y'all I think Dirk is smart. So I think Dirk over the last year has done a very smart thing. Start donating to the mayor, start getting spiritual, creates this neighborhood heroes, or not creates it then, but starts to put this into the communities where he could be seen as really curating a change for people where he has a voice with. Again, to me, that's Dirk being very smart. Not saying it's not sincere, but I do think the timing is him being smart. The perfect example of sloppily realizing it when it's too late is this. And this is my guy.
Just the community. Not to no foundations. Just going on the street.
Here we go. 6ix9ine. 2 days before he gets arrested, shows up to the Breakfast Club. No shoddy, nothing. Shows up by himself and gives this interview that people call bizarre at the time. Here we go.
Clip 15 million times.
So is this going to be bigger than your last one?
I mean, I don't care. Because I told you I was going to be. I don't lie. My numbers don't lie.
So why you don't do that for other people's interviews?
He want to troll you?
I want to troll.
You down, that wasn't true.
You said, I started the interview. It was right there. You know what I'm saying? Let's get into what we really want to talk about. Why all the beefs and why that? Because we're going to get the people what they want.
Yeah.
But the whole
2 minutes of the interview, we're going to get everybody what want.
Thing, it just started, oh, what about this charge? What about this? What about that? I want to talk about. And we spoke about it.
We don't really ever talk about music.
So like,
what's you?
Bro, I'm hot. People would have think I would back in 6 months. 15. Right now I'm 10 for 10.
10 for 10.
10 for 10.
Rooted against you. That's what I'm saying.
Here we go.
You the hottest artist and thing. We at Power 105 Breakfast Club, right?
Correct.
Was you at Powerhouse?
Yeah.
Okay, he's
just line right there.
Right.
There was nothing else after that. Like, yo, bro, this is what I'm saying. When I get on stage,
hold on,
be able to do that.
But I tell you, because I don't know who hit him, but
it was heavy, bro. Like Prudential Son. How many times?
Hold on.
Man,
I do what I want. You really don't do what you want. I don't have no censor. Like I'm not censored. People's like, yo, he's famous. If I say is data. You can't do shit like. I really do what I want, and I put other people here because I keep it real with myself, bro.
But sometimes you say things and
and they were like, oh, 6ix9ine just dragged her, and then
hold on. I'm trying
pictures. I seen him go to a volleyball game to see Kev's daughter play volleyball.
Here we go.
And I was like, oh, because I seen Cass do the mental health.
Yeah.
Here we go.
My supplement, I was depressed when and I dropped weight like to 110. Ass booking agents, right?
Okay. So 6ix9ine pops up, This is right before the feds pick him up 2 days before, a day or two before. He says, yo, my whole team is fired. My booking agent was stealing from me, blah, blah, blah. Like, 6ix9ine is a new man with this interview.
People were stealing. That was the reason.
Yeah, like a lot of people.
Yeah, because so they're asking me, why'd you post this on social media?
Nah.
It was
I was doing bad. I wasn't eating. My mom thought I was dying on her. She got this lady come from Mexico to rub these oils on me. It was like bad. Yeah.
Why did you fire everybody, 6ix9ine?
There we go.
Seen the video yesterday.
Yeah.
And you canceled your whole tour?
Yeah, I canceled everything. Like, there's so much money out here to be stealing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you
So
gotta
people
get
were
out of here.
stealing
People were stealing.
Yeah.
That was the reason.
Yeah, like a
always
lot of people
happens.
think I'm on cocaine. Like, people think like I'm on cocaine now, bugging, and like they like, yo, you just paranoid. Like, but I know, like, you know what I'm saying?
How'd you
You
find
got
out they were
anxiety.
stealing from you?
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, I'm the hottest artist in the world. Like, my streaming numbers is retarded. Like, my numbers, like, you pull them up, comparing to people is not even comparable.
Who though? Who are these people you talking about, 6ix9ine? Because Drake is crazy.
Who?
Drake's numbers.
Oh, no, yeah, shout out to Drake. But
The
you gotta
Migos.
understand, when you put Drake and a kid that just came out last year
It's a different
together,
situation.
It's like, yo, imagine when I'm in the game for 10 years.
Okay. Let's
Listen, you're definitely doing well.
Hold on, let him get away from
But
this.
how
Why'd you fire everybody?
He was talking about
I'm
how he
talking
found out
about-
they were stealing.
I'm talking about
How they found out
I'm
they
the
were
hottest
stealing.
artist in America.
Fire everybody.
My rate right now for shows is 100,000. Nothing under 100,000. So they're like, yo, we got these 15 dates for you, right? These dirty ass booking agents, right?
So now he's going to go into this whole thing saying, yo, I figured out my team was stealing and booking agents were stealing. So that's why I got away from everyone.
Like, yo, we have 60,000 for this, that, and the third, right? I'm like, yo, why so low? Why is it 60K? Listen, Tekashi, we're cleaning up your name right now. We're, you know, these venues are scared of you. Because right now, as we all know, these venues don't want nothing to do with me. They are afraid of me. They're like, yo, this kid is a loose cannon. He's a liability.
I told you that was going to happen. Right?
Yeah, of course. But I don't care. I don't stop my money. It's not stopping my money because I'm still get booked. You got to understand. There's a difference. Live Nation has their venues. WME has their venues.
By the way, about Live Nation, let me just show you something real quick. US versus Live Nation. So what's happening right now is that there's a lawsuit that was filed May 23rd. It's a federal court. It's alleging that Live Nation has a monopoly on the live event sector. This is why when Baby goes on tour, Sexy Red goes on tour, and they don't go with Live Nation, basically those tours are damn near destined to fail, or they get super bad press about it, claim they're flopping, because those artists turn down deals with Live Nation. Live Nation has 95% of all artists that are touring. And there's an antitrust lawsuit that's now filed to say, yo, you know, just like how they've tried to file it against Amazon and say, yo, there's no competition in the market. So, and by the way, the one for Live Nation is kind of wild. And I think Taylor Swift helped with this too, because there's a whole ticketing fiasco for Taylor Swift. But look, Justice Department. So I think it's the fucking Justice Department that sued them. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're suing them in a civil sense, right? And they're basically saying that Live Nation and Ticketmaster, which Live Nation owns Ticketmaster, the way how people think about tickets, mostly you buy tickets through Ticketmaster. It's owned by Live Nation. Live Nation owns the most of the venues, which means pretty much if you want to go on a tour nationwide, you kind of got to fuck with Live Nation. So they're being sued for being a monopoly. Anyway, Live Nation never fuck with 6ix9ine ever. And obviously there's a Live Nation, Rock Nation interest somewhere. We'll get to that later. It's convoluted a little bit. But anyway, that lawsuit's happening. There was a hearing today for that, by the way.
Carol Lewis is the other one. They got their venues. There's other venues. You're never going to stop me. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to stop me. I knew this from coming into...
Yeah, so Live Nation didn't fuck with 6ix9ine anymore, and it's because of the Barclays Center Live Nation. We can just Google it. Barclays Center is a venue that they don't own it, but they have significant stake, and they pretty much book up all the dates there, right? Like, they do a lot of stuff there, unless they're doing sports event, which we know the Nets play at Barclays. What happened was that Barclays Center, 6ix9ine shooting, he went up in there, seen Casanova, and they shot. You shoot in New York City at a fucking venue? So this was part of the indictment too. So it was this right here. 6ix9ine and his crew, blah, blah, and Casanova and his crew was coming the other way, and I forgot what the guy's name was. I think it was Drama or something like that. He fired a shot because they were getting into it. Somebody shoots in the air. I don't know if you can see the gun. Yeah, once the bullet fired, everybody ran, and essentially, yeah. Then 6ix9ine went on social media afterwards. The cops that came, by the way, the cops are all in the buildings, but they ain't give a fuck. So something, the way how people get into the Barclays, they go underneath, and they actually have make sure nobody, because your car goes underneath the Barclays. They have car scanners for guns, and still someone was able to smuggle a gun in there. Obviously not through the regular entrance, you can't do that. And once that got fired, the police is blah, blah, and then 6ix9ine here, the cops question it. Look how many cops, NYPD. NYPD doesn't be getting paid millions just to work these events, but they'll lock niggas up too, they don't give a fuck. Then what happened basically is that 6ix9ine went outside after the event, basically kind of touting that, we shot at Casanova and them, right?
Treyway shit, man. Jack boy shit, man. In the fucking Barclays. Stupid. Fuck boy, don't run. Where you going? Where you going? Boom, boom, boom. Niggas hit that.
Yo, we gotta go this way, bro. We gotta go this way.
Niggas started running this shit. Niggas said, straight up.
Big,
Nigga said, fuck boy, don't run. Fuck boy, don't boom.
Yeah, so pretty much he was just making fun with the guys saying that, we shot and you have a song called Fuck Boy Don't Run, but y'all niggas ran, right? Cool. So after that, Live Nation says no more 6ix9ine in any of her events, right? Once they say that, you're done, right? Already he was getting a lot of resistance elsewhere. Once Live Nation says that, he can't be in none of their events that they're essentially the promoter of, right? And they're doing the majority of tours, all that type of stuff, including even Rolling Loud, I believe, right? Live Nation, Rolling Loud. I think they own Rolling Loud right now, don't they? Let's see. Does Live Nation own Rolling Loud? Yes. So a subsidiary of Live Nation Entertainment, you go down, look how many companies they own. Just scroll. This is why they're sued. Yo, nigga, you own everything. What the fuck? How many fucking companies you fucking own? Look. Oh, by the way, Rock Nation. So Live Nation owns, interesting, right? They own Ticketmaster and Belgium. They own mad different companies. God damn. Why do they own this amount of companies? Because if you sue one of them, it doesn't topple the whole brand. It's an umbrella. So Live Nation at the top, then Live Nation New Zealand, Live Nation Belgium, Live Nation USA, and a lot of other companies. And you'll notice if you look on this, Rolling Loud, it's, yeah. So, by the way, not saying that's the reason, because Tarek, the guy who owns Rolling Louder, still operates and controls it. He could book someone if they want, but if something comes down, for example, I remember there was some event at Hard Rock Stadium and 6ix9ine was supposed to be there. I think he was supposed to walk somebody out at first, and then it came out to say 6ix9ine cannot be in the Hard Rock Stadium. They fucking banned the nigga, bro. And I remember him trying to talk to the owner, and the owner was like, "We can't do shit. It's a mandate. You and your gang shot up, So basically, for all y'all gang niggas, when y'all go to these concerts, please don't have your niggas shooting up the Barclays or some dumb shit, because you're gonna fuck business up. Anyway, so that's why he's not allowed to do that. So that's why he's talking about whatever.
To the game, I'm like, yo, I'm gonna get away with everything I want to get away with. But anyway, let's get back to it.
Yeah. Right. So how you found out they were
So these dirty promoters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is MTA booking. They dirty. Listen, I go out and like, yo, these venues are scared of you. You can't go here. Oh, and most of the money, the reason it's scared, because most of the money is going to security and the local police, because they don't want you there, and they feel like it's, so we have to pay for. So I'm like, all right, cool. I want to clean my name. Let's get it. Let's get started. You want to know what these dirty promoters did? So I'm in LA, right? I meet with some people, right? That they about their shit. Right? I'm not going to say who.
Street dudes.
I just meet with some people. I make a deal. They about their shit. They're like, yo, we booked this show for you. The day of the show was yesterday. They like, yo, come to you got a show here. I'm not gonna say because then they'll put one and one together. I don't want to put their business out there.
Okay, all right. So he's talking about the booking agent. He's talking about just his business stuff. Essentially, what happens, not to like make this like a bridge, but this is him showing everything, and essentially he says he fired his booking agent, and then he talks about his team.
Yeah, MC. Like that's like, yo. So now listen to me. So now I'm like, yo. I don't want to do the tour. I'm telling these promoters, I don't want to do the tour.
So he's talking about promoting shit.
No, but listen, but listen, no, it's not provoke. It's the worst thing in the world is jealousy. Worst thing.
So now he starts talking about his team. He starts talking about why he cut them off.
People looking at it. I'm blood. Why is he jacking my shit? This kid got rainbow hair. This kid got 6'9" on his face.
Which, this is why I say that as crazy as you think it is, Dirk is smarter than 6'9". Dirk, and I'm going to break it down in a second, how Dirk got away from certain people. 6'9" did this impulsively. Dirk is basically the same thing, and I have a theory for that. Let me do this breaking news real quick before we get there. By the way, chat, breaking news that just dropped. Metro Boomin sued for sexual battery, allegedly impregnating a woman. Okay, he's facing a new lawsuit from a woman who claims that he knew and trusted she claims she knew, trusted a Grammy-winning super producer before he allegedly R-worded her in 2016. Okay. TMZ Hip Hop obtained documents filed by a woman named Vanessa Lemestri. And I'm going to try to look it up on the side to see if we know who this is. Is this her? Yeah, I think I found her on the side here. I don't know if I should put it up here. Hold on. Okay. Anyway, so this woman is claiming she suffered from depression after the death of her 9-month-old son at the time, but she hit it off with Metro during a getaway trip to Vegas in the spring of that year. Vanessa claims that Metro invited her to the studio to hang back in Los Angeles, where she observed Metro abusing codeine. And even against the warnings of his friends. Sometime in September 16th, Vanessa claims that she visited Metro at a studio and took half of a Xanax pill and a shot of alcohol to cope with the sadness of her son. Okay. That was weighing heavy on her mind, and she claims she soon blacked out on the couch. She claims that she eventually regained consciousness. Actually, Chad, I could pull the whole lawsuit up. You want to pull the whole lawsuit up? Give me 1 second. I'll pull the whole lawsuit up. Probably take 2 minutes. All right. Anyway. Actually, give me 1 second. Oh, this is brand new. Okay, it might not even been filed yet. It appears that it's going to be in LA court. I'm going to have my person search LA courts for it. So anyway, they're giving the summary anyway. So she says she took Xans. She took Xans and watched Metro abuse codeine sometime in 2016. So by the way, this is 8 years ago. She took a half a Xanax pill and a shot of alcohol to cope, right? And she claims she was blacked out. So I've never taken a Xanax. I don't know what a Xanax does. But she's claiming Xanax just instantly knocked her out. Half a Xan, right? Maybe I'm listening to too much Drake. Then Drake say, yo, took half a Xan to Japan or whatever the fuck that is. Vanessa claims she eventually regained consciousness in a bed with Metro on top of her, allegedly R-wording her and performing oral sex on her. After blacking out and waking up again, Metro claims that, Vanessa claimed that Metro appeared and informed her that she was in a Beverly Hills hotel and that it was time to leave. She says she has no memory of how she got there. Vanessa then learned that she was pregnant and claimed that it had to be from Metro because she hadn't had sex with anyone else. She said ultimately she terminated the pregnancy in November 2016. She also believed that Metro joked about her trauma the following year on his Rap Save Me record, co-starring 21 Savage, Offset, and Quavo, which includes the lyrics, "She took a Xanny, then she fainted. I'm from the gutter and no changing." She's currently seeking an unspecified amount of damage for mental pain and anguish plus punitive damage. We've reached out to Metro's rep so far. No word. I'm going to look at the full lawsuit. I don't like this nigga Metro. But, bruv. Come on. Come on. Chat, let me tell you this. And let me just put this out. People have watched this Diddy case, and I'm telling you, your favorite rapper, there's 3 to 4 people who are even DMing me because they want me to break stories about them. Every girl who felt she got fucked, didn't get nothing from it, she was called an Uber in the morning, nigga changed her number on her. They're all claiming the same thing. Not gonna say it means she's lying. Not gonna say she means she's telling the truth. This is the attempted new lick. And I guarantee, and Metro know, I don't fuck with him for just like our back and forth. There's nothing deep beyond that. I guarantee if I was to talk to Metro and I asked him, I said, Metro, how much money she asked for you for her not to put this out? She probably asked for some wild amount because Metro dropped 2 albums this year. Doing really good. He's a super producer. Probably asked her for 400, 500,000, who knows? And he probably didn't pay her. Now it's a lawsuit. Lawsuit could probably not go nowhere, but it don't matter. As Kendrick says, you got a weird case. Why you around, right? I look at this, I'm like, man, this is an allegation. So, you know, most of these stop with, they don't go to the cops. Most of these stop with, okay, what happened with that investigation. Most of these are, you know, this is, a lot of women realize we're in a climate of now a new Me Too movement, seemingly. But I don't think it's a Me Too movement because unless you're Diddy, I don't think no one's going to switch up on Metro. So it's kind of interesting. You're going to have people who are going to say, nah, I'm not paying this money. I can imagine he thinks it's extortion. I'm not paying that money. Fuck that. All right, cool. Let the press run with it. I ain't paying you. Now, granted, if you really on some shit and this is a serial behavior, you're going to get Diddy because, okay, it makes the press once. If there's 8 women that got the same thing, the Fed's going to look at it, even if your state or local precincts looked at it. So, you know, I know a lot of people know I'm not the biggest fan of Metro, but we do have to, while reiterating or stating the allegations, we have to reiterate that this could be true or false. And that's as much as I could add to it. It could be true or false. And, you know, I think the due diligence, I think I've learned just from me personally, is that I'll keep an eye on the case, right? But he ain't going to jail. Could be lies or it could be truth. But yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and just be like, yo, yeah, got him. Now, what this does do though is it shows the pretentiousness of somebody like Kendrick. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not making this a Kendrick thing because when Kendrick basically panders and starts up, oh, so and so has a case, you then look very guilty with everybody that surrounds you. Well, what about Dr. Dre? Dr. Dre had allegations, and there was supposedly more proof to maybe those being true. What about him? You had your biggest verse on Metro's album. What about him? It just kind of shows the pretentiousness of especially people, but even Kendrick, in kind of saying this to try to act as if the people he associates with is beyond moral reproach or beyond some of the stuff that we're seeing happening now, right? So I'm pretty sure we're not going to see no comments from Kendrick, and we shouldn't. But it just goes to show for all you people who think Kendrick is Jesus, this shit's just like Baca. This shit's just like what's being alleged at 30 other people. They got this other one that's about Chris Brown now. Like, it's just, bro, you know what I mean? To have a silver lining here, I would say this. Clearly, no sane individual would ever co-sign or ignore sexual assault. And I think what we should do is, if you feel like you're sexually assaulted, right? You should go to the police immediately. Work with the police to get an arrest that they could be held criminally liable. Here's the truth. People like Metro Boomin have made hundreds of millions of dollars in this game. And with respectfully, him paying you $500,000, whether it's for you not to say nothing, or even if a court forces him to pay it, does not hold him accountable. If you really think he sexually assaulted you, he's a millionaire. He's going to continue to make millions. So for the people who do feel like, you know, whether it's Kanye did something to you, you know, as his assistant is claiming, Metro, all of these people, perhaps try to work with the police as best as you can, right? And also, I'm not going to, you know, there is some accountability here, right? Are you drugged? Are you taking these drugs willingly? Did you issue consent and now trying to rescind it? Not saying none of these things exist in this particular case or any of them, but we got to put this into the air, because how is it a point where ain't nobody getting locked up for sexual assault, except Diddy, but everybody getting accused? How does that shit work? Do you get what I'm saying? So again, you know, for the real victims out there, and like I watched the video today, like it was a body cam video. It was a little bit of propaganda, I'm not gonna lie. It's a body cam video of this woman. She like low-key called the cops or had the cops come, but she was about to get R-worded by like some immigrant. And I think this is mostly propaganda. The reason I'm saying it's propaganda is because I think they're trying to put this out there to say, hey, this is an illegal immigrant, R-wording someone. But in that case, it appears that she was about to be R-worded. I ain't gonna lie to you, right? And you feel completely horrible for a situation like that. And for those people, you want to help amplify their voice, but now we're in the realm of this, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yeah, and here's the thing too. Yeah, Kanye is uncancelable. I'm gonna just let y'all know. Kanye is uncancelable, right? Kanye is uncancelable. It's just interesting that nobody's getting locked up but Diddy. Everybody's getting Takeoff allegation, Chris Brown allegation. I told you there's a few more to come. I have their names already. They send me. This is why I don't put these out just truthfully. Not only because I'm a man and I understand of somebody just making up an allegation because they feel ill will towards whatever. Yo, you just kicked them out of the house. Nothing like whatever. It don't matter. Oh, you just called. They felt used. Whatever the case is. But they're sending me lawsuits, and I'm telling you, on damn near, I want to say about currently like 7 out of 10 rappers that's popular. They want somebody like me or a platform like mine to publish it. Here's why. Or not publish it, tease it or whatever. They're currently negotiating. They're negotiating with these people like, yo, give us $500,000, give us 200,000, give us 300,000. We won't say nothing. Tony Busby himself, who's filing these new lawsuits, and we're going to get to it, on Diddy, literally basically have said that like there's some people that's paying up. These other celebrities, not Diddy, they're paying up for their names out to be in it. So it's like a damn shakedown. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I've told you, like, unfortunately, if you're a woman right now, like, you're kind of incentivized to say somebody did some shit to you. Especially you don't fuck with that nigga no more. You don't fuck with him. You don't fuck with him and he brought you to the party and fucked you and your friends. And you broke his fuck now and you need some shit. It is what it is, right? I'll go look at his Twitter to see if he said anything. But yeah, I think he knew this was coming. That nigga was tweeting, thank God for the day, every day. until a couple of days before today. Okay, yeah, he probably knew what was going on. Right? Yeah, kind of unfortunate. And by the way, who knows? Maybe it's true. Right? Who knows, right? Now, it's kind of, sexual assault is sexual assault, but most of these involve drugs and people allegedly blacking out and shit like that. I ain't gonna lie, I've never been a bigger fan of sober sex now, man. You gotta do some sober sex with a camera in the corner. And not the camera for you freak niggas. Like, camera that is a surveillance. Surveillance. Hey, we were chilling watching Netflix for like 2 hours, and you just started sucking my shit, and we started doing it. You was sober as a motherfucker. You got up like you did. Yeah, like you almost got to have like full-on proof. And honestly, I'm going to be honest with you. This is what I kind of also start taking from this. A part of this rap culture and celebrity culture is like fucking random women. And you get to realize fucking several random women leads to this, right? Like, not saying a girlfriend wouldn't claim this because you can't trust no girls out here. But when you just fuck groupies and people feel used, this is if it's false, you probably gonna get yourself in some shit, bro. Like, and these celebrities nowadays and these rappers, they're running through hordes of women. Hordes. And also, to answer the question, because this is always a question I always had, why do rappers fuck the same women? Because of a lot of different reasons. They fuck the same group of women that happen to already be famous that got fucked by the other niggas because it's a vetting process. Every time you fuck somebody outside of the group of women that everybody done fucked, you roll the dice. You don't know if these chicks are gonna, when you fall asleep, some niggas, as soon as you fall asleep, she grab your fucking ring and your bracelet off the table and she's out. She stole your shit. She see your Gucci bag, she's out with that too. Y'all, whatever, she go to the bathroom, she really in love with some dusty nigga from the hood. She hit him and say, yo, we're up here at this hotel. He driving this car. Yo, I'm gonna fuck him real good, real quick. Rob him afterwards. He got this on him, this on him, this on him. I'm gonna ask him for something that he got to go to his car to go get. You stand outside the car and rob the nigga. So, yeah, it does become, like, you kind of get to realize, like, first of all, not saying they haven't had weird situations, but, yeah, when you be like, damn, why all the niggas keep fucking Black China and whoever. Yeah. You know what I mean? Shit, they fuck Black China, might not be that tight, but she ain't going to be over here just telling the whole fucking story. So, it happens. Anyway, we will figure out. I'm wondering what the fallout is from this because what's seen for Metro is that he's super low key, good image, right? Because he doesn't say a lot, and pretty well liked. Future is kind of set that in set that ship in motion. If y'all Metro don't trust you, like people really like this guy. By the way, let me see if Shade Room posted it. When Shade Room posted, they believe everything, right? And again, I'm not saying I don't believe it. I'm just saying, we got to be a little bit skeptical because we got to figure out why, the crime of first-degree sexual assault usually is punishable by life. It's usually punishable up until, it's like seen as murder. How come all these niggas is doing that and nobody getting locked up? Now, I do know some of the reasons, so I'm not trying to, act ignorant to some things that affect those type of situations being put out, but all right, well, we'll get to it. All right, Metro. Hopefully this ain't true, but I'll see how he deals with it. I think most celebrities, especially not in the limelight every day, they just kind of duck down. They come back with a charity, come back with a new album, and people do forget in time, right? People do forget. Cool. All right. The only irony in all of this, and Metro, by the way, I do want to say this one last thing, and trust me, I'm saying this to you. Again, me and you had our the little tit for tat or whatever, but trust me, I'm a man and you a man, and I say that respectfully. I've always heard this is a Jamaican saying, when you dig a hole, make sure you dig two. So My game of like getting that niggas ain't never to be doing this. That's what I told you. That's why when that nigga ATL Jacob was trying to come on some weird shit, I said, ATL, do you know what you're doing, nigga? Anyway, I say that to say, Metro, I'm gonna keep it a being with you. This didn't pop up for no reason. Somebody that don't like you put this there. I'm telling you this because there's about 40 lawsuits that's allegedly filed on random rappers, some big, some small, and it takes for TMZ to pick this up. Somebody made this happen, okay? So whoever your ops is, and I guess I say this to say, all y'all rappers that love beefing, this recent beef between Kendrick and Drake is a nasty beef because it's a beef that don't look like nobody gonna get punched on or shot. It's a beef about who's weird, who's a pedophile, who did this, and now, even if there's no proof, like for example, everybody's saying Drake, hey, minor, cool. But now when they're saying this about, trust me, I'm telling you this, Metro, I promise you, this got nothing to do with me, trust me. Listen, you know me, I shoot direct. So if I'm gonna do some shit, you catching on my platform. So this ain't me. But this popped up because of the beef you win. 100,000,000%. Remember I told you, because of the situation you're in, that's why this popped up. Listen, I know media. I'll keep it going. All right, I'll move on. And by the way, nothing of what I said implicates Drake, because you have to realize the brand of these people play dirty. There's, for example, say Travis Scott. By the way, this had nothing to do with Travis Scott. The brand of Travis Scott, there's so many people leverage and have interest in it, from media companies, record labels, PR companies, executives, managers, ancillary people who work in digital marketing and other marketing people, that when they're getting attacked, they're like, oh, all right, cool. We're going to launch something back. So I'm telling Metro, this shit from 2016, my nigga, making the news in 2024, and it's October. This ain't random. And I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're not Diddy, that there's like 400 more women about to come out. This is probably like some one chick that's feeling whatever. This shit made the news today because this was a sniper effort. One of your ops, not me. I gotta tell you it's not me. Because as I said, I hit you directly. And I wouldn't hit you like this. Pause. Even though I did joke about me and him used to smash the same girl who used to tell me everything about this nigga. Metro be having a girl, he be cheating on, like, everybody cheats, so nobody cares. He used to be just telling this girl, like, yeah, blah, blah. He used to be pillow talking about Drake. And I remember when I was chilling with the shorty, like, yeah, I do my thing, but I'll be like, yo. Oh, sorry. I'll be like, yo. What else that nigga tell you? Remember I told you about that circle? If I'm hitting it, it's some random scally. Like she was some just random like Instagram model. She was from LA. She looked good type shit. Nah, just random, bro. Yeah, this is why you gotta stay in that circle. Stay in that circle. Y'all rappers should be smashing the same bitches. Even though I say why y'all do it, I get it now. Smash the same girls. Now move around the same people. Because once y'all smash another one that's outside that circle, you're not gonna wife him. So they ended up kind of clout chasing. They run into Ak and they're like, maybe Ak will wife me. I get it too. And then they start talking. Because the best thing, you know what a girl loves doing more than anything? Telling you who she fucked with to qualify herself as a better woman. I remember I used to mess with a girl. She went down to Atlanta. She called me specifically. She said, I just want to let you know, you be thinking you the shit. You not the most famous thing I done fucked no more. I fucked Young Thug and Gunna. And I was just like, damn, Well, tell me if you're a hoe, if you really are. God, this chick called me up to tell me she fucked both of them. With all due respect, if she see this, don't get mad. She ended up, the nigga who got her pregnant, some regular dudes, it's fine. I'm like, nobody gives a fuck. Anyway. All right, Metro. Done with you, brother. Done. I was on a whole little thing with the Dirk thing. Are we good with this or not? Now, the chick really called me, I swear. She called, I remember the day she called me. She's like, I just want to let you know. According to her, she said that I felt like, because I guess when she was hitting me up at a certain point, because she was never my main girl. Like, I had like a main girl that I was on and off with. And by the way, it's nothing recent. It was like, this is at least 5 years ago. All right, I guess y'all know who the main girl was in. But whatever. Anyway, so when we're on and off, like this chick was like, so when I start ignoring her, because I'm back dealing with Shorty, she would just kind of feel like, oh, you feeling yourself? Like, yo, niggas be on my body. You know when girls trying to tell you like, yo, niggas be all in my DMs. Niggas be on my body. And you're like, all right, cool. And then so she's qualifying herself. Oh, you think cause you like popular? Yo, you not even the most famous nigga that fuck me. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about, bruh? She's like, cause she moved to Atlanta. She said, I fuck Young Thug and Gunna. Like, and the first thing I thought was, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. But that's the state of women. They'll just tell you they're a whore. Oh, I'm a whore now. I'm a proper whore. Okay, bet you got it. All right. Bet. So, all right, we're done with this. Oh, so are we getting back to the Dirk stuff? I think we can get back to the Dirk stuff. Let's get back to the Dirk stuff. Okay, that was just a little intermission. Let's get back to little Dirk. All right. So I kind of played you the 6ix9ine stuff, and as I said, I believe that Dirk was significantly smarter in how he played the industry. I'm not saying smarter overall, but he was smarter in how he was maneuvering. Number one, he always made great songs, but getting to the point where the industry accepted him for being a superstar, he was a guy who was disregarded. You got to imagine, like, if we're thinking about music like the NBA, Dirk was a guy, you know, shit. Round 20, no, not round, like he's a 20th pick in the NBA draft, right? And then basically the first 2 years, or the first year he does good, the second year not as well, third year, like, you know, he does a certain type of basketball game people ain't on, so like he gets dropped and he has to play overseas. And he came from overseas, went to the G League and got back in the league, and he's not, and he comes in a role player and turns into be a star for a new team. Like he's now a bona fide star. That's really Dirk's career if we're going to compare it to NBA. And he did it a lot of it. He's always made great music, but he did a lot of it through knowing how to maneuver. Learning when to engage and when not to engage. He engaged with 6ix9ine until he got hotter than 6ix9ine, quote unquote, culturally, right? And as soon as that happened, he wouldn't respond to 6ix9ine anymore. Baited Young Boy in. Knew how to handle that situation. Get what I'm saying? Seeing the Atlanta thing happening. Link there. Seeing that, yo, they were getting off of drill music. Yo, come here, Dej Loaf. Show to you my Beyonce. Like, very smart. Just like, you got to realize, I realize these things from, you know, a media perspective because I see guys knowing how to move when the changes and the ebbs and flow of the industry is happening. Okay. So, I'm showing you this video with 6ix9ine because 6ix9ine, 2 days before he gets locked up by the feds, just sporadically and erratically just gets to, and by the way, here's the thing too, 6ix9ine didn't, it's not like he just knew about the feds. By the way, at that time, the feds had called him in to say, hey, listen, there's a threat on your life. So he knew this before then. There's a threat on his life. He knew this. But that wasn't the first time he knew about the feds. I'll tell you why. He had changed a few people up on the team months before. Street niggas, not industry niggas. And the driver had hit me and said, yeah, 6ix9ine fired me. And I said, I'm going to talk to 6ix9ine. I don't know what's up with him. I called 6ix9ine. He's in Dubai. 6ix9ine told me, 6ix9ine says, Ak, my driver, I fired him. Because I said, why you fire me? He's the coolest guy. Every time I would pull up to an event, he would send the driver to come get me at the door. Say, yo, go get Ak. Right? He said, so when I asked him, I said, why you fire? I don't want to say his name. Why you firing, bro? Like, he's been a good guy, bro. Like, well, what did he do to you? He said, Ak, I ain't gonna lie to you. I just found out he's a government informant. This is months before 6ix9ine got locked up. So think about this. If you know this guy's a government informant, that's why you fire him. And by the way, I get to find out, which, by the way, that call with me and that nigga, because he was a government informant, was definitely probably, it's on some federal file somewhere, because my stupid ass is like, oh, nah, I'm going to call 6ix9ine and try to get you rehired. Why is he trying to get rehired by 6ix9ine? To get more fucking evidence. He ain't trying to drive. What the fuck? His car was the car 6ix9ine got kidnapped in, right? And 6ix9ine kidnapped. And the car was wired like bait car, my nigga. Like, this was played. Like, nigga, this was the car. Shit was wired like bait car. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, this is when he got kidnapped and shit, right? So that's why he was trying to get back with 6ix9ine. But 6ix9ine, I don't know how he figured out, but he figured out he was government informant. Apparently someone had told him that the dude that got nabbed, because the dude when he hired him was a illegal immigrant and he had a family over here. He got nabbed and the feds put pressure on the driver through ICE saying, hey, we're going to deport you because we think you're part of this 6ix9ine crime shit. They knew he wasn't a part of it. The guy's just a driver. He's a Mexican dude who drives. 6ix9ine hired a Mexican guy just because, you don't got no papers, but that's like the many immigrant story. They nabbed the guy. They said, yo, we're going to charge you with a crime and we're going to go deport you. And we're going to get your whole family out of here too. You ain't never going to see them again. And the guy got spooked because he's not a citizen. He said, how could I help? And they said, well, now that you say that, if you let us bug your car, wire your phone, and wire everything, we might leave you. We might not let ICE get you. And the dude agreed. The dude wasn't doing no crime. He was a driver. So, of course, he said, nigga, bug my car. You could, I don't care. Look, that's why the car is bugged up like this, right? This is all feds. Look, you see this video? It's from feds. So, just to show you kind of how the feds, that's why I think they're doing the co-conspirator 3. Whoever co-conspirator 3 is, who is booking on, oh my God, let me see your American Advantage points, your blah, 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 blah. They go to that person and say, yo, you about to get a murder for hire charge too, unless you cooperate. What? All right, I'm cooperating, right? I bet. So now let's get to Dirk, right? So 6ix9ine waits months to really start separating himself fully. He gets rid of a couple of guys, moves around different, fires the driver, but he still think he's good. He has Shotty still with him, but then when he goes certain places, he wouldn't have as much gang niggas. He would just get police. So, he's starting to kind of move a little bit different, but yeah, right? Cool. The only time he significantly changes is 2 days before, and they lock him up 2 days after. And this is after they have the meeting saying somebody about to kill you. Here's the thing with Dirk, right? If we go back to Dirk, now this is going to take a little bit of understanding from y'all, right? Okay. So, Lil Durk, and I'm trying to explain this to y'all. Okay. So, Lil Durk is OTF. Now, he came in the game as a guy who was OTF. And if you wonder about his relationship with Chief Keef, is that Chief Keef was O-Block, right? And OTF and Dirk's association and connection to, other than that fact they're BDs, that made them kind of cool, was one central figure, and that figure is going to be Lil Reese. So Dirk comes in. He's OTF, but he's also heavily associated because some of the niggas who's rolling with him to send third, they're Lamron. Lil Reese is from Lamron. Okay? I bet. All is good to send third. And this is my warning to everybody who are street dudes, who are millionaires and who are successful, who are rappers. What we're going to learn from this Lil Durk situation is the proverbial gangster's fallacy. And what I mean by gangster's fallacy, the gangster's fallacy that you could take all of these guys and bring them to success with you. By the nature of how it works, when you're a street dude, all you're going to do is end up using and losing the guys who you so-called claim to bring with you. They might have a hell of a time. You bring them on a couple private jets, you bring them to parties, but eventually, by the nature of how shit works, for you to still be considered real, they got to still be considered in the street. What ends up happening is bail start piling up, people start dying, mothers need shit, other stuff start happening, that the demands of the people who you are trying to bring up, but you're still keeping them there. See, you can't have both. You can't be a gangster rapper keeping niggas in the hood to do your hood bidding, but claiming you're bringing them up. Not because you give them a little 20 here, 30 there, bring them to this concert. It doesn't work. We've never seen a rapper that it worked for. Even if we don't talk about it in the gang context, name a rapper who did that and it worked successfully. Even you look at 50 Cent, you see people like, oh my God. What's the dude name? We're not talking about Shine. Oh, no, not Shine. No, not Shine. What's the guy name again? Was he deported? What's his name? What's the guy for 50? He used to be like the street dude. What's the guy's name? What's the guy's name? Oh my God. Please, tell me. What's the guy's name it's from 50? Bang'em Smurf. Thank you. Bang'em Smurf. Bang'em Smurf in all the early videos, 50 himself used to say, I used to bring 50 niggas on tour with me. But you got to realize money is finite. Resources finite. Attention is finite. And what ended up happening is that 50 realized he was not making no money. He had to pay for 50 hotel rooms. He said he had to start sleeping on the floor of the tour bus to show people it was cool to sleep there. Because everybody wanted hotel rooms. You know what a hotel room going? Y'all staying at decent hotels, $150 a piece for a room. Think about that for 25 rooms. Every place, food for everybody, multiple buses. It's going to cost. So I'm telling you the gangster rapper fallacy is that you name a gangster rapper that makes it to the top and is still rich, still doing everything. You never see all their niggas at the bottom saying, oh, nah, that's the real nigga. It always is fake. So let's now compare. And by the way, Dirk has learned this the hard way. And I think for a long time, especially going up until like 2019 or so, 2020, let's say 2021. And by the way, I'm not here to blame anything on Von, but I do think Von gave Dirk a different perspective of how to be super successful again. Now, Dirk was already gaining a lot of momentum, but when Von came around, he showed Dirk that people were still interested in someone who had a footprint in the streets, but who were still mainstream. This is why, like, you know, with all due respect to some of these rappers, I won't even call their names, even though some of them I don't care about. Their wave as a gangster rapper died. The music don't seem as meaningful. And that's what I'm saying, the gangster rapper fallacy. The music don't seem as meaningful anymore or as real. Unless you're somebody who has, like, you beat a body or something like that, because they think you're like that. But if you're a type of nigga who been claiming your niggas and, yo, we this gang, you got to always be associated with them, and you can't bring enough of them to the place where y'all are all good to ever leave it. So at some point, they will turn against you, or you have to separate unless you have the same fate. So let me paint this out for you. So Dirk, who supposedly was, initially, he's OTF / Dog Pound. Dog Pound is, his brother D-Thing had the connection there. But then they get into it with, or not get into it, he becomes affiliated and he's hanging with these guys from Lamron. That's where Reesenham is from. And what's very interesting, and I'm going to give you some timeline you might not know. I feel like I'm back in like War in Chirac. I ain't going to lie, because this is only some shit I would know back in War in Chirac. What ends up happening is that when Keith leaves Chicago, here's the story on Keith leaving Chicago. The story is that supposedly Keith, as he's elevating, isn't paying his bidding to the gang niggas. Okay? All of the BDs, they're hitting them like, yo, we got locked up. And this comes with being a gangster rapper. Oh, you got somebody who slaps people for you? You got somebody who gonna slide for niggas for you? Well, they get locked up. All right, yo, we need $40,000 for bond. We need $50,000 for this lawyer. Yo, my mama don't got nothing. Yo, she just got fired. Yo, could you give her like 10 bands? It's a lot of money. You got to keep money. But it's all good when you're thriving. It's all good when you're thriving. Here's the thing. The more time goes on, the more niggas become locked up. This is the fallacy. More niggas become locked up. As a rapper, you have no use for a nigga that's locked up. Yet, you still owe them. You still got to pay for their bond, get their mama something. pay for their brothers and sisters to go to school, new fits, this, that, and third. You got to pay a bond if there is, or you got to pay for a lawyer. But you need new niggas. So there's new niggas that's now on the team. So you get some new niggas. Maybe from the same hood, the same block, whatever. Now, they eventually go to jail. Your bill just starts to become bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Now, here's a fallacy. So here's the thing with Keith, allegedly. They said that Keith ultimately started slacking a bit. Yo, Keith, we need this bond. Yo, Keith, we need this. Keith was just like, not saying he wouldn't do it, but he was just kind of lackadaisical with it. It becomes a story that at one point, the homies, the big homies for like the BDs, they call from jail and say, yo, we need this paid. Okay? And apparently, Keith told him he ain't got it. Maybe Keith was feeling himself with his newfound power, fame, and the money he has. But apparently Keith started trolling a little bit. Go online and allegedly was there's an infamous live where he's like, yo, yeah, I ain't got it, but he had the money in his hand. He was like throwing around money in his hand. I probably can't find it. But he was basically saying, I ain't got it. Right? People in Chicago, or those guys, again, these are the guys who put in work for you. The majority of rappers that we see, not King Von, ain't killers like that. Not say they ain't bust their gun, not say they're not gangsters too. But even if you bust your guns, you need other niggas who bust their guns. You can't kill everybody, right? Or you're not just going to be seen as some menace if you're a one-man army, right? So apparently after Keith does that, them niggas said, oh, you think he feeling himself? Now, remember the whole thing where they said Chief Keef's home was robbed? Okay? No, not here. It's way back. It's before he left. Anyway, Chief Keef moves to the suburbs. It's the one with Boss Top, okay? It's the one with Boss Top, right? Allegedly, they realized Chief Keef think he bigger than the program. Since Chief Keef was not going to pay up voluntarily, and this is alleged, I could be wrong. I'm just saying what was said. They say a bunch of BDs. It was never the ops. It was never nobody. A bunch of BDs ran down in Chief Keef's crib with guns, and they took everything. They took every jewelry. They said, nigga, since you're not paying up for the guys who locked up, taking everything. Okay? Now, I don't know how that was fully, solved or, if he, whatever. But that was the moment, significantly, that everybody from Chicago tells me Chief Keef was out of Chicago. He's done. When your own gang is robbing you, basically, again, the gangster rapper fallacy. Now, a part of that is Dirk. Or not part of that is Dirk, but Dirk seen that. And by the way, there's some little tension with Dirk and Keith. But Dirk would kind of almost drop little hints there to say, yo, you said niggas' names in your song and got them hot. Now you won't pay the bond. Dirk was taking the other route. Dirk notoriously was spending a shit ton on everybody around him paying for their shit. Who need a lawyer? Take this. Who need this? Take this. Keith got out of Dodge and said, you know what? I'm good. I'm LA now. Y'all got it over there. Dirk is moving around and he's like, yo, now I'm going to do this the right way. I'm going to take care of the guys. Got to take care of the guys. He's taking care of Ronald number 9. Making sure anybody else, D-Rose, whoever else, I bet we got y'all, whatever. We got y'all for whatever. Remember, Ronald number 9 coming home Christmas. It's good for a while. Especially when Dirk started getting back. There's a time that he wasn't in the best position, but he started getting back. Cool. And by the way, I think he probably looked at it like, damn, this is making sense because the strength that he had in Chicago was helping him in how he was viewed optically because he's seen as a super street nigga. Bet. She's moving around. A lot of the O Block stuff is kind of like separated. But Vaughn comes in. Vaughn represents O Block kind of coming in. This is why you see even Boss Top come back around. Because when I interviewed King Vaughn, Boss Top is in the back. Boss Top, Vaughn, O Block. So now Keith got Chicago, at least some of the main places. He's already fucking with the Lamron niggas already. And then he gets O Block through Vaughn. It's cool, right? Then we start to see some of the things start happening, which include, obviously we know Vaughn dies. So now a lot of that support goes away. But then as well, a lot of things start happening where, and you'll notice about a year or two ago, there were videos that came out, or actually no, it was about 2 years ago, right? This is right after Vaughn died. You start seeing Dirk start moving away from some of the Lamron niggas, or not, or at least Lamron, self, and he start rocking with some other dudes, and they come into the picture called Tay-Town. To put it in perspective, you're going to see it in some of these videos very clearly. If you look at, let me name some videos. Aha. Cherry Connection. Aha. Remember, this is after the death of D-Thing. Remember, allegedly some isolate. But this is shot in Tay-Town territory. Okay? Back in Blood, I believe, was in O Block. But you start seeing him kind of move away from Lamron and go to Tay-Town. And this is what some people believe that's Dirk knowing, some people are starting to become disgruntled with him from that area. Remember, Dirk been handling, at first he was taking a stand saying, yo, you can't leave your niggas out there to die. You got to take care of this, take care of that. Some people start feeling ignored. There was a time, and this is 2 years ago, that they said Dirk was banned from Lamron. Remember, the Lamron dudes used to be his guys. Here this go.
Yo, y'all know.
Okay, I'm going to play it. Said Dirk can't, this is what one of the Lamron dudes said. Dirk can't come on his block until he apologized for being a bitch. Okay? Then, here we go.
When you spoon feed too many, he's mad. He not get go something they on the floor.
Okay, I don't want to play this guy's voice as well. Here's the point. Dirk essentially starts throwing subliminals at a lot of dudes on Lamron. So we see that rift. That's around the time he starts going and rocking with Tay-Town dudes. You get what I'm saying? So they were acting like he's banned from Lamron. Now, what happened there? And this is where, actually, let me play. I didn't even see this.
That's one of my little shorties. He from the.
So it said Lil Reese reacts to remember, Lil Reese is from Lamron. Lil Reese reacts to leaked Lil Durk Lamron member accused of telling.
What?
Now, the reason why some people feel like you haven't seen Reese and Dirk around each other as much is that Reese has been put in like this really interesting position where some of the people from where he's from ain't fucking with Dirk no more. But him and Dirk probably don't have no bad blood towards each other. So even this interview you're going to watch.
When, he had some complaints about Dirk and their relationship and the fact that he kind of stopped them at a certain point. Like, what's your perspective on that?
I don't got no perspective on that, though. Like,
playing it neutral.
I mean, that's how you feel. So, shit, that's just how you feel.
How often was he with Dirk back in the day? Like, was y'all?
He was around. He was around, you know.
'Cause I seen pictures of him and Lil Durk in the car. Like he used to be riding around with him a lot.
Yeah, he was around. He was around. For sure, he was around.
So Poodle more Lamron?
Yeah, Poodle Lamron, yeah. For sure, he Lamron.
It's like all right, let's talk about it. This is like a snippet that's going around. Like Dirk got a song called Survivor, but it's kind of like a Lamron diss song. Like he on there saying,
okay, so Dirk drops a song, and as much as the thing why Dirk music is always hit with everybody who loves the Chicago shit, Warren Chiracology stuff, Dirk don't be just rapping the rap. Like, bro, Meek Mill be rapping the rap. Dirk is rapping about real shit. You feel what I'm saying? And a lot of people that's really just tapped in, they're like, oh shit, like this is some real stuff that this nigga's rapping about. For example, this. So while he's going through these issues with the block he was rocking with for a while, he starts dissing himself, and then he previews a song. And here we go. Check this out, chat. He's dissing those guys. And you know, what people don't realize is that when Dirk is dissing, Dirk be saying, not like, listen.
Please, I gave you 100, they ain't give a sleeve. Jesse, please, act like you so solid, but you bit the cheese. Richo, please,
So he's saying somebody's acting like they so solid they bit the cheese.
I'm the one who sit money, nigga, go check receipts. Me and Boone, so chill, please. I'm the one who sit money, nigga, go check receipts.
I'm the nigga who sent money. Remember, I keep telling you this, the gangster fallacy. Dirk is on the song validating himself, saying, yo, nigga, I'm the one who been sending bread. Bro, what's up? They're feeling away. They feel ignored. Some guys who got locked up, some guys who got shot, they feel ignored. Dirk is reminding them, yo, I've been sending y'all bread. I've been holding y'all down. Remember, this is ironic because he kind of called out Chief Keef for kind of leaving some of his homies to die. So now it came back around against Dirk.
Money, nigga, go check receipts. Me and Boone so deaf ain't trying to talk, they trying to get to Steve. Must don't know what happened, you run your mouth too much, you FED.
So he's saying somebody's talking too much, they're fed.
Damn, ops used to make you change blocks, made you play Mr. Freeze. Talk about me through the city like I ain't smirk. I ain't saying that I'm a chief. With the war, with the whole world, asked Murder Man, he was out to sea. Could've been shot.
Nah, he's dropping people's name. Murder Man, he's dropping people's name. Huh?
Out to sea. Could've been shot in my back, but they was so scared cause Lil Rob shot for me.
Say, could've got shot in my back, but they was too scared because Lil Rob shot for me. So he's talking about people he used to be with.
Angle wolves, I just don't speak on y'all. You niggas laying my sheeps. Nigga, I'm a provider. You did the interview, just show receipts.
He says, nigga, I'm a provider. You did the interview, just show receipts.
You did the interview, just show receipts. Yeah, I'm a rap. I gotta forget who I was when Lil V lost his knee.
So he's talking about, okay.
Drivers fuck me up, 2 killers told me click the link. Hit the group chat and I show my brothers they don't know what to think. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to shoot. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to survive.
Again, now there's a cleaner version of this here. And essentially he's almost saying, he says, yo, you could have shot me in my back. Basically saying, y'all niggas was going to backdoor me or could have backdoor me. You get what I'm saying? So he's talking about guys he used to hang out with. Here we go.
100, they ain't give a sleeve. Jesse, please, act like you so solid, but you bit the cheese. You bit the cheese. Richo, please, I'm the one who said.
The thing with Dirk, he be really mentioning people.
Money.
I think he got this from Vaughn, because Vaughn's going to name you.
Nigga, go check receipts. Me and Boone so deaf ain't trying to talk, they trying to get to Steve. Must don't know what happened, you run your mouth too much, you FED. Same ops used to make you change blocks, made you play Mr. Freeze. Talk about me through the city like I ain't smirk, I ain't saying that I'm a chief. With the war, with the whole world, asked Murder Man, he was out to sea. Could've been shot in my back, but they was so scared cause Lil Rob shot for me. Hang with wolves, I just...
Is that Lil Rob? I don't know who these niggas are.
For me, hang with wolves, I just don't speak on y'all. You niggas lay back sheeps. Nigga, I'm a provider. You did the interview, just show receipts. Yeah, I'm a rap. I dare to forget who I was when Lil V lost his knee.
Oh. Oh shit.
Won't subscribers fuck me up. 2 killers told me click the link. Hit the group chat and I show my brothers they don't know what to think. Brother die, you ain't retaliate.
See? Now, I ain't gonna lie, this shit was a hot ass song. It said my brother die, y'all ain't retaliate.
Brother die, you ain't retaliate. Brother die, you ain't retaliate. That's why I don't really fuck with y'all.
My brother die, you ain't do shit. Fuck all y'all niggas, man. Right?
Brother die, you ain't retaliate. That's why I don't really fuck with y'all. Catch a nigga from the dump on the block, what you want to slump all y'all. Niggas better jump when they hear that bitch dump, nigga, fuck all y'all. Shot back in blood from the same damn block, they say I couldn't come on.
And he shot back in blood on the same block they said he couldn't come on. Wait, where did he shoot back in blood from? Hold on. Back in blood. I thought that was... I think he shows a street at the beginning, don't it? That's just an old block, ain't it? Interesting. Okay. Now, let me give y'all some more. So then you got your old niggas, your old goons feeling away. They felt you left them. Now you gotta remember the YSL Woody. There's a YSL Woody matrix that's happening. Street niggas don't like to feel used. Just like a girl that you fuck for one night and never hit her back up, she don't want to feel used. Right? Especially when they think they're that close to like being there with you. They're on a jet with you. They're backstage with you. Now they're back in the hood. Some people felt Dirk was taunting them. So Dirk started fucking with the Tay-Town dudes. And some of the dudes from Lamron feel away. Here we go. So Dirk said he gave $500,000 to Tay-Town and them. He went up in a comment section of somebody's live. He's not even on live. It says $500K to Ken them. High-speed wheelchair music. Okay? So this is making the last niggas you was feeling with feel crazy. What? Yo, Dirk giving these niggas a bag. Yo, what about us? Gotcha. So then there's some type of, response. Got this guy who's from Lamron his name is Puda. He put this up on his Instagram. This is Dirk who took a picture. I think it's on Lamron. And he puts a clown picture over Dirk's face and the rest of the faces. This is when you start seeing all the hood niggas start saying, fuck Dirk, you can't come over here, blah, blah, nigga, I dare you to pop, like all type of shit. That start happening, okay? Then, hold on. Then, this guy, Puda, does an interview, and he kind of breaks it down a little bit more. And this is where, like, Adam 22, I really got to say, I think it's more Remo. Remo gave these niggas the biggest platform. Here we go. So this guy, Puda, and that's why, that's why people thought Dirk was messing with him. Because when he said gave $500K to Ken and them, real high-speed wheelchair music, this guy's in a wheelchair, okay? So the guy goes with no jumper and listen to this conversation, chat. This is one of those. I'm going to take a piss real quick.
So that's how Dirk was like affiliated with Dog Pound or whatever.
He was Dog Pound. He was Dog Pound before he was
living there, or
no? He stayed there.
Yeah, living there.
Stayed right there on 72nd. Huh?
So he, word. So he lived in Dog Pound, Tay-Town, and Lamron.
I don't think Dirk had no crib on the block, but
right, probably ain't lived. Like he was, you feel me?
He grew. He had a relationship with Tay-Town first, and that's how he migrated to our hood type shit. He was best friends with Tasky and Didi. The reason they say Tay-Town, that was it. That was one Dirk Rappy type shit. Yeah. That's how he ended up down there. Us and D-Town been clicked with each other, and that's how everything came about.
So then where did it go bad where you and Dirk kind of not like seeing eye to eye? Because the first thing I seen, I think y'all was going back and forth on Instagram Live or some shit. I think
it's goofy ass get on my live. Piss me off.
And this was before you dropped the diss song?
Way before.
All right, so yeah, because you was on live and shit, and I guess it said they gave y'all like $500,000 or some shit.
Nah, he said he gave that to fool them, shorty them.
They was just saying some troll and shit saying that.
Yeah, so he ain't give out $500,000? He just talking.
I don't know. We ain't down there. I don't see nobody with it.
It was like some joking shit. That was some troll and shit. Like,
who he said he gave it.
Now, some of y'all might be saying, all right, this is good info, but we don't know what this means. This is the point I'm trying to say. The gangster fallacy requires you to keep elevating. As the gangster rapper fallacy is, you think you're going to keep elevating, but you're going to recycle dudes. And when I mean recycle dudes is that dudes are going to naturally go to jail. Some are going to die. The families of them are going to be whatever. They're going to get incarcerated. They're going to rely on you. And if you think you could ever leave these guys in terms of not take care of them, and the thing about taking care of them is how well do you take care of them? Because you might be like, damn, nigga, I just gave y'all like 50,000 or 20,000. They might want a little bit more. Because to them, I did a lot for you. I punched a nigga in his jaw for you. I slid for you. What ends up happening is that when you see a situation like this and y'all say, damn, a nigga told on Dirk. You see why that shit happens? And I'm not saying that that's exactly why it happened. But it's impossible to have this be too successful for too long because everybody at some point going to feel left out, feel disregarded, feel away. Same thing with YSL Woody. Woody felt that from Thug. Why did Woody tell? The gangster rapper fallacy. Okay, when you close to him, you get locked up or you get jammed up or he finds somebody else he fuck with or a bigger killer or a bigger shooter. He start rocking with him more. Now you back in the hood. You don't get taken on that tour. You don't get that like 1,500 every week. Now like, yo, your baby mama saying, damn, what happened? I thought Thug fuck with you. Yeah, nah. I'm going to text him. Yo, we need this for this. Now I'm going to text him. You text him. He don't respond. You get what I'm saying?
It don't look like it.
Like not no troll and shit.
So they're reacting. This guy's in a wheelchair. This guy don't even have a fucking lineup. This nigga look like he been wearing this white shirt for forever, nigga. Like, look at how this nigga came to the interview. These niggas are now reacting to Remo asked him a question. So you think Dirk gave them other niggas 500,000? Because you know they don't got it. So now, you don't think that make them feel away? Because Dirk is commenting that shit.
But like,
you hear me? Say he gave it to them like they need help.
Nah, hell no, hell no. You talking about 500,000? And the people he gave it, hell no.
Yeah,
this just shows you the streets, man. And it's easy to get drunk, power drunk, when it don't take that much to control people. But here's the thing: you start building up bills you got to pay for life. Otherwise, shit. And here's the thing too. You don't only have to pay for maybe they did something for you and now you paying for their lawyer and their bond. And I'm not talking about murder. I'm just talking about like they beat somebody up or whatever, right? Now, when they get out and they go rob somebody and they get caught, they gonna hit you be like, yo, we need bond money. When they go get shot because they got beef in the hood with some other niggas, they gonna hit you, yo, we need you to pay the hospital bill. So you can understand as the rapper, you're like, yo, bro, what the fuck this got to even do with me? Think what the fuck? Yo, we need 30, bro. We need 30, bro. Like, yo, they just locked him. Why he locked up? Man, he went to that party. He was into it with so-and-so. I ain't gonna lie, he shot that nigga at the parking lot, bro. The whole time you think, what the fuck this got to do with me? Well, you better get up off that 30 grand. Because that nigga gonna start feeling resentment for you.
Oh, what you talking about? Nah, I ain't. The question was, did he give him 500,000? No.
But so what actually started you guys having issues though? I couldn't really get to the bottom of it when I was going through shit.
I ain't gonna lie, with me and Dirk, it been with me and him, it's different. Like I ain't.
Here we go. Here we go. This is every street nigga and super successful gangster rapper story. You're gonna hear it right now.
On him, I ain't not on him for the same reasons everybody else not fucking with him type shit. Like it's more personal with me.
For
like
sure.
I was, I was with him, dealt with him, and it's like he was coming for me, calling for me every day when I'm on my feet. Like he looking at me as an asset type shit. He making sure I'm around. He making sure I'm with him. I get shot, get paralyzed.
He's saying Dirk hit me up every day till I got paralyzed, and when I get paralyzed, he ain't got no more use for me. Well, now is the time I need help the most. I'm in a wheelchair. I need this, I need that. My mama need this, my mama need that. I can't provide it no more. I'm in a wheelchair. I need you now, bro.
The most, I calls stop coming through, stop, you know. And he hit me on some shit like he apologized, all that other shit, but shit, right after that, ain't shit get better, you know. Shit
like
was what it was.
Like how he just said he was looking at them, like I gotta get some of this shit. I wanna do that shit. Like how he was watching it, he actually got with that shit. You get what I'm saying? He grabbed him. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like on the road, like you feel me? We finna do it. Like
me on tour, all type of shit. Like
he actually got with it. That's why I'm like.
So when was y'all like? Yeah, when was you Dirk really rotating heavy? Like what year is this? When
I got older,
he really
like,
got you around?
When I got older, like he started coming to get me like 2015 type shit. Yeah, like 2016 is just kidnapped me and shit. We was just gone.
And this is before
he grabbed him in Muda.
Grabbed
him in Muda. You get what I'm saying? And shit, basically.
He took us on tour. We performing the unreleased song. That shit wasn't even out. He just getting the feel of it type shit. Shit, we was finna get the paperwork and shit together, but you know, everything. I came home. I'm still in the streets doing what I do. I get shot. Muda got locked up and shit. You know, shit just went downhill.
And what year did you get shot?
I got shot end of 2016, December.
Can you break down what happened that day?
Regular ass day. I'm going. My mama tell me go to the store, get her something to eat. Grab the car, go grab her something to eat. Go to the gas station because phone wanted to get some blunts and shit. Random car that was just sending that motherfucker.
I see somebody said Dirk probably gave his people a lot. He did. Dirk did more for street niggas in Chicago than any rapper I know did for anybody. But the problem is you can't do it for life. And you can't do it for everybody. It's never about the 9 times you said yes. It's the 1 time you said no. Oh, yo, you used to hit me up every day when you wake up at 9 o'clock. Now I text you, you take 3-4 days to respond. Maybe you respond in 2 weeks. Bro, I don't even need you no more. I don't even need you for that whatever I texted you for. Damn. Oh, you treat me like a side bitch. Like, I'm not saying niggas and women, but it's just like that's how people's mentalities are feeling. Damn, you heard what he said. Man, 2016, that nigga like kidnapped me. I'm going everywhere. I'm on tour. I'm going everywhere. So now he gets shot. Let's see how shit change.
Got the thorn. You know, we did what we did. I got hit. That shit was just like that. You know, I was finna come home, though. I was finna bring my mama her food.
Yeah.
Down the street from my crib. Though. I'm right by the crib, 3 blocks away.
So what happened? The ambulance came?
Man, I ain't gonna lie. I faded. I'm right there. I ain't know my lungs collapsed. I'm just sitting. My brother who got shot with me, he just right there telling me breathe type shit. The ambulance finally come. I feel it's like I knew my mama. It's like I heard my mama. Seeing he can't breathe, I raised my hand to try to, let her know I'm still there. But when I got on the ambulance, that shit, they said I just went out type shit. They know they had to bring me back type, all that goof ass shit. I was in ICU for like 2 weeks. Then they sent me to inpatient therapy.
Was that the first shootout you ever got in?
No. I've been shot before that.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, I got shot in my foot twice, like 4 months before that. Like in August, in the summertime.
And the last time you got shot, how many times did you get shot in? And where at?
My back, I got hit once. I got hit once in my back. Shot in my spine, and it just stuck down here. My lower back on the left side. I still got a bullet in my foot from when I got shot in my foot.
Bro, you're saying you got shot another time again after?
Yeah, but then after I came home, I had to go right back to the hospital. Kid had a baby on the way when I got shot. My baby mom was 2 months pregnant.
See, when you got street niggas, you inherit their issues with them. He got a baby moms. You know his baby moms, anytime he get in an argument with his baby moms, you know what baby mom's gonna say? Nigga, why don't you hit up Dirk for that shit? Knowing that Dirk probably ain't respond to him in like a month. So you're not gonna start feeling crazy.
Shit, like everybody. The ones that you see with me, them the ones that was there. And my mama. I found out I had a baby on the way when I got shot. My baby mom was 2 months pregnant. I'm dealing with this and finna be a father. So that shit was crazy.
Did you know the whole time you were in the hospital that you weren't gonna be able to walk again, or were they?
Yeah. Okay. So what I seen, all right, you had dropped What's the Bat? That's the name of the song, right?
Yeah, What's the Bat?
Damn.
Max.
Cause the nigga OTL Twin, I think he was the first person to respond. He had said some shit.
I ain't even know that was gonna speak up.
Bro, he wild.
He surprised me.
He said,
I'm damn. That's that know me, you know.
Where you from? You from Lamron?
He from 64 Flags and he from Block. Born and raised.
So it's kind of like y'all block kind of like split up a little bit. It seemed like some niggas with Dirt and then some
that gravitate to the money.
Yeah.
Everybody else, we still got. We a family. Everybody else.
So essentially, he said like maybe a couple people like picked the money, which is Dirk, and they started telling me, "Shut the fuck up, nigga." You know what I mean?
Still up. It's just got them certain before probably went to jail. Dirk and us, they come home. They just want to go with the money ass shit.
So you're saying that Dirk tore the block apart?
No, we still together. He can't do that. He ain't got enough power to do that. We still together.
How come Reese and Dirk, we don't see them together anymore?
That's his brother. You gotta ask Reese. I don't know.
We did. He's not very forthcoming.
Reese always will do his own thing. So whatever he doing, shit, that's just however he feel. Gotta ask him.
For sure.
I ain't get Reese back on this bitch. He got all type of shit. Oh man, he ain't gonna fuck with nobody behind closed doors. You know, if he fuck with Dirk, you'll see it. Whatever they got going on, that's them. That's his, you know.
Because the thing is, like, Dirk is probably the hottest he's ever been. You know what I'm saying? Like, he kind of got like a new life with the music shit ever since like him and Dirk did the song. It kind of like turned his career back up.
Drake, you mean?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, him and Drake did the song.
Yeah.
So it's like
going crazy. I love to see it though.
Yeah, so it's like that's why people confused because they would think like since he just reached like a new level of fame that he would be fucking with niggas like y'all and
It's
Reese
so
and
crazy
shit.
though,
And now he ain't.
After Von died type shit, you know, after remember y'all deactivated his page, he ended up texting my phone out the blue, random as hell, like, yo, little bro, only reason I had his number say I had that same iCloud type shit.
You talking about Dirk?
Hey man, he hit me like I'm sorry. He I ain't been myself like I'm finna get my shit. Gotta make sure I'm on the brothers getting some money. I tell him like I ain't mad at you. Shit, come on, you know, motherfucker waiting on you. He alright, but I'm sorry, little bro, love you. I love you too. We chopping up after that. Pooch Ice came out. He tell me pop out to the video shoot. But shit, right after that shit went back to how it was. You know.
Which video shoot? The Back in Blood video?
Yeah, that Back in Blood.
You're in that video?
I was down. They ain't even put me in that bitch like that.
You was in there.
I am.
Yeah.
I ain't seen.
You ain't see Buddha?
Oh, he said.
Yeah.
So
what I seen.
So this guy is saying that wait, was he in the Back in Blood? So basically, he said that you know he's still waiting on Dirk. He says Dirk kind of like almost makes him feel like he about to get back in, locked in with him. But he said pretty much Dirk would text him a couple times and just stop responding afterwards type shit. I don't know. Is he in there? Do we see? He's in a wheelchair. I don't know if we've seen somebody in a wheelchair in there. Do we? I don't know if we see. That's not him, is it? Is it? Nah, I don't know. Anyway.
I ain't seen me in
The
that
Black
bitch.
and Blood video.
Well, they shot that one in Memphis, right?
No, we shot that in
That was in Oakland. Oh, that was in Oakland. Yeah.
No, they shot
Then
that
went to the other one.
Tay-Town. They shot that in Tay-Town.
Okay.
Shot that on 59th.
Where did you shoot the AHA video?
On 59th.
And where is that? Is that
That's
Lamron,
that's
Tay-Town?
Tay-Town.
But you're saying that after you went to that video shoot that you guys just stopped communicating?
Ain't no shit just went back how it was, you know. It just went how it was, shit. You get tap in every couple months type shit. But you know, it ain't shit though.
But why are you on the like the whole fuck them niggas type of?
That's the trolling. You saying fuck everybody that's with me. You steady saying my name. You know we don't fuck with each other. Why are you steady bringing me up? Then you get on my Instagram trolling, talking all type of crazy shit. I know how to play this. You want to keep seeing me? I'm finna use that. Turn up off your dumb ass.
What do you say on Instagram?
Bunch of nothing. Sending fake threats and all that other shit. Somebody the reason motherfuckers safe and all that other shit. Shit ain't about nothing though.
Yeah. So it's not just over no money though. It's deeper than that.
Ain't nothing
A lot of
over
niggas
no
be thinking that y'all niggas.
That's
just
what be blowing me.
They
But
think,
I can't even respond to that type of shit because they'll never understand. They gotta be, gotta be a part of this shit to know.
I seen two different things that they say on the internet. They're saying that y'all niggas is jealous that he ain't signed y'all niggas and get y'all some money. And there's another situation where niggas are saying that y'all was mad because he signed Lil Zay Osama and them.
Hey,
all right. Anyway, so you get to realize basically what's it seem like in Chicago? They're looking at Dirk jumping from hanging with Lamron niggas who probably was doing shit because again Dirk is a millionaire, very visible. Dirk can't slide for himself, and Dirk can't be like the muscle or whatever. They're saying how he went from Lamron to like these other guys. There's Tay-Town and even Tay Savage, who's not Tay-Town, but he spoke on because he's cool with the Lamron dudes. He basically said,
but he didn't really even know who Melly was at the time. Know who, you know what I'm saying? Who with that shit.
That like basically like he see what's going on type shit, like watching motherfuckers. And I remember when you first came home, you was like shouting out Dirk and OTF.
Okay. Yeah. So around that time, you get Tay Savage basically almost confirming the rift.
So yeah, we it's on shit. It's on. We studying that shit, gang. Like we studying them pictures and all that. Just like they is. We know they is.
That's what I was gonna ask, like, cause I just, this is crazy to say that. I just seen like Dirk mention some shit like that, like basically like he see what's going on type shit, like watching motherfuckers. And I remember when you first came home, you was like shouting out Dirk and OTF and shit like that. Like that relationship, you don't really have it no more or something?
Nah, no, yeah, that relationship, nah, really. You know, Dirk a Muslim though, so you know, I really.
That's also the key. So you get to realize there's a time that Dirk, you know, he starts getting into religion, but that's when a lot of people start feeling Dirk is not only distancing himself from, he's distancing himself from kind of everybody, but most notably the people on Lamron are feeling it, you know?
Want nothing but the best for him, you feel me? But
yeah,
yeah, like I said, I fuck with the Lamb, you feel me? I'm on whatever they on type shit, you feel me?
So you know, when situations like that happen, like, are there ever people like in between that be trying to like prevent certain things or
Yeah, it be a lot of that.
So
kind of when situations like that happen.
You heard
like,
what he said. He said fuck with Lamron.
You know, Dirk a Muslim though, so you know, I really want nothing but the best for him, you feel me? But yeah, like I said, I fuck with the Lamb, you feel me? I'm on whatever they on type shit.
Okay.
So you know, when situations.
Okay, so you pretty much, you know, you get to realize there's some type of rift that's kind of happening there. Now, just to kind of put everything together when it comes to that is that the reality is this, man. You know, as much as some of y'all are very shocked that maybe somebody's cooperating or whatever, it's impossible to keep these street dudes happy. Even if you're the guy who pays and do whatever and you're trying to, you know, look out for everybody, because at the end of the day, just like how this Puda guy said, is like, you know, he said it directly. And this is why there's a constant, you know, regurgitation or like recycling of street dudes is that, yo, when you get paralyzed, respectfully, you're of no use. You know, if they're seeing you as muscle, you're kind of no use, right? Now, maybe they got a personal relationship with you. And by the way, you know, shout out to like Barney, like, you know, Barney fucks with Dirk, but like some of these guys is like, no, right? So anyway, here's the point. Unfortunately, I do believe Dirk kind of moving around, fucking with these guys here, fucking with these guys here. These guys get mad at him, whatever. Also, then him distance himself a little bit from backing up from everything, because in the last year, and this is why I said maybe Dirk knew about this completely, because even with the Tay-Town dudes, right? Like, you started seeing, normally how you see Dirk move around and with dudes, you saw Dirk a little bit less in the last year. And what that kind of told you is that, you know, he was doing a lot of stuff with them. You know, like, yo, I'm a Muslim now. His dad is around more than you see him with the guys. Maybe it wasn't just him finding faith. Maybe it was him realizing, like, yo, and you hear from some of these snippets where he's saying, yo, I hear you telling, I hear you telling, I hear you telling. And he's basically saying, I'm the provider, I'm this. He start backing up from people and probably realize, like, yo, this shit gonna come down crashing. Let me get out of Dodge now. But he can't get out of Dodge like AKA run. Let me start changing the narrative. I'm getting closer to God. I'm spiritual now. I'm starting communities, programs for the kids. Doing all type of things. And essentially, these are the things that are going to result in maybe affecting if I get brought down with some of this shit later. I'm donating to the mayor. I'm doing this and third. So if you ask me, I think Dirk knew from a year ago that there's some bad seeds and there's some people who he used to fuck with that are getting into trouble. And you got to imagine, if you a shooter and you get into trouble, right? You get into trouble. When you go down, when you get interrogated, the first thing they're going to say to you is that we know what you did. Only way you could save us, you got to give us someone more attractive. Someone who's a sexier catch. And unfortunately, I think that's Dirk Banks. and this has been for a while. So for him, he was like, let me try to change that narrative that it wouldn't incentivize, especially Chicago police or law enforcement to go after me. But that didn't. That's not what ended up happening. The feds came. Okay. Okay. Very interesting day. Y'all are spamming a few things, but I want to be very factually correct anytime I say some stuff. Hold up. Just give me a second, chat. I know. I'm hearing a few things. I'm hearing a few things. Kind of don't know. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. I see what y'all spamming. I'm trying to, again, at this point, we don't have a thirst to try to be first. What we do is we have a thirst to be more accurate, right? No matter when we report it at this point, we the biggest, right? Give me 1 second. Hold on. All right. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here.
What's up, Wack?
What's going on, Wack?
No, I never met him. What up, bro? We live. What's the word, brother?
Listen, people tell me there's a lot going on. Everything's happening all over the place. They say, yo, you gotta call Wack. Wack's the ear to the streets. The exposers know the truth. What's going on?
I mean, we on here 8 deep. Me, Flacco, 600, Loose Cannon, Reggie Rice, my man, Cash, Ghost. You know what I'm saying? Prince. I mean, we've been live about 2 hours. What's going on? What's up?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I'm seeing Flacco report some news. I had to come to you to try to clarify.
What did he report?
He's reporting something about Rap-A-Lot and Jay Prince.
Damn, Flacco, you went up already. Flacco might be online. Well, this is what I got from my sources while I was on here. They just sent this to me. It says, breaking news, the feds just raided Rap-A-Lot Records office and residents throughout Houston and islands in Belize tied to hip-hop mogul Jay Prince. I don't know. They just sending it to me. So this dude, he sends me he the one sent me the loaded dice and all that type of stuff. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. I hope it didn't happen, but that's what they saying.
Hold on, but what do you?
What's up, man?
That might be cap though. Because, I mean, I don't know what Jay Prince and them would be into. It seemed like they do pretty legit shit.
Wait. You said you don't know what Jay Prince gonna be into.
Everything I see with them is legit. They own a bunch of businesses. They you know.
Listen to me. The fans has been on Jay Prince for 30 years. He just been successful at just beating them out their own game. Me personally, I don't think he's doing anything wrong. He's a successful businessman. You know, we got our little issues, but who knows what people are saying and what they know? I don't know. Shit, that's just what they sent me. Like, you know, but he has been, you know, having his run-ins for like 30 years. And you know, when you can beat the feds like that, you know how that go.
That'll be interesting.
Who was this hitting me on?
Okay, I don't know, Chad. I'm gonna go with no. But again, you know, I see a few people has hit me and they say, nah, that's not true. They said no feds have raided Jay Prince. So that might be just a Trojan horse. Who knows? I think people are watching this whole 6ix9ine thing unravel. Well, like 6ix9ine got picked up by the feds. We know Dirk got picked up by the feds. And people are trying to, you know, just throw shit in the mix. Hoping or speculating that this is happening for real, right? Nah, I'm not buying that at all. I'm not buying that at all. I'm not buying that at all, man. Also, I'm going to be a little bit, like, I think, after spending like 2-3 decades avoiding the feds, I don't think the first time they come catch up with you is 2024. Because I would think that, you know, at least at this time, like, even if you were doing any bullshit, like, you'd probably do the least amount now. So I don't know. Now, granted, we do have to put, you know, just a disclaimer in the air. Wack do not get along with Jay Prince, right? So we don't get along with Jay Prince. However, Wack is not known to lie. That's a fact. He's not known to lie, nor is he known to make up stuff, especially if it could be proven otherwise. And, you know, I guess he's going off on a source. And the reason why I'm going to say we're going to wait is that Wack is not standing on it. He's saying, I heard this. The guy has been accurate before, allegedly, but I'm not stamping it. So it might just be all BS. It might be BS. Somebody says, listen to Back Again and listen to the first line, Back Again lyrics. Blast his ass. I don't even ask when it come to cash. They catch him. Blast his ass. I don't even ask when it come to cash. Jam, get out that jam. I give him 50 and got to ask again. He was catching murders way back then. That's when the Mac was in. I don't drink that red or the green. Whatever, man. Jeez. Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretty sure I got some people in Houston. I know a few people in Houston. Let me get like a little. I'm going to just withhold my thoughts on that. Okay? I'm going to withhold my thoughts on that. Y'all think that the Fed's doing a sweep? It's kind of ironic. Everybody keep getting locked up, right? It's a little bit troubling, too. No, if I definitely knew, like, I just have, somebody said go into investigator journalist mode. Like, it's going to, so here's how it works when there's a raid, right? for the purposes of the raid being done correctly, no one's gonna know. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, Jay Prince is just not Diddy level. If it was Diddy level, if there was a raid going on, there's police outside your house while the raid's going on, right? Or not police, the media's outside your house. First of all, from what I've heard, this is just what I've heard about Jay Prince. He has an extensive catalog of things that he owns. He owns farms, livestock, products, stores, islands. Like, it's actually kind of, it feels like more he's like diversified his portfolio than some guy who just only owns he owns a lot of music, entertainment stuff. And then he doesn't own like regular stuff. And what I mean by regular stuff, like, you know, owning apartment buildings or stores locally, or, you know, like someone told me that he owns, I can't remember if it's like livestock that produce a certain amount of milk, like cow. I don't know what the hell. I was just like, word? I wouldn't know. I was like, that sounds smart, right? Now, we all do know. I always told you that a story. 6ix9ine told me when he was in there, they had him down there for like 12 hours. They said, we need to, for you to get out on this time, you got to snitch on everybody you know. And he did his thing, and it was 9 Trey dudes. And then all of a sudden, he said, so like in the 10th hour, man. So all of a sudden, the agents walked out, and he said some other agents walked in. It's like, who y'all? It's all right, man. So we know what you're here to do. We just got a few questions, but we're gonna start with this. What do you got on Jay Prince Jr.? No, Jay Prince. No, Jr. Jay Prince. He says, tell us anything you got. And he said he was confused. He was just like, what the fuck? Because they had gotten into it, but he don't really know no details about a nigga like that. So he was like kind of confused, but they wanted some details on him, which is kind of weird. If this is true, I should get local word soon, but obviously, if this is true, we'll get some local word, some people saying, oh, this shit did happen. Then along with, you know, the police usually goes with the feds or whoever. They're going to take somebody in because they're going to try to question you the same day or some shit, you know? But I don't believe that. I don't believe it yet. I don't believe it yet. Somebody said they want Jay Prince bad. Well, actually, maybe I could hit up one of the I'm cool with one of the Jay Prince dudes. Let's see if we could get a. So Flacco just went live with that, huh? Flacco might be going off of that because, you know, just recently, Wack was right. I mean, Wack was right about this Dirk stuff. So, you know, if Wack told Flacco, I guess they're on a live stream somewhere, and Flacco went up with it, Flacco's like, shit, it was right about the last one. He got to be right about this one. I don't know. Mob ties. I mean, I don't know how to get down. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. All right. Somebody said Jay Prince is too clever for the feds. That's probably true. Well, I'm not saying too clever, but if he was doing anything illicit, if they ain't catch him in all these years, come on. Why would they catch him this year? Somebody said, watch the documentary. What documentary? There's a Jay Prince documentary? Which one? This one? Somebody said, Ack, you hit up Dirk Camp and they called Cap. That wasn't me. That was Remo. That wasn't me. That was Remo. Let me see. What is this?
And the type of person who was content with taking orders.
It's hard not to be a little jealous of James Smith. At the age of 28, this young man who grew up in the Houston ghetto is now a self-made millionaire.
To make a long story short, I was totally unaware of them charging me with that pill.
Where do you think the pill came from?
I think the pill came from Raymond's pocket.
And so you think they planted this pill on you?
Oh, definitely. You have to survive the guys that's in the hood because they trying to get you. You know, wherever success is concerned, they trying to get you. And the police that's supposed to be protecting me, the ones I'm paying all these taxes to, had became an enemy.
Why is everyone so scared of Jay Prince? You know what I mean? It's a beast, you know what I mean, in them streets. You know, heard about, you know what I mean, the shit that had happened to people back in the day, you know what I mean? So when you hear those stories and you see how you move, you know, that they scared of you, you know what I mean, period.
You would almost rather die before you allow somebody to really, truly disrespect the brand?
Oh yeah, we're gonna live and die by this. Here. Live and die by it. That is us. My name, the Prince name, rapper, like all that shit coincide together.
Hey yo, squad, what's the drill? Back with another video, man. You know history holds some of the greatest secrets, but there's one in hip-hop that many are clueless about. Like, why is this ominous figure named Jay Prince so feared in the rap game? How did his family amass so...
Now, from what I've heard, Jay Prince, you know, because I've had questions, and anytime I've asked questions about people who are familiar with, like, even like Houston, they say that Jay Prince is unlike anybody else, but Houston's unlike any place else. Why? They said what Jay Prince got going on could never happen nowhere else. But Houston is different. Like the police, how the governing bodies understand and even have to respect certain entities is very different. Like if it was New York City there's no gangster in New York City that NYPD don't crush like an ant. Like it's New York City, my nigga. Like they're not playing no fucking games. Houston ain't like that though. You know what I mean? So apparently, if you've amassed a lot of power, money, and wealth, it's a lot of things happening, which, again, I wouldn't know, but.
So much wealth. And how did his son Jay Prince Jr. turn his legacy into the mob ties movement that not only stands on business for some of the biggest A-list stars like Drake, but is allegedly connected to the most recent demise of Takeoff? If you want these questions answered and know the dark history of mob ties and hip-hop, then you're in the right place. So without further ado, let's skip the play and get down to business. To understand the mob tie story, you first need to know the foundation, and it all starts with the notoriously known Jay Prince, who came up in the streets of 5th Ward, Houston, Texas. Surrounded by poverty and the outbreak of coke having the trenches in a chokehold back in the day, Jay Prince adapted to his surroundings to make it out the hood. He wanted moms of them to have the finer things in life, so he had to do what he had to do. According to those that knew him and grew up under his wing, Jay Prince wasn't one to fold under pressure and instead became a wolf and a beast that became feared throughout the streets due to his mob-type way of doing things and connections throughout the different...
I do believe that part of Jay Prince's mystique is how he carries himself. I always tell you, like, the most... You know, a guy with a gun could be very convincing, but sometimes a guy with a plan could even be more convincing. And he seems like the person that realizes that maybe sometimes, to use an old phrase, the pen could be more lethal than the sword, right? The guy who could, you know, think around violence, but is willing to get violent, allegedly, is more powerful than the guy who chooses to handle it with violence all the time. And if you watch Jay Prince, he speaks very slow, but I think that's a lot of people in the South. But he speaks like he's a thinker, but he also speaks like as if he knows maybe a lot more than what he leads on to, or a lot more than what you know, right?
Hoods.
They have labeled you a very dangerous man.
Well, I wonder why would they do that?
Dudes tell stories of how his word held weight in the streets, from commanding Master P to not touch his artists, to squeezing Birdman when he tried to play them for money. Jay Prince is like the hip-hop boogeyman.
Well, you were beefing with Master P during this time, right?
Right, definitely, man. That's another thing, man. He called P and told P to, pump his brakes, keep it on wax, you know what I mean? Like, I done been in the airport with them. Mystical, all his bodyguards, everybody, they could just mean mug me. We all sitting down there 2-3 rows from each other. All they can do is mean mug me. Can't do shit because of the old man, so Jay is connected.
But that money, power, and respect came at a price. At just 28 years old, Jay Prince went from being broke to being rich, stacking up M's in the bank. He was whipping Rolls Royces before dudes could even dream about owning one. Even more, he was giving them to the homies. It was straight boss moves.
Back then, raw flush. Dealing with raw flush back then. With raw, yeah. So back then, I made a decision. I said, God damn. I say, I'm trying to be somebody else.
But with all that wealth and his name growing as the kingpin running the streets, you know the feds wasn't gonna sit and let that slide. While they was lurking, Jay Prince was building an empire. With the money rolling in, he diversified his catalog, branching into boxing, where he managed Floyd Mayweather early on in his career.
I'm good.
You was instrumental in Floyd Mayweather's career early on too, right?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. I managed Floyd Mayweather for 4 years.
And we all know about his infamous record label, Rap-A-Lot Records, which was inspired by his brother, Sir Rap-A-Lot, who was later arrested. Rap-A-Lot Records was the next venture to take his power to an even higher level early on. People don't know how connected he was. Even the big bad bully Suge Knight was his acquaintance. He was hanging with the gangsters and music moguls controlling the industry in the streets. Jay Prince even had to warn Biggie and Puff about Biggie's life being in danger, but they didn't listen.
Was your reasoning because you've seen it play out like this before? Because everybody says you warned Diddy and Big about being in LA at the time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I actually turned my whole bus around. I was, a long ways out, just to go back to Puffy and Biggie and let them know what I had felt and the things that I heard in the streets.
Jay Prince was up and was building one hell of a legacy, not breaking his word to build something of himself in the music biz, and that's exactly what he did. But the feds finally started making their move. According to him, they had a hitman on him and was sending shots and hitting licks on his homies at first.
This was a hitman. I don't know no better way to characterize this guy other than hitman, but they chose him and the agent Chad Scott, who is presently, I think he's been indicted on 13 cases. They put both of these guys with me to wipe me out. Destroy me to destroy a rapper.
When they realized he wasn't budging, they decided to try to set him up and do him dirty. Lurking in the cut, they pulled up on him one night and tried to get him to go into a dark spot at a McDonald's parking lot.
And a DPS agent pulled behind me. And it was the first time that I ever been stopped one time and told to go to another destination to stop again. But this other spot they wanted me to go to was dark. You know what I mean? It was like in a McDonald's parking lot, but deep in the McDonald's parking lot. And it was dark. And I saw 2 cars.
Prince was street smart though, and he realized that that dark spot would be the end of him. So he moved to another place with light where the cops went on to try to lure boy him, grilling him about his money and firearms. When he got out the car, another agent came out of the cut from the dark spot, and after searching his vehicle and checking out the poles he legally owned, they gave him a warning ticket and let him go. When Prince got back in his car, he checked his strap and realized that 1 or 2 of the bullets was missing. They was trying to scheme to take him out. He really dodged a bullet, for real.
He came back to me and said, okay, you're free to go, and gave me a warning ticket. A warning ticket. And it was then when I got home, I realized a bullet or 2 was missing. So red flags like,
oh shit.
Yeah, like went up. I'm like, damn, why would they keep one of my bullets? Why were they trying to pull me in the dark?
They was persistent and tried to set him up in political scandals next.
To this, because even Al Gore, came in a portrait where they tried to set me up at my church with Al Gore. Al Gore came to visit my church, which when you're running for president, you visit a lot of black churches and stuff like that. And my pastor wanted me to meet Al Gore that day. So when I pull up You know, I was married at the time. You know, I told my wife, I say, all these people ain't here with the president, because I was watching body language. You know, I saw black glasses kind of looking my direction.
I digged into his story he told in an interview, and for real, it was all true what he was saying. Every tactic was failing to take down Rap-A-Lot. So what they do to try to take out the big man, they pulled the old plant something in his car trick.
Even before then, they stopped me one night and they planted a pill on me called ecstasy.
Prince was no pushover and didn't cop out to it being his, but instead pushed back and beat the case when the jig was up on what they did. Rap-A-Lot became even more notorious. They were fighting the system and exposing crooked cops, and it was happening live for the world to see.
Harassing me and saying things for a long time, but for them to go to the extent where they have to do dirty, you know, things like this and plant dope on me, that upsets me a lot.
A controlled substance were found.
Jay Prince would later hire his own investigator to gather evidence on the crooked agent, Chad A. Scott, who tried to take him out and uncovered that bro was abusing his power and murking people just like he was trying to do him. On August 12, 2021, the law finally caught up to the agent and he was sentenced to 13 years for the same allegations Jay Prince was trying to tell him about. After going through all he had went through to amass his wealth and surviving the system's hit on his life, Jay Prince called it quits with the streets and focused solely on ruling with Rap-A-Lot to avoid his destructive lifestyle.
The closet was a situation where I made one of the most important decisions of my life. You know, it was where I transitioned from the street to corporate America. You know what I mean? I gave up the game.
His kids gave him the push to make that decision, and he built Rap-A-Lot to pass down the family ways to them, and that's exactly what happened.
Part of my main decision for making that was for my kids. You know, it was a time in my life I didn't care. You know what I mean? I didn't care. I was in the street to die. You know what I mean? It didn't matter to me. But it's a beautiful thing, you know, to look at your kids and say, okay, I'm gonna do this for y'all. You know what I mean? I didn't have enough sense to do it for me. I said, but I'm gonna do this for y'all. And all of that was a part of the decision making that I made in the closet.
That gave birth to the beginnings of what the world would know as mob ties. From a young age, Jay Prince Jr. was molded under the guidance and ways of his father.
His values are his values, regardless of who you are. And he distilled that in us.
Definitely.
It brought him some hardships living within the lifestyle of the streets, but it made him into the same feared and powerful man he grew up to be.
Coming up as a child, I done dealt with so much, man. And it's some things that I can't talk about.
Oh, I bet there's a lot you can't talk about.
I done dealt with so much that it's instilled in me, like, because I've been dealing with this since a kid. Like, he always let us know, hey man, these people don't like me, so they might not like y'all. So his situations we had to deal with too.
He respected the legacy his father built and took on the torch to continue their family ruling. And with that, he linked up with some of his homies in the 10th grade to form the movement Young Mafia, aka Young Mob. Jay Prince Jr. rallied different parts of the city into one collective group under that name.
When did you start the Mob Ties brand name?
I mean, Mob Ties derives from Young Mafia. I started Young Mafia. We used to call it Young Mob. I started Young Mob, me and a couple of homies. We started Young Mob probably early high school, like my 10th grade year. We started an entity where I brought all the different sides of town together and made one collective group for us to get money.
As he grew, the name became more notorious as a movement known as Mob Ties, which had its reach all over the U.S. The Mob Ties brand has gotten so massive that arguably one of the biggest artists in the game is under their wing, Drizzy Drake. Drake was discovered and signed to the management label of Jay Prince Jr.'s brother, Jazz Prince, after finding him on the OG music platform, MySpace, and he got him to deal with Young Money later on.
Who'd you find?
Drake.
That was the first artist you found?
That was my, yep. That was my first artist that I went out to look for.
Drake has become family to the Princes and in turn has become backed by one of the most powerful black families of wealth, power, and respect. his album Scorpion, Drake dedicated the banger Mob Ties to his second family and Mob Ties brothers. J. Prince Jr. took Mob Ties to the world. It was his version of Rap-A-Lot, holding the weight of his family through loyalty and respect. But just like his pops, the ops and the cops were still scheming to trying to get him caught. Even to this day, plots like fake bags with illegal substances are being distributed with their brand trying to get Prince Jr. and them in the clutches of the law. Seems very similar to the same planting tactics that they tried on OG Prince back in the day. But just like then, it failed now.
Talking about people sort of disrespecting the brand name and stuff. Most recent thing that I've seen expressed by the Prince family on social media was basically this outcry against these pills that they've been selling with Rap-A-Lot logos on. How does that make you feel?
I mean, you know, right there, like, it's crazy. First off, I don't know if it's the police or the streets.
The media nearly got the Mob Tie honcho hemmed up too for clout and clickbait when they made his Cribs tour about him holding the power pole. All his straps were legal, but they chose to highlight the firearm pick for views, and what you know, it brought negative spotlight on bro, and he caught a gun case right after.
This was a case that they said he was arrested and he brought his gun. He got locked up for DWI, brought his gun to county jail. This story sounds so crazy. I think I told y'all it before. They pulled him over. Essentially, they told him, yo, we think you drunk. And this alleged, he said to them, yo, you know who I am, bro? So they tell him, yo, you got to do a test. He basically just be like, yo, listen, I ain't doing no goddamn test. They want him to like blow something. He says, nah, I ain't doing that neither. It's I bet we're gonna take you to jail. And apparently like usually when he gets pulled, like the Prince family gets pulled over, like the cops just be like, you good. I don't know, that's power right there. This supposedly some young cop says, all right, no, you're a drunk driver and we gotta bring you in. He's looking at him and he's like, all right, we gotta search you. And he tells the cop, yeah, not searching me. This sounds crazy. They bring him into jail. They didn't search him. He has a gun in his waist, and they only find the gun when he checks into jail. So they're like, how the fuck? So apparently the cop got in trouble, but the cop was so terrified. It was like, yeah, we ain't gonna search this nigga. Which is kind of crazy because, like, one of the reasons they tell the cops you have to search somebody before you put them in custody, the person's sitting right behind you in a squad car. You get what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know.
No, it brought negative spotlight on bro, and he caught a gun case right after. I was able to find the news coverage on the gun case too, and they had bro sounding like a straight up ruffian. Talk about cops could have been shot because he had the 9 hidden in his crotch. Light bars. They made it seem like dude trafficked the strap behind bars on purpose to do something, when they just didn't find it on him when they searched him when they pulled him over.
This is rap music mogul James Andre Prince, better known to his fans as J. Prince Jr. And tonight, he is facing charges after smuggling a loaded 9mm semi-automatic handgun into the Houston Police Department jail. According to prosecutors, Prince had just left a party at a posh hotel about 6:30 last night when he was arrested for DWI. The problem is, after being arrested, Prince was able to hide a loaded 9mm gun in his crotch, despite multiple searches by...
As if bro was supposed to say, here, I got the strap on me too, and get into more trouble. J. Prince Jr., though, was trained for this and continued standing strong on mob-tie business, and anyone in his way was getting crossed out. Before 6ix9ine became known as the mascot for snitching, he tried to disrespect the mob by allegedly not checking in when he came to the city, and J. Prince Jr. made a public post letting him know the business ASAP, no Rocky, after they kicked him out the club. 6ix9ine then putting on his best gangster impression went ahead and further disrespected the mob and said he's still not checking in, and even decided to pull up in Houston talking that talk.
Yo, I'm starting to think that clout chasing is cool. Like, that's a sport now. Like, being gangster is not cool no more. I think clout chasing is. Mentioning Tekashi 6ix9ine's name, you lit, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna continue not to check in, you know what I'm saying? It's something I don't do. I love everybody.
J. Prince Jr. said I bet and went to where 6ix9ine was headlining in South by Southwest and gangstered all the security they put in place to protect 6ix9ine. Got on stage and took the mic stating that they were here for 6ix9ine. Dude had everyone outside ready to catch him lacking.
Hey, what's 6ix9ine there? Hey!
Hey, 169 there. Hey, 169 there. Y'all came to see 6ix9ine, huh? Where you at?
Them boys stood on business and made 6ix9ine a no-show after he was shook.
Talk a lot of shit, huh? But won't even show up to their own show. Goddamn, you don't want your back in? You don't want your back in?
Jay Prince Jr. showed his weight in the city and took 6ix9ine not showing up after all that talk as a sign of respect for the mob ties power.
Man, it was just a moment where I had to put a kid in his place. Like, and as you see, like once I addressed the situation, I said nothing more about it because I'm not no lip boxer. I'm not gonna go on social media and go back and forth with you. None of that. I'ma check your temperature. And you know, respect can be shown in a bunch of different fashions. He showed me respect.
Mob ties has since extended their reaches and built up to become an even larger entity with ties to some of your favorite mainstream artists that always come through the hood and show love.
Now, you never can forget where you come from. And there's something.
I remember when they called out Offset. So I remember Gillian Wallow sitting there, like, look, yo, look at this.
Coming back together soon.
This is after Takeoff's death.
This Offset dude, I ain't gonna leave him out. You know, I'm just real like this, you know, because, you know, niggas be throwing rocks and hiding their hand, right? They be throwing rocks and hiding their hand. And I don't like them kind of individuals, you know, and the truth of the matter is, you know, one can dance and different things in front of these different cameras and all that kind of shit. And when reality, the truth of the matter is, you know, nigga, you wasn't really right there with Takeoff when he was alive. You know what I mean? So for you to be taking these positions that you taking, you know what I mean? And I got people everywhere, so I hear all kinds of things. I'm gonna just say this to you. Don't never put me in no position where, you know, I have to defend myself. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be healthy for you. And, you know, I have to say that. I hate, but it's $1 million worth of game, you know?
I've never seen Gillian Wallow this quiet. Yo, usually Wallow kicking game. Wallow was quiet as a church mouse. By the way, Offset's try to go to, Offset announced a tour going to Houston. And this Houston show got canceled 29 weeks ago. Oh, no, man. Man, yo, Jay Prince nigga might be like that, man. These things might be like that. I was just sorry, bro. Have you ever seen Wallow this quiet?
But this Offset dude, I ain't gonna leave him out. You know, I'm just real like this, you know, because, you know, niggas be throwing rocks and hiding their hand, right? They be throwing rocks and hiding their hand. And I don't like them kind of individuals, you know, and the truth of the matter is, you know, one can dance and different things in front of these different cameras and all that kind of shit. And when reality, the truth of the matter is, you know, nigga, you wasn't really right there with Takeoff when he was alive. You know what I mean? So for you to be taking these positions that you taking, you know what I mean? And I got people everywhere, so I hear all kinds of things. I'm going to just say this to you. Don't never put me in no position where, you know, I have to defend myself. You know what I mean? That wouldn't be healthy for you. And, you know, I have to say that. I hate, but it's $1 million worth of game. You know what I mean? It's $1 million worth of game, and I'm going to give it to him right on $1 million worth of game because I ain't going to throw rocks and hide my hand. I'm going to just let it be known, you know, to him because I hear what's being said. And it's all love after that. Peace.
We ain't never hear no response. And look at Gillian Wallow's face. Yo, I love Gillian Wallow, but I've never seen him that quiet. Look.
Well.
Yo, salute my bro, Wallow. Yo, y'all seen that tweet go viral? They say, yo, Wallow is 0 of 10 trying to tell young niggas not to get locked up. It said every nigga he sat with, man, told him, yo, he said, Wallow will sit with you, cry with you. Don't fuck this up. 2 weeks later, fucked it up. Only person was, I ain't gonna lie, Wabi tried for a while. Wabi versus Jay Prince. So I brought this up when I was communicating with someone. I said, nah, Wabi stood his ground. You know what somebody told me? Does Wabi still live in Houston? Well, this is before the house arresting. He said, does he still live in Houston? They say he got up on out of there. All right, I ain't gonna lie. Is it this? I forgot I covered this shit. Where's the whole? I know a little documentary channel's got this going on.
I see you took my kindness for weakness, because you're a dumb boy with limited thinking ability and disrespect.
Oh, nah, he went crazy. Nah, he went crazy. Wabi went crazy too, though.
If you got something for me, man, they got plenty of niggas around me you could call. Man, nigga, it's plenty ways you could get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no fucking publicity. None of that pussy and shit. And I'm good on no keys, gangster. When you buy shit cash, two keys come with the car anyway.
Nah, this is the first video. This is before we even knew who Shakur Stevenson was. Jay Prince, Shakur Stevenson, young boy. This is before we knew who he was. This was
touchdown back in H-Town. You know what I mean? We've been in Las Vegas taking care of business. You know what I mean? Kicking ass and taking names. You know, I know y'all saw the little homie Shakur Stevenson the other night on ESPN. In the night.
Yo, this nigga is sitting here with 2 umbrellas in his hand.
With a beautiful body punch. You know, I thought all the guts was gonna come out the man's mouth. You know, but you know that's just the way it is sometimes. So we're getting ready to celebrate. You know, on the 27th, little homie having a birthday. We're getting ready to celebrate. We're gonna have a ball. We're gonna, you know, mob ties. Y'all invited. We're gonna party. We're gonna party, man, and welcome the little homie to the city. And you know, I can't wait. But on another note, Shakur, while we was gone, I got a call, you know what I mean, because the little homie young boy, the place got broke into. People went in his place, disrespected different things, and you know, I got a call about it. And the little homies that went into this place want to make that right, because they understand that, you know what I mean, young boy family is okay with me. And as you can see,
so young boy's family's okay with me. I think he's talking because remember, young boy has a kid with Yaya, who's Floyd's daughter, and they're like family. I think they were together at the time. So young boy's family, Yaya, who's Floyd Mayweather, he used to manage Floyd Mayweather as a boxer.
I'm gonna make a long story short. I got your keys to your Rolls Royce. I got your keys to your McLaren. You know, all that shit that they took. And the homie, Shakur, what you got, homie?
You got your Rolls Royce umbrellas. You got your keys. You got a bunch of other shit. So get in contact with us, bro. Get your shit back, bro.
All good. Waiting on you.
God damn. Nah, young boy went crazy after this. I don't think they met a crash out like this. Young boy, the original crash out.
I don't want no new relationships. All that pussy ass shit, hey, I don't respect none of that shit, man. If you got something for me, man, they got plenty of niggas around me you could call. Man, nigga, it's plenty ways you could get in touch with me. Man, don't get on no internet and do nothing publicly. Don't do nothing dealing with no fucking publicity. None of that pussy and shit. And I'm good on no keys, gangster. When you buy shit cash, two keys come with the car anyway. Mind your fucking business, man.
Moment just touched down.
And then before then, young boy car robbed. I think this is it this?
Hey, who did? Hey, YB, nigga. Fuck your crib, nigga.
Oh yeah. This was the niggas who recorded shit.
And young boy shit taking his shit, nigga.
It's crazy because these niggas not even wearing masks.
Your favorite rapper. And young boy shit. And young boy shit taking his shit, nigga. This young boy shit for real. Oh man. Like, keep playing, bro. He's really his house, bro. He really back here, bro. Hey, YB, nigga. Fuck your crib.
Bro, you lame, bro.
Okay, then young boy, the original crash out.
They stupid as a bitch.
Yo, chat, one in the chat if you mentioned the OG crash out with young boy. Young boy would be going crazy online. Hey, say.
Hey, you know. Nigga be hating, I can't.
And in Houston,
Wanna be me? Boy,
Hey, my nigga
a few minutes later, when the goons finally got home safely, they started demanding $30K from NBA. And what?
Nah. We gotta hit the when young boy was, because you're showing the cars at first. Nigga was tight as hell. Probably in my video up here. And he was like, "Why I ain't coming to the house though?"
If you got something for me, man, they got plenty of niggas around me you could call.
I think it was this.
YB. That you break it into something, man. You gotta be smarter than that, man. You can't be stupid like that, doing no broke ass shit like that.
This is an old video from me. Holy shit, I've been doing this a long time.
Then the stupid little motherfucker threw a brick, and I ain't even hit the fucking car. Nigga had me thinking it one of my stupid ass baby mamas. Niggas so tall with it. Niggas stupid as a bitch. Damn, nigga stole my cameraman's slippers, man. What kind of shit is that? You coulda got way more money if you would've just came in that bitch and killed me for all that pussy ass shit. Don't turn me down, bitch. What she said? Don't turn me down, bitch.
Oh, this is when he went on live with a dude.
What you on, folks? Don't turn you down. Yeah, man. What you on, folks? What you mean what I'm on? What you on, nigga? What the deal there? What up? What up? You want to buy your shit back or what? You ain't get shit, you flunked out ass little nigga. I'm trying to see where you at. You dumb motherfucker. What you got, $20 out of car? Nah, nigga. You know what we got, nigga. Stop that cap.
Mad.
Man, crazy as a motherfucker.
Nigga,
Capping, bro. They gonna believe anything you
Want me
nigga
to
say.
start my car? I just took a picture in the same car today with my little boy.
Yeah.
You bitch.
Just touched down back in H-Town.
Anyway, after that, Jay Prince sent this cool and calm message. Look at this shit right here. Nobody sent a message better than Jay Prince. I gotta keep it being. It's an NBA dumb boy. Where is it at? Is it this? Nah, where is it? Wait, where's the fucking thing at?
My nigga.
Where's the Jay Prince?
We're getting ready to...
Oh, I just gotta search NBA dumb boy. Right here.
Talking slick and acting like you and your brother wasn't down with me, letting it be known you were mob ties connected. But I talked to your brother, and I believe every word he said about you knowing because he's been solid with me. I've known your brother for years and never witnessed no weak. So OG3, we good. But you seem to be dumber than a box of rocks, so you despise wisdom. What you should be mad about is the lie you live in, and the weak security being asleep in front of your house. I bet he lied to you about being asleep. That's free game I just gave you, but it probably went over your head. Let me say this to you, little homie. You're not a friend or enemy today.
Damn.
Let's keep it that way, no matter how hot it gets in Texas. By the way, I'm minding my business. You just too dumb to know Texas is my business. And I will give you whatever.
Yo, I hope this nigga got a script because this shit sound poetic. Nigga, this sound like some villain. Yo, nigga send me this voice, man. I think I'm all right, bro. You got it.
Talking slick and acting like you and your brother wasn't down with me, letting it be known you were mob ties connected. But I talked to your brother, and I believe every word he said about you knowing because he's been solid with me. I've known your brother for years and never witnessed no weak. So OG3, we good. But you seem to be dumber than a box of rocks, so you despise wisdom. What you should be mad about is the lie you live in, and the weak security being asleep in front of your house. I bet he lied to you about being asleep. That's free game I just gave you, but it probably went over your head. Let me say this to you, little homie. You're not a friend or enemy today. Let's keep it that way, no matter how hot it gets in Texas. By the way, I'm minding my business. You just too dumb to know Texas is my business. And I will give you whatever you ask for, good or bad. I'm done.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. That sounded crazy. That sounded crazy. That sounded crazy. God damn, man. Give me 1 second. Got a lot of stuff. I've been on live. Oh, we've been on live for damn near 8 hours. Oh, shit. Should I realize? And I still got much more to go. Hope I can get to everything today. Let me see. What else I got going on? Oh. I know this is old, but I just got to play it. This was hilarious. Yo, what happened to Young Chop? Jay Prince Jr. versus Young Chop. What happened to Young Chop, bro? We ain't hear from that nigga in a minute. This is too funny.
You was there.
Nigga, I just told you I wasn't.
Or I was just seeing things. We
I
was all
wasn't
way in the
there.
back. We was watching the whole show.
I wasn't there.
We was watching the whole show.
You say what?
We watched the whole show.
My brother, you got us missing screws.
Bro.
You talking about Jazz or somebody?
So I ain't see you.
Jazz was there. I wasn't there.
Oh, so it was one of y'all there.
Yeah, one of us,
Right.
not me. I'm Junior.
Nah, that was you.
No, nigga, I wasn't. What the fuck is wrong with you? Man, this nigga.
Yo, one thing about the Jay Prince family, it's like they don't laugh. It's like they mad serious. They don't laugh. And back then, the biggest troll, he was like a new 6ix9ine, right? Like he was just trolling everybody, was Young Chop. And Young Chop is cracking jokes the whole time, but Jay Prince is dumb serious.
Was you high?
A little bit.
Yeah,
You know I don't smoke.
I don't do no drugs.
You know I don't smoke. I don't smoke hookah.
I don't do no drugs. Me
I
too.
smoke what you smoke.
Vape. Hit it one time.
It's a hit.
You got me fucked up though, nigga.
It's
I would not
a
do
hit.
You tripping.
That Corona ride was out here going crazy, ain't it?
Yeah, nigga, I think you
Stop
got it the way you
everything.
talking right now.
That should be out here stopping shit.
Look, you got the coronavirus right now. The way you talking.
Nah, I don't. I just.
Hey, Fredo, what up, my brother? Hey, tell this nigga he tripping, man.
Man, I just be seeing a lot of money and shit.
That ain't a lot of money right there.
Nah, that one.
Yeah, I know.
It's a lot more. Man, what I finna say?
Yeah, I know it.
You hear me, man?
Chop.
I watched your boy video.
Hey, listen to me.
I watched your boy video.
I'm Junior. I'm Jay Prince Jr.
I met your daddy too.
That's cool. My body a little different.
Okay.
I'm new generation. You heard?
Okay. Shit, me too.
You better calm down, nigga.
You crazy, man.
You better calm down.
What's wrong, bro?
Shit, ain't nothing yet.
I ain't did nothing to nobody, man, yet.
You better calm down.
I ain't did nothing to nobody, man. What's going on?
Shit. We on live. I'm gonna let you make it. You heard?
What happened?
Nah, you ain't in tune to nothing. I understand.
I'm not.
Obviously not. You
Why I'm talking to you?
Pardon?
Why I'm talking to you?
Why are you talking to me?
Why am I talking to you?
Because you asked me to ask you. You forgot?
Right. But I was just hearing a lot of things like in the beginning though.
What
like,
you hearing in the beginning?
Like some real like crazy rah-rah shit.
Like rah-rah?
I don't even really play like that though.
Who you talking rah-rah with? You talking rah-rah
I was just talking, you was talking in general though, but I was hearing you though. You feel me? Like, we not gonna do that one though, like on some real shit though.
What the fuck is you talking about, dog? Rah-rah like
what I just said though.
Like I was talking rah-rah to you?
Nah, we ain't gonna do that so we can go on YouTube and shit. We we gonna keep it like that, you know? Just DM me your number though.
On YouTube, you said?
Nah, just DM me your number though.
I mean, I could have been did that.
Nah, I already DM'd you though. What I told you though.
What you told me?
It never hit though.
Shit.
Nah. For real though.
Say that again.
But I ain't like.
You said say that again.
I ain't even finna do all this social media shit though. You know, I send out a little signal and shit like fire emojis and shit like that.
Chat.
Hold on.
Chat. You know you talking to Junior right now?
I just sent out a fire emoji. You hot, my nigga. You scorching. Hey, you know my boy Johnny Rockstar, don't you?
Fredo Bang puts a facepalm emoji.
What's your temperature like right now? You alright?
Nah, I'm good though.
You got a fever? You sure? Alright, then be cordial then.
Right. That my boy, like, ain't he from over there?
Who?
My boy Johnny Rockstar, the white boy.
You saying he what?
Yeah, told me some shit though, like a minute ago.
Told you what?
I don't know. We just gonna keep it like that.
My nigga, you be talking in circles.
Right. But you understand what I'm saying though.
No, I don't.
Man, look up.
What you got on my line to be on some social media shit? I ain't never been on social media, nigga. See, that's what you don't understand. Alright, I ain't even gonna. Yeah. You almost got me out of my character for a second.
Right, we just gonna keep it like that, big dog.
Hey, did. I got a question for you though. You ain't got no issue, huh?
I ain't got no issue, but I just felt that I just seen that it was an issue though. I felt like it was an issue, so I had
an issue with who, nigga?
I'm just saying though, like, is it
an issue with who?
You know what I'm saying? Is it though, like with certain people? Like I don't know what's going on.
With certain people,
but
like
I really
who?
gonna know what's going on.
With certain people, like who? Who you talking about?
I don't know what you talking about.
Nigga, I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
I ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing.
Okay, so why you speaking on some shit you ain't seen or heard then? You just high.
I don't know what. I ain't seen nothing, ain't heard nothing, dog.
Huh?
We gonna keep it like that though. You know we on live, bro.
Hey, chop. Listen to me.
I'm different, bro. I ain't even gonna.
My nigga, you.
I'm not doing that on live with you, bro.
Oh Lord.
We not finna start no argument about nothing.
Nigga,
Like,
I've been said that.
you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm telling you that. I'm just, you feel me? I'm really just showing like respect and shit, but it's like I see it's like some whole animosity type shit. Like I don't know what's going on. I'm in the blind though. Niggas
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna leave it alone.
Like, you hear me? Like, I ain't know what the fuck, bro. Like, what you talking about? I don't know what you talking about.
I ain't talking to you. Hold on. I'm talking to the dog. Shut up. Sit down.
Right, like.
I did. I don't know. I don't know if you wanted me to add you to my live so you can try to create some shit or try to pretend like get some shit.
It was just a signal to tell me to get on your live though.
But let me tell you something.
Nah, it was a signal to tell me to get on your live.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
But it just tell me to get on your live and shit. Like I can,
that's
like,
cool. Your alien brain told you, hey man, let me go fuck with Junior. But your conscious brain ain't tell you that. Your conscious brain ain't tell you that Junior ain't the one to be fucked with. I understand. Yeah, one of your mind states told you, hey, let me fuck with
I'm gonna let you hold that one.
And your other mind ain't tell you that Junior ain't the one to be fucked with.
I need my head did, man.
So they're cool. I don't deal with goofies and clowns. And now you sound like
I'm gonna get my head did, man. I went over there, like motherfucker put me out the chair. Like I'm trying to. I'm confused right now.
You confused about your goddamn self.
You right. You right. Looking at you, funny as hell.
Child, don't play with me, dog. I ain't that. Yeah, we did.
Nah.
Yeah, we've been doing this for over 35 years.
Yeah, before I was born though.
That's cool, nigga. Don't
I was born
nobody care about that.
1993.
That mean we been had it.
I'm 14.
Whatever you say, little nigga.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shit don't mean nothing to nobody but you.
Not 95.
It's cool, little nigga. That shit don't mean nothing to nobody but you. You got a problem with me?
I was trying to see what was up though.
No, do you have a problem with me?
I don't know you like that, so how I'm gonna have a problem with nigga? I don't know.
So what the fuck you get on my line talking shit for then?
He hurt y'all.
Oh no, I don't get hurt. You can say it however you want to. Ain't nothing hurt me. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on so I know how to address it from here on out. Is it?
I can feel energy. That shit crazy.
Yeah, you better feel mine right now.
Shit.
You better feel mine right now. Is it an issue or is it not? All you gotta do is say it.
You sing with Oprah Phil?
All you gotta do is say it.
Now there's another encounter. Jay Prince Jr. versus Joe Budden. You ever heard this? This is on Clubhouse.
Joe, where you at? This is what I want. I'm on that type of time.
I'm down for that too. I got on the stage after being in this room for 20 seconds, so I'm trying to read the room.
Yeah, we just recreated the room when you got in here.
Oh, what was y'all on before I got here?
You ain't got to create the room on your own platform. We ain't created. My bad. I said it again. Man.
And that challenge was scratched from jump. Like I said.
Told you it was scratched before you scratched it. That's the way I talk. This is who I am. I'm sorry. Hey, Junior. Junior. Then I'll say guys and all that other stuff. The old culture. Junior. I'm here. What's going down? My intellect a little better than theirs, though. And all this shit.
That Migo. Well, I like to talk about the present system.
Ain't that much to listen to, though, my brother. It's just us having a conversation. And it's a light conversation because we ain't talking about shit.
Well, then, you want to start a conversation?
Question to ask Junior.
No.
I know how he like that. Yeah. Go with this wiggle on other niggas. Go with this wiggle on me.
So this is the question game in here.
This is the what?
So y'all were playing the question game in here?
Nah, it's your question game in here.
I don't have any questions.
All this shit started based upon you.
Oh, I don't have any questions.
The question is, do you have a question to ask Junior?
No.
Because I see that you reciprocate negative energy to certain individuals. I wanted to see if you can reciprocate their energy to me, and we just can have an intellectual conversation. You talk to a bunch of dummies, and I don't want to discredit any niggas, but you talk to a bunch of niggas who don't know how to speak and can't articulate themselves in the right manner to deliver the right message. But can you do that with a man who can decipher himself in the proper manner? Can you have a conversation with a guy whom can exemplify himself in the way he need to be exemplified instead of the manner that you try to portray him?
Jay, I can have any conversation with any man.
Then have a conversation with me.
I do not think that I run around spewing negativity the way that it sounds like you think. I don't think that at all, actually.
Okay, I understand. I understand your message then. But you know what you've done. You brought people in your room that you had a problem with and you had something bad to say about. And you spoken on what you had bad to say about them while they were in your presence. I don't know if you would have did that in real life. You might have. You might not have. I don't
Jay,
know.
when you say my room, you mean on Clubhouse?
No, I don't give a fuck about no Clubhouse. Clubhouse ain't got shit to do with nothing. We talking about real life. We talking about your podcast and all this other shit. We ain't talking about no Clubhouse. Clubhouse ain't shit. I just got on here.
Breakfast Club.
I just got on here 4 days ago. Like, this shit don't mean nothing to me. Now, I understand it's becoming a big platform. But this shit don't mean nothing to me. What I'm asking you is the same energy that you transpire the people that come on your podcast and different channels that you have leverage on. That you are, that on.
I don't interview people on my podcast.
Yeah, you don't interview them, but you got a bunch to say about them.
Well, yeah, that's a podcast.
You'll tell somebody when you don't like them. You'll tell, man, I done watched enough of them, Joe. I don't watch enough of them. I done seen you disrespect a bunch of guys, rightfully so or unrightfully so. You did. I don't know if y'all had personal issues before they got on your shit. I have no idea. I just know what's transpired. I know what you did when they got there. I know what you did when they got there. So I don't know if it was for personal means or podcast means, whatever. You do what I'm saying? I don't know which one it was for. I just know it transpired. And you had to let it be known that it was this and it was that when ain't nobody bring you that energy. Ain't nobody bring that energy to you initially. But you had to let it be known at that time that you brought the energy to them.
What time frame is this?
You said what time frame?
Yeah, because it sounds like you speaking about something specific, and I don't know.
Nah, I'm speaking on a bunch of different situations, and it's a bunch of people in here that can tell you that anybody know what I'm talking about.
You just talk a lot of shit.
I know a million of them. Like you say, we watch this shit all the time. Like old girl said, Migos.
Migos, the Yachty interview was pretty bad. You kind of, with the whole, what's it called? The 360 deal shit that you put on them. Yeah.
Nah,
Joe, I got a question for you.
That is my perspective too, though.
Some other shit. Hey, Junior, I ain't gonna lie. He ain't did nothing. Like on his podcast, I listened to him. He ain't did nothing but show respect to all the bodies. So I don't know. I understand your perspective. I've been told you to exit the building.
Damn.
Whoa.
That is my perspective too, though. And I think if we speak to Lil Yachty or any of the...
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Something gotta give. Yo, this is a non-music person talking to niggas like, yo, I told you to exit the building. Get out of here.
People that don't think that type of interview went that way. Like today, Yachty would say he appreciates that. He appreciated that back then.
Yeah, I think about all the people that you told I don't like you. I don't like y'all. Good publicity. I ain't fucking with your music. Like you understand how many times you done said this shit on multiple occasions. So why not send?
I don't think that's personal.
I mean, if you invite somebody to your platform and then disrespect them, it's personal. So Complex with his platform. What the fuck? I mean that because you know who coming and you know you don't like them already. So regardless of if somebody else line that platform up, you know what's transpiring with that platform.
Yo, I'm only talking about this Yachty interview because that's the one that stands out in this type of conversation.
I mean, it's all good. Don't worry about it. I ain't worried about it.
And that was my very first interview, by the way.
Hey, Joe. Publicity sells, man. We know that.
But guess what, Mom? You know I'm a nigga that ain't looking for no publicity because I don't get paid for it.
Exactly.
So this shit don't mean nothing to me. You know, it don't mean nothing to me. I just want somebody to tell me how they feel and be real about it and stand on it.
All right, man. Who knows? We're starting to hear that rumor is cap, allegedly. So that rumor supposedly is cap. Don't know how it kind of started up, but I'm hearing people say that is not true. That is not true. And I think even Flacco has amended his tweet where now I think his tweet literally says, Flacco, I'm going to be honest with you. You got to slow down with putting some of this stuff out because here's the thing. It's cool to be first. That's how you get bigger. Pause. You become first, but you want to be accurate first. You get what I'm saying? He's now changed his tweet from J Prince has been raided to rumors floating around Texas saying Feds just raided Rap-A-Lot in J Prince offices. I'll update y'all with more info when I found out. He says, update is that J Prince's cousin says police presence was at the office, but he was not raided, and we'll sell more info. See, you're going to have, like I seen even Keep Six posted it because people are thinking it's real. Yeah, like, be careful, Flacco. All right, if it did or did not happen, we will see by the lack of information. Okay. All good. All right. Oh. Looked like from that same broadcast, Ray J called in, and Ray J said that he almost got jumped by Diddy's sons. I wonder how this went. Here we go.
Another thing, I watched the Chris Brown segment. Y'all watch that?
Nah, I ain't seen it yet. I ain't seen it yet.
Yo, listen, bro, I watched it 3 times. Okay, this is what I don't like about it. It's a 2-hour segment. At least 45 minutes of it is positive stuff. They using Chris Brown stuff. His interviews, how he came up as a kid and all this. And then you had these chicks that come in and say, Chris Brown raped me, Chris Brown assaulted me, and they tell all these stories. Then they flashing these signs. 7 out of 10 women this, or every 10 years this, or women battered women this. But after they tell all the stories, each female, at the end of it, with no voice, the letters go up and says, after thorough investigation, nothing was there, no charges was brought. So if you get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of watching it and come back and miss that, you're going to think Chris Brown did that. Chris Brown do it.
Okay. Where's the part that Oh, hold on. Never mind. I skipped past it. Sorry.
Ray J. No. Listen. Now, everybody been calling me, and you know, until you call me, I feel like it's no big deal. All right? So I'm talking to the exposer homies. They talking about the Combses tried to rush you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They tried to rush you in Miami?
Nigga, in LA, nigga.
Where?
Bro, you know I'm not gonna call y'all because this could go somewhere else. And I'm like, you know, at the club, dog.
But you didn't have Donut then with you?
I ain't have nobody with me, dog.
So how many of them was it? 2, 3? What?
I don't know, like 8.
Oh, so it was them at 8.
That nigga, yo, them Combs brothers told y'all to stop saying no Diddy. Yeah. Y'all thought that no Diddy shit was gonna fly. Now it's over for that now. Christian Combs in the club with you talking about he gonna Harlem shake his way to slap the shit out of you for saying no Diddy. Get out of here, nigga. Now, I know where this is coming from. This is coming from Ray J, Diddy. He'd been doing some interviews, and they've been asking him about Diddy. Hold on, where's the interviews at? Yeah.
Let's get into the Diddy situation, okay? Everybody's flipping out. Nobody knows what to do. Nobody's saying nothing. I know I did the first interview on News Nation, and now I see a whole lot of interviews coming after. Are you guys waiting for somebody to, like, be the front runner to speak out and to say what they feel? Because I'm not scared. Are there...
You not scared? Not when Christian Combs roll up on you.
You know I'm not gonna call y'all because this could go somewhere else. And I'm like, you know, at the club, dog.
But you didn't have Donut then with you?
I ain't have nobody with me, dog.
So how many of them was it? 2, 3? What?
I don't know, like 8.
Oh, so it was them at 8 and they tried to rush you for real.
Yeah, but don't put this up, blood.
Nah, it's going out.
Nah, blood.
It's just going out, dog. Like, fuck them niggas now. So my question to you is, can I put the other stuff out that we've been knowing about?
Nah, they too young, like that. Like I moved away from it. Like,
huh?
I